choreography, how do you feel right now?
I'm pretty good and confident for upcoming event.
I feel good right now. It's a beautiful day, and we're shooting some content outside. It just feels great to be getting some fresh air.
So what's the most enjoyable thing here in Shanghai so far?
We tried some KFC. It's actually the best KFC I've ever had. But I think the food overall is very nice. There's some of everything. It's very good food in China. I was thinking about going tomorrow to like an old town here and see some like old Chinese buildings and some old fashion style. Could be interesting. But we'll see tomorrow how good it's going to be.
Well, during the break, I'm probably going to explore China a bit more. We want to head down to downtown, the Bundi, I think it's called, and just explore that area and go see the city at night when the lights are on.
O que eu mais gostei aqui em Xangai é que eu achei uma cidade bastante iluminada, tipo, muita cor.
You know, we went downtown and saw the Pearl Tower and like went around that area and hung out and saw the skyline. But yeah, a lot of review, a lot of focus on the games, a lot of make sure we're ready for PGS4. I feel disappointed in how we played. Obviously, it's not to our standard. And for right now, it's like a rebuilding effort. You know, it's a feeling of like getting our redemption and putting the work in to make sure we show up in PGS4.
그 베이징 덕이 제일 맛있었어요.
I like Shanghai.
I think so far I've enjoyed my time here in China. Obviously in the last PGS3 we didn't perform too well, but I'm still excited for PGS4 and we're going to bring our best.
I think now I feel much better. Already had some rest, so preparing for PGS4.
Not too pleased with our performance in PGS3, but we're trying to work through our issues and do our best in PGS4.
Untuk PGS 4 kita bakal lebih maksimal lagi, lebih.
A gente vai começar a jogar bastante mais agressivo, bastante junto e melhorar nossa comunicação.
2주 동안 이제 PGS3 그랜드 파이널을 가지 못해가지고 좀 4에 집중하려고 연습 많이 한 것 같습니다.
ตอนนี้รู้สึกพร้อมครับแล้วก็อยากทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็อยากทำให้ดีกว่าเดิมใน PGS 4
准备肯定是改变首先战略的打法嘛，因为我感觉我们的打法还像去年一样，就没有很新的打法。后面肯定是改进打法，就是去融合新游戏版本。
因为我们 PGS3打完了之后吸收了很多不足的地方嘛，然后我们希望 PGS 能越打越好。可能有些地方对自己的一些路线准备不足吧，然后我们会加强这方面。
Cảm xúc em thấy vui tại vì được gánh.
Cảm xúc của mình thì cảm thấy rất vui vì đây là giải đấu lớn đầu tiên của bọn mình.
Cũng giống với câu trả lời của Hải Saki thôi ạ. Tại vì bọn em bắn cũng khá là nhiều nên là không có áp lực tâm lý gì nặng nề quá.
Tiêu của tụi em là top 15. Mục tiêu của em là top 16.
Còn em thì trong top 8 ạ.
Còn em thì trong top 20 ạ.
What else we have to do? Like, of course we're going to take a revenge.
I am Lu from Twisted Minds.
I'm Perfectix from Twisted Minds.
I'm Bazuls from Twisted Minds.
I'm an example from Twisted Minds.
So we decided to keep this position because it gives us high ground. It also makes our another compound much stronger because we have more space. And also, as you can see in this game, we killed full edge and we had a very good position for next circles.
I disagree. We keep this 2-2 split just because we are strong.
All right, this should be free food here for Twisted Minds, but they want to be careful. They don't want to take the risk.
It depends not of us. They're just fighting each other, not because of our position, but we are use this opportunity to clear the edge and win this game.
Nicely done from Twisted. They have a pretty good read on what the situation is around.
If this VLTH gonna have 4 players, they would win it. But like, I think definitely it's not GNL, not New Happy. Something between us and Navi. Because no one really shooting at Navi. Not too much. At least, especially in this next circle, they're gonna be like alone. So I think it's Navi. And like in the end, they were like 4 people alive. So it means that their position was much easier to play from.
I think also much easier from us. Like Navi have easier position because we need to fight New Happy, we need to kill GNL, but they don't need this. They just need wait and kill us after everything.
Abatulin's got the BMX out here. He's just set.
We were just trying to think what we're gonna do next circle, trying to give the smokes like a road for us to go. And then I found this bike in the car, and just next second I just took it and go because I like bikes. I was practicing a lot, like driving on the bikes, and I know they're like super powerful and no one could kill you, so I just took it and go. I mean, of course it's not too hard, but when I'm going through the smokes, it's much faster than like just running, so of course it's easier to get to the position faster. I don't know. Maybe someone, maybe me, maybe someone else, but I don't remember. None of us remember if we put bike inside. I don't know. Like, I mean, maybe it's randomly spawned in our car, like airdrop, you know.
Stella gonna go down. Example, taking the sprint towards Hammer. Hammer, the last one alive. He had all the kills. He had everything in his bag.
So first of all, we just tried to pick off New Happy. Then something not that good. We didn't get enough knocks. And also we had GNL above us, and we just split to 2 fight with 2 teams. But that wasn't that hard.
As far as I remember, it was like 2-2. I was playing with Perfectix against New Happy, and we were talking more about like how we're gonna kill New Happy and help each other. And other players were killing GNL, like behind this car. But we also helped them because from our position we could see GNL, and yeah, just this. And it was very fast, like literally like 5-10 seconds to kill both teams. And then in 5 seconds we already started to kill Navi, so everything was like in these 30 seconds we win this game. With New Happy we were just staying in our positions, like holding this angle. We knew that New Happy is laying down like very close, but they couldn't really pick us, so we just throw them some nades, some flash grenades. And with GNL it was a bit more like confrontation because we were like shooting at each other. But they were in like worse position because they were behind this one car. We were just shooting, they were laying down, knock, stand up, shoot again, knock down again, and that's all. They not really were affecting us at all. New Happy was like more dangerous in this situation. Ну и плюс единственный нок дали только по перфекту, по идее, New Happy. То есть, значит, они, наверное, единственные были, кто нам реально мешал. Ну и плюс они меня тоже могли нокнуть, если бы не повезло.
Как у нас там коммуникация там проходила, что вообще?
Какая?
Файт. Как мы чувствовали друг друга?
Я не помню.
Скажи просто, что ж ставили
я
по 2
просто
хедшота
говорил,
и
что
всё.
ГНЛ бегают там в опене, стреляйте, стреляйте.
Я слышал просто 1 нок, 2 нок, 3 нок, 4 нок, 5 нок.
First of all, you usually win games because of the circle luck. And then you try to make this circle luck probability like higher than other teams. So you like rotate faster, you get like better splits positions, yeah? And so you just make the game more easy for you to get the circles. So I guess we're just smart team. When we killed the high ground position, we knew that our space is very powerful, yeah, but to win this game we need to play very good individually, and TeamSpeak should be very fast. We should never get any knocks or make any mistakes, and then we're gonna win. But of course we knew that this side is very powerful.
I made the first knock to Navi, and then Lou did second. Then I did some damage to second one guy that picked me, and I just shouted in microphone that Batulin help me, help me, help me, because I was proning and just stay alive.
Yeah, so I mean, I think everything started from the first knock from example, and also kind of it was very close to kill Ferris too. Then I helped him, and Lou was better than Diffix. And then it was easy win in the end. Yeah, it's like we just like to talk to each other before the games and get in the same mood, you know, like So we just talk just a little for 30 seconds and just shout, twist the minds, just to get this energy for the first game, because usually the first game is very slow for many teams and we want to start fast. So basically that's for it. Yeah.
I think we need to little bit up our
mental state. What else we have to do? Like, of course we're gonna take revenge. It's only one day after, so we are kind of just chilling right now, having like a lot of this shooting. But yeah, of course we will take revenge. Yeah, I would add that this PGS 4 is not gonna be a revenge for like Sonics or Cerberus who like stole our win. It's more likely a revenge against ourselves, against our mentality on the last final day. We're just gonna have to work on it and show that we are stronger than we think.
Why are you in my head?
We're on stream, we're on stream!
Hello, they can hear our comms, brother.
He's muted! They muted him, thank God!
I don't know
if
they can hear our comms.
They didn't mute it.
You're good, hello, we can hear you.
越农，你知道叶楠，你知道越农刚刚跟我说什么吗？他说他老了他中年的一定很性感，他的络腮胡。
捧个捧个，
哦对，一把奥东不少。
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Hai thằng, một thằng chỗ tao, một thằng đang hiu đạn á. Hai thằng ở dưới luôn, dưới ngay sát tao luôn á. Nghe cái xe.
Hai cái đó luôn đặt, một cái đó nữa.
Flash đạn, có flash đạn.
Themselves. GNL is just kind of the punching bag of the lobby right now. Is Stella going to go down? Example. Checking the sprint.
Кто у него? Го проходить на нас.
Спасибо, ГНЛ. Смотри его, Тём, взрывается тачка.
Хорош.
ГНЛ.
Нокнул близко.
Еще на тачке, на тачке.
Помочь, в упоре. Батут.
Батут нокнул. Тачка, попасть батуту.
Келись, жить.
Келись.
Батут, релодай грозу.
Нет.
А, понял. Где он за тачкой?
За тачкой, да.
Я могу ему молик кинуть. Вот там же. Я молик ему кидаю, подождите, он выжмется сейчас. Он горит.
They have no smoke, no utility. They have a vehicle, so do they just...
เหมือนจะเข้าบ้านแล้วคำตัวหนึ่ง
ตัวซ้ายน็อก
เดี๋ยวตัวในบ้านปะ
เดี๋ยวตัวในบ้าน
Để tôi đi trái vô chơi chết mẹ nó.
ในบ้านพี่เลยพี่โฟ
Mày đụng má trên bãi. Trên mái phải. Một thằng thôi bên trái hai thằng.
Nhát cái lùng má, mình nhớ hoài.
Ai ngoài nhà xanh, chạy nhà xanh. Leo mấy nhà này xanh.
Chấm á.
ตรงนั้นแหละ
Biết phần này.
ตายไป
เก่งมาก
เก่งมากเว้ยเยี่ยมว่ะ
Casualties in going there, so I would imagine they don't even think it worthwhile.
The second time, yes, they pretty much got wiped. The first time, I think they got away with just having a knock and then recovering that.
Yeah.
One outside, one hugging the house.
He's outside wall, Gustav running right, running west.
One guy pull.
Not blue.
He's close hugging the wall, I think.
Yeah.
House, orange mark.
He's inside somewhere.
你去帮忙，我这儿锁了一个。
别慌。
在哪？
围墙2个。
围墙一个，然后楼后影。
别打，先别打。North of you. Coming down.
help. I hit him. I have a flash.
One active. Last guy south. Somewhere orange mark. Could be flanking around. Helmet fast.
Comms. He was full running west, Gustav, when I saw him like 2 minutes ago. He's full running around.
He can be anywhere.
Yeah. He's probably already like
yeah,
yellow. Get the flushes, guys. You're safe to take all the flushes.
屋里还有个人。好绝。进来，无情况。进来，有人吗？
楼下跳下一个。
对面没注上。对面没注意看。
楼下跳下去一个。
他这里跳去了。好，这人补了。然后
这里，南边有一个。
拿位置。
哎，我操！
ค่อยๆนะไม่โดนอยู่ขวาตัวไม่นึ่ง
好
셋. 천천히 해봐. 내쪽 끝방이 셋이야 얘들아.
나 오른쪽으로 같이 해줄게.
이제 뺑 가도 돼. 올라와. 낚아줄 수 있는 길아. 그래 올라가.
갈게.
민기야 바로 앞에. 야 바깥만 제발래 북쪽 바깥.
바깥.
옥상 하나 해봐.
Lucky, I suppose legacy is.
One standing. Different team. How dead? Let's go, brother. You can go to zone.
Can play right ahead of them, but that's going to put them stuck and sat in between 3 separate teams, and so.
Chấm hai thằng rồi nha. Chấm hai thằng. Ơi trốn vô cho em.别是眼啥也看不到。别乱躲，别乱跑，啥也看不到。我等圈到了我再丢。左边。
哪里啊？左边毒边趴着。
人呢？点个标。我操！开始死一个。có điện đi rồi đi phải đâu 530 tao dùng nó được em nó chạy qua cứu ngay xe một xe vô rồi nhìn thằng này cho lát phải nè có một nè còn một nữa tay một đứa với thằng kia trong xe phải lát tiếp rồi chứ bằng em này nè đến này tay không à đó còn chạy cuối phải không chết đi. Tao nó 17 4 tao nó 17 rồi. Tao cái chạy rồi. Chấm từ từ. Rồi anh em ơi, chậm quá. Không, chậm đầu kia rồi, tao lấy đá. Vẫn khai vô. Cái gì bên nhà này.
Okay. Hay gần dưới bên nó cái gì vậy?
Đâu. Trong mốt cuối. Tiêu. 5 kìa. 2 đem. Tuổi.
I'm champion. Now the push comes through from the other side and salute.
I will be the champion, not salute.
Take this fight. They're both eyeing the Howl player down.
I'm champion. Let's get it.
The red plus. Oh, bleed. It looks like they're in a little bit of a weird spot here.
Dancing Muslim. You know? Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Beep. Oh, salute. Let's go, students. Destiny. Let's go. I'm coming. Where are you? I'm coming. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, let's go.
Let's go. Oh no!
Nice range. Nice.
He's pushing me. Help! Help!
No, no.
Help! Help!
Ah!
No! To your right! To your right! Oh my God!
Ah! 아파.
He's pushing!
Ah!
Go! 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 Nice! Woo!
The main thing, I think, it was to get fast as you can to the spot.
일단 저의 전략은 일단 뽑기에서 시림지와 저와 한 팀이 되는 게 일단 목표였어요. 일단 거기서 끝. 그거 된 순간 끝이에요. 그 이후로는 이제 알아서 다 잡고 다 죽이자. 그 작전이었던 것 같습니다.
I think we all figured out the best strategy. It was to get all the loot you needed and then drive in between the two locations so that you could be, equal distance to both and have good timings for both.
Rồi kế hoạch thì bọn mình không có, thì bọn mình chỉ cứ vô cầm súng rồi bắn thôi.
Yeah, Shrimps is dead. He surprised me by the bot. Unforgettable.
쉬린지 혼자서도 잘해요.
Obviously, I know how impressive all these guys are, but I was most surprised by Salute's energy. I think that outside of the game, he was very energetic and, very loving and caring, and he was just fun to be around. So it makes doing stuff like this with other players very fun, and having a guy like that is very important.
Còn điều ấn tượng đó là Srimji ạ, vì anh ta vừa mới vô anh chết.
Yulian is pretty good spot for me. I like it pretty much.
방금 같이 이제 했던 컨텐츠 중에 이제 마켓 컨텐츠가 좀 신선했고, 그 다음에 새로 나온 장비들 스턴건이나 긴급 원패 신호탄 그런 것들이 좀 재밌는 요소가 될 것 같습니다.
I really enjoy Miramar, the city. I think it's very fun to fight in. I think they did a great job making the city. All the crosses are very short, and you can get onto some small roofs, but if there's no super overpowered angle, I think that it's a very fun city to fight in.
Có lẽ là factory ở giữa map ạ. Mình nghĩ các bạn nên trải nghiệm map vì về đồ họa thì còn cái bàn cũng như map rộng thì có nhiều khu để nhảy, nên là mình nghĩ các bạn nên thử.
Just take JS9, do your best, and get fun.
원래 좀 새로운 맵이 나오면 저 같은 경우에는 좀 거부감이 드는데, 이번 새로운 맵은 거부감이 저에게 들지 않을 정도로 재밌는 맵이니까 많이 해보시길 추천드립니다.
I would say just enjoy it. I think it's a very good map. I really enjoy all the terrain. I think they did a fantastic job making it.
Mình nghĩ các bạn nên thử cảm giác trải nghiệm một lần ở map này, vì có những tính năng hay và có thêm một cái súng mới đó là CS9.
좀 나온다면 재밌을 것 같긴 해요.
I've never played it for esports yet, so I don't know particularly well, but I think that it's a very good map and I enjoy it, so I think that it's going to be pretty good.
Theo mình nghĩ là có, vì map rộng với cả mình thấy hợp lý.
Let's go!
Your PGS 1 champion will be 17 Gaming!
I am a soul man, I am a soul believer, and congratulations to him for that MVP.
The heartbreak coming in off of this is just so close.
Make some noise for your PUBG Global Series 2 champion, Sonic! 19 kills after 21 minutes of this match.
We say goodbye to Day Trade.
Super Esports!
Esports to win a major title in PUBG. Victory, welcome to PGS
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to PGS 4, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO. We'd like to thank the official tournament gaming chair Onto Seat for their great support to PGS 4. Also, Zowie's 2546X gaming monitor, which is the choice of PUBG professional players when they need to see every detail. It is final stage time. My name is Toffees. This is Matchroom. Day one is done. It's moving day for the teams on the bottom to try to make a statement that they deserve to be at the top.
Or at least put up something to where you can contend on the last day. That's the big concern for a lot of these squads in that area you're talking about, right? Even if you can't have a phenomenal climb, you at least have to get a foothold, because for a lot of squads yesterday, it was a struggle, man.
That's an understatement. And I think part of that was how good E-Arena was doing, 72 points off of day one. Twisted Minds, I don't know what, they woke up from some sort of hibernation in the group stages and came out so strong yesterday.
So you got to outthink the system. You tank group stage so that way you can win.
It doesn't matter where you finish in the group stages, so you save the energy maybe for that big push, but they looked good. And I do think some of those teams on the bottom, they need to have a big day. Cerberus is the defending champions here, and yesterday was uninspiring, to say the least.
Yeah. I don't have anything to say about that one other than, hey, Moss, please, my fantasy team needs you, please.
I think a lot of people's fantasy
10%.
10%
need it.
I also think a lot of fans need them. Like, Cerberus has exploded onto the scene over the last 2 years. They have a huge fan base. People really believe in the future of this team. Seeing them do this is shocking based on how they played the grand finals at PGS 3. Do you think that we have another slow day from Cerberus?
I want to say no. I really want to say no. But, I mean, we haven't seen, like, the synergies or specifically the dominance. Like, whenever we were looking at PGS 3, it was just asserting so much authority on the map. They just kind of went wherever they wanted to. They were making these wide splits with tons of control. And now we're seeing them play a lot more defensive, it feels like. And I don't understand, because on day one of the group stage, they were playing like they did at PGS 3. And then suddenly on day two, it was just so much like, I guess, more lethargic.
Day two was almost like they were just having fun. They were a little wild and out. And I kind of wonder if it created a bad habit, because yesterday we saw them take a couple of fights without that pack mentality that they've been known for. I wonder if that'll continue. Now take a look at the quick schedule. Group stage is done. We're on the second day of final stage, which means we are one more to play tomorrow, and then those teams will have done 18 games to determine the champion of PGS 4.
Yes. Now we are in that final stage. I'm so excited still today and tomorrow to run through the entirety of it. Like we were talking about, there's just so many like minor elements that we're going to be looking into. Like whenever we were talking about what's going on with Cerberus, a couple of players were joking that, we figured out the secret to how to deal with them.
Okay.
You just flush EMAS.
You
just don't give them a chance to res them.
That's funny. Let's take a look at the it's not wrong. Let's take a look at the participating teams who will be taking the field. These are the 16 teams who made it through the group stages to get here. Some have been dominant. Some were dominant in group stages and have been a little quiet so far. 4AM and TSM, probably the most the biggest person in this situation. TSM, I thought they would come out stronger on day one. They were really a non-factor.
Yeah, I mean, there are the jokes regarding, like, the roster and how, like, okay, group stage heroes, but sometimes kind of get lost in the final stage. I had a lot of hopes that wasn't going to happen this time, and I do believe that this is a squad that can really counterbalance. Like, whenever you got somebody that's, like, sparking on your squad, there's just too much energy to kind of get in your own head. So I do have faith for them, and I believe that they're going to have a stronger second day. Cross my fingers and hopes.
Also, I mean, and when we talk about support staff, they've got Extreme. You guys may remember him back
super
from
positive
MPL.
guy.
They've got Wooly, both of them here supporting them with great strategies, and that might be how they get these PGS points. They're going to want to rise up. Currently, they're going to get 10 no matter what, but these PGS points, every single bit is going to matter when it comes to the road to PGC.
I mean, 10 whenever there's 300 on the table, that don't feel good.
You're not happy, but it's nice that it's better to have 10 than our folks who are flying home right now.
I guess that's true.
Amen. All right, participating teams, we talked about them. Let's look at them one more time. Matt, who are you most excited to watch on this list?
I mean, it's got to be E-Arena, right? I want to know if they're going to be capable of repeating a lot of the successes that we saw yesterday. It was a lot more control coming out from them, specifically in the later stages.
Yeah.
I love the splits. The Erangel map, whenever we saw them playing just north of Mansion, I thought that was really cool. Also have my eyes kind of drawn to Bleed, who is kind of a newcomer squad on here and is doing significantly better than I thought. Now, they're not super high on the leaderboard, just good. I'm enjoying.
Well, now I'm going to tell you who I want to watch. I want to watch not only E-Arena we brought up, but the Falcons and Gen G. Different reasons. Gen G yesterday, we saw play very uniquely aggressive. I mean, not to say uniquely aggressive, but they were very aggressive. They were taking fights. Barpo looked really, really good. On the opposite, Falcons, man, how did they go from a slumber during the group stages and PGS 3 to top 3 here in the final, in the final stage?
There is something to be said for playing that last day and being demoralized and then suddenly going, okay, no, there is the chance. You know, like suddenly you feel like
you're
you can
saying
start
there's a chance.
You can take the destiny back into your hands and really start to make the climb out of it. Now, I will be honest, the Falcons' firefights haven't looked the cleanest yet, but we know that that's a squad that can pull it out. E-Arena's firefights on the other hand. And Barpo.
We talked about him. I mean, he really has been sort of the piece that has been fun to watch in a lot of these fights. We saw it when E-Arena ran into trouble. It felt like it was Gen G that was giving them a bit of that, right? It seemed like it was Falcons that were giving them a bit of that. So a lot of these teams seem to be sort of gravitating around each other. That Mansion game was a lot to see in terms of how just E-Arena ran the outside of that Mansion. They controlled the swamp. They really top tier.
Well, see, that's what I love is whenever we get those more chaotic games, you can really get an idea for the IGL and the goals of the squad whenever you're not dealing with a more formulaic set of circles, right? Whenever you have to deal with the military or whatever else like that, you can see what the teams are after. But E-Arena up at the top, 71 points. Twisted Mind's back behind that with 58. Such a drop-off. Then just back behind that's going to be Falcons and another massive drop-off into Gen G.
I mean, that's really the story of today right now. E-Arena can play perfectly middling and still be in a position to win this tomorrow. Twisted Minds, I think, will capitalize on any let-go that E-Arena has. But everyone else has dropped off so far after the Falcons. I mean, Gen G is next in fourth with 39 to the 51 of the Falcons. They have to start moving. There's only 12 games left.
What, fourth place has 60% of the points that first place does right now? That is pretty interesting off the get-go.
Sounds not going to comment on the math, but it sounds solid to me. But you're right. It is not very much comparatively, and they've got to have a good day today. Now, you guys can play Fantasy with us. If you missed the chance to play this season, of course, we're doing this all year long, so make sure that every big PUBG event, you're getting over to Twire and getting signed up to play along with the rest of us. Now, we have been playing Matchroom. It hasn't gone swimmingly for you and I so far.
Yeah.
Hopefully that should be... Okay, before we... Yeah, they're going to show us. They're going to show it. So these are our picks, and as of right now, it looks like you and I are doing great based on the lineup.
I got to huff some copium right now. I have faith that Hemas will do well.
We both have him. Everybody added Jacob for the most part, which I think is very telling onto how E-Arena has played. Looks like a lot of Twisted Minds players out there as well, and really a lot of Falcon changes after yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that's no surprise. Jacob making appearances on there. Shout out to Cam for also picking him up. Ming Ming has just been a ridiculously solid. I love that Elfish guy has a commitment to what his theme is and just doesn't care. He's like, no, I have faith in it. And Heba still climbing. I thought that we might see a drop-off because he was like 10% yesterday, right?
Listen, Example has taught me this in the past. Himasa lives up to this, and it is... The second you take him off your team, he decides to play again. So I expect, right, 100%. So I refused. I thought about it. I thought about changing to Ming Ming all morning. It was a tough situation to sit there and sip my coffee in a beautiful hotel in Shanghai, relaxing with my feet up. So much stress. Do I put Ming Ming or Himas in? And I chose Himas. I think he's going to come through, though. Then I was looking at these numbers. It makes me think, maybe I should have gone the other way.
Well, I mean, it is still Himas, so you can expect high damage numbers, provided he doesn't go out early and lose you 3 points if you captain him, which happened earlier yesterday. But I mean, Example's been still a performance, but Ming Ming has just been drawing so much attention. Luke 12 also high on this list, just due to particularly the group stage and the performance that we saw coming out of that. But the easy pickups for it, I would say, had to be E-Arena. You had to make sure to grab them because they were just so cheap by comparison.
All right, so Matt, bad news.
I already knew, dude.
Though I'm Miley Cyrus in this, all right? I've climbed over Saga. I'm going to catch up to Cameron today. He's flipping me off again. He's always ready. I'm going to beat Cameron, and I think one day we're going to pass the Elfish guy, even though he is the most committed. I mean, I think his first roster was like, I'm just going to pick the Aussies, and now look at this.
I just don't understand. How do I pick Himas on the day and make him captain on the day he doesn't do anything? I pick Example on the day and make him captain on the day he doesn't do anything. It's like, what am I doing with my life?
Well, you're going to tell us about the matches that we're playing today.
All right, well, we are starting on Erangel, moving to Bikindi, then over to Tago, where we've got ourselves some Miramar, finishing everything out. Miramar, my favorite.
Love the Dusty Dunes. Anything can happen over there. Erangel, though, a good place for us to start off, and I think it's time to start talking about the future of the championship, all right? Remember, we've not had a ton of PGSs, 3 so far. We've got 17, we've got Sonics, and we've got Cerberus. 2 of those teams, our 1 and 2 champions, are not here for the most part. There are only 5 people in this building who can repeat win PGS. Cerberus, and interestingly enough, Mime, who was removed or left the Sonics roster after PGS 2, is now in a position to get his 2nd win.
That is a very wild statement that I hadn't thought on, but you are 100% correct.
Let's see if that story develops. It's something we're going to be watching, just like we hope you stick around to watch some of the best PUBG there is to offer. This is PGS 4 Final Stage, starting now.
Bọn mình cần cải thiện tâm lý cũng như phong độ ạ. Vì ngày 2 vừa rồi bọn mình đã có một phong độ không được tốt, nên là bọn mình đã hơi thụt lùi.
We had bad communication, bad rotations and bad team fights. And we've basically gone through some serious changes just to try and make sure that doesn't happen in the grand final.
We're here to redeem ourselves for our performance in PGS 3, and ideally a top 8 would be fantastic, top 5, and then winning, of course.
That mini 14, so he's going to make good use of them. A lot of headshots coming through there, as well as now the grenades onto Twisted Minds are perfect.
Final stage is a different beast for us, but I think we can be there at the top.
경지가 명성 있는 팀이기도 하고 좀 부담감도 좀 크긴 한데 그래도 잘 적응해 나가고 있고 앞으로 남은 세계대회랑 PGS4 다 열심히 해가지고 좋은 선수 되겠습니다.
I think we are confident right now coming to the finals because it's a completely different game, and with how we played the group stage of the PGS4, I feel like we're pretty confident and we're gonna be pretty confident in the final. I think we can grab our wins and the top placements as well in the leaderboard.
HSM is pushing his way forward and he's gone a little bit too far as well. Longscrew looks for the double down, he can't quite get it, but there is a cleanup for New Happy in the mix.
我觉得 PGS 对我们最有威胁的队伍应该还是 CES 吧，他们现在打得很自信吧，然后打得也很勇。
回到队伍的改变是，我感觉大家来到正面打架会更多一点，所以我们正面火力会足一点。
The Chinese screamed to grow up the momentum, and that's how we came to the PGS4, like fully prepared.
We definitely see our trophy in our future. For the PGS4 trophy is not unrealistic. To bounce back after a rough final stage takes a lot of experience and mental skills to reset fully, and we have it. We're ready to fight.
打赢决赛之后，打出我们想要的东西，幸运会眷顾勇敢的人，我们会放肆一搏。
Briefing dengan tim, mempersiapkan untuk grand final, ya untuk strategi dan yang lainnya, tunggu untuk hari grand final.
And now we know what we have to do to be better. Maybe be different, but like always fine.
只要我们能够减少我们的小失误，我们就准备好向冠军发起挑战。
The West trying to find all of these angles, and there it is. Easy does it. Himas and Taikon.
Bọn mình đã chuẩn bị một tâm lý cũng như phong độ ổn định để chuẩn bị bảo vệ ngôi vương.
The positives were closing out games. When we were in spots we should have won, we did pretty well in closing those out. So we just need to keep on top of that, and hopefully our strengths can shine through. At this stage where legends are born, it's our turn.
Hey, we outside. Yeah, we outside.
money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah, in other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we outside. Yeah, we out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. Better catch up, cause we outside.
It has been a long few weeks here in Shanghai with PGS 3 and now PGS 4, and that might be one of the reasons why the leaderboard here in the Grand Finals is looking the way that it does. A lot of names, some of them aren't even here in the final stage, but if they are, they're towards the bottom. I wonder if this endurance run is going to be indicative of the performances that we've seen so far, that we're going to continue to see today and tomorrow as PGS 4 wraps on up.
Talk time and time again about how this is more than just a test of skill. It's a test of your mettle, a test of your mentality, your discipline, and most of all, your longevity. In a format like this, 2 high-pressure scenarios back-to-back in quick succession, a lot of teams will look to crumble, but those who have the experience on their side may just rise to the top.
And there's a big spotlight on the team currently on your screen, E-Arena. 71 points after the first 6 days. It's a lot of points, and it's a pretty big gap between them and second place Twisted Minds sitting at 58. The big question is, can they hold on? This would be the first time the team in the lead lets slip their grip on the top.
Thing on the desk, we said, as long as E-Arena can maintain a middling day, they're still in a very strong position for a push on the final day of the final stage. Talking about 4 to 5 points a game, that would put them at approximately 100. That's still very good after a 12-game margin, but behind them, you've got the likes of Twisted Minds, Falcons, and then a little bit of a drop-off to the rest of the pack. Petrichor Road on 34 points as well. They'll be looking to turn their fortune around quickly on day number 2.
Yeah, it is tight along the middle there. You're right about that one. There's a bunch of teams in the mid to lower 30s or the higher 20s, which means that even towards the end, which maybe we shouldn't talk about it, it's a bit early for that, but towards the end, like their position, even in the middle of the pack, can fluctuate a sizable amount. I mean, look, let's look at this. Cerberus down in 13th place. They've had high kill victories before. Na'Vi have also had a high kill, maybe not victories, but still high point scoring rounds for them. They're currently in 15th place. There are teams here across the entire leaderboard that can pull out some amazing rounds. And if any of them can start off today hot, which we're doing right now as we head over to Erangel, but if any of them can pull one of those rounds out now, their momentum is going to shift. The fear on the top of the leaderboard could also shift.
We've seen them do it. All of those down towards the bottom end of the standings. Currently, the bottom 4 have all had massive moments, whether it be at PGS 3 or in the group stage of PGS 4, but we're yet to see it on display here and now, where it all matters the most. The prize pool, the PGS points, and the power rankings for teams that comes into play later down the line this year, all up for grabs, and it has to start right now on Erangel.
Not a bad playing path to start things off. Not great, not perfect, but could be worse. And at the very least, this one highly suggests that it is not going to be Sosnovka Island.
Could just find a way.
They might.
The way that things have been going, but no, it certainly seems that's not going to be the case. Maybe we might get a glimpse at the elusive northern zones. It's been a little bit of a while since we saw too much up towards shooting range and above. Gen G would, I'm sure, benefit massively from a zone like that as they head uncontested up towards the north. Virtus Pro made a little bit of an adjustment on their loot spots. In yesterday's matches, they were sharing Yasnaya. You can see the expected loot locations with 4 AM. This time they've backed away just a little bit just to give themselves a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, taking a bit of a mansion split there, but as you can see, the observers are identifying that Na'Vi are currently up in Stalber. They're not going to melt a power, or, I mean, of course their plan B is Novo. That's too far to come from this plane path. But strangely enough, I was just talking to the coaching staff earlier today. They really like to prioritize their primary drop spots. So melt to power, maybe that's a bit too far for them, or this could be a counter call, a strategy to avoid potential bridge camps. Who knows? But seems to be paying off because this first circle up in the Stallber area could be an impactful position if Na'Vi find their priority spot early.
I think for Na'Vi, likely they would have been well aware of the adjustment between 4 AM and VP, and that means that the vehicle spawns towards the southern side of the flight path would be even more contested. So they don't want to take any early risks. We've already seen on day number 1 that teams are playing a much more risk-averse style out here in the final stages. And make sure that you get your eyes and ears over to PUBGesports.com, where you can hear the team's communications as they plot out the path ahead.
Yeah, you can hear firsthand if they are actually going to commit to that risk-averse style, because you're right about that. Anyone with any eyes on the game could observe that teams were a little tentative to full commit onto fights because of the threat of third parties. I mean, one reason why E-Arena was doing so good yesterday is that they capitalized so well on jumping on moments and opportunities, and a lot of those were from fights that started that they were able to collapse in and clean on up. But that's usually what happens on events. The starting couple of games, the starting day is a bit slow, and things start to ramp up as the stakes get even higher.
Yeah, let's not forget that this is still the first time that this exact lobby has come together, so they've now had a couple of games on each of the Battleground maps to suss out the competition, the rotation paths and timing. Teams have made some adjustments coming into the Grand Finals. For example, Falcons now with full control of Rozhok. Pachinki was left open and available with the failure of Sonics and 17 Gaming's to make it to the Grand Final, so Petrichor Road playing from that position as well, so their timings will be a little bit different to what we would expect out of a team like 17 in the group stages. So all of those little things can contribute massively to how much the game can sort of go in your favor in the early phases or not.
Currently looking at TSM, a team that is very familiar with dealing with the bridges around Georgiapol, dealing with bridge camps and trying to catch other teams out and really fight with the North Georgiapol teams on rotate. North Georgiapol is E-Arena, and with the circle being towards the east, might lead to some interesting interactions because TSM towards the bottom, arguably nothing to lose. E-Arena towards the top, a lot to lose.
Very much so. TSM, team that knows what it's like to be up at the top, but fall off in form, not entirely through fault of their own in many circumstances. It's a little bit unfortunate to see, given that we know that they're capable of it. They've shown it literally in the same week as this. Howl playing a classic Howl game, making an early move out from Shelter. They fought for this place up against Weibo Gaming and have managed to maintain their hold on it uncontested, despite both Weibo and Armory Gaming scrapping over the Shelter position. But early on, Rello will take a loss as he pushes straight in towards Twisted Minds. They made a move just early enough, and that's what I mean. Unfamiliar rotation timings, playing from different positions. Twisted Minds catch out the first for free.
Yeah, really good capitalization on that. There is Mime in the sky taking a solo E pickup. Could be using that as a scouting maneuver, but with the rest of the Falcons having to turn tail and find another avenue into the zone. This river cutting off potential sort of wrapping angles away from that Twisted Minds camp is going to put Mime a bit further ahead from the rest of the team. If he's able to find a spot, and let's be clear, Mime is very good at what he does, which is get ahead of his team and open up a position, open up an angle to come on in, but he's going to be going into Yasnaya off the back of this one. Could find a place towards the north, but of course will be contesting with Genji and Na'Vi if he flies too far that direction.
Just going to try and find somewhere as a potential home base for Flood and Snakers to make a push towards relative safety. He's taken a long game, just casually scouting for as long as he possibly can, not feeling too much pressure from the shots from 4 AM, a lot of them flying past, but nothing connecting as it currently stands. He's still going. He's still just holding control up there, gliding his way forwards. Almost like a Fayorist, getting free information.
Right.
It might just work out in favor of Falcons as they can get the regroup.
I mean, the downside of this particular parachuting off of an E-pickup is that you can't cut the parachute and then redeploy until you're like a certain height. So he's stuck up there. If he does start to get tagged, he's gone. But it was a lot more free to get to. E-pickup's a lot easier to deploy than a glider, of course, and he's just going to be up there feeding the information. The rest of the team is now grouping up, but not the only team that are coming in from the north side, as yes, indeed, E-Arena and TSM rotating next to each other. No one has pulled up to really commit to a fight just yet, but I think TSM Alo has been able to corner Tigger. Tigger is backing away, allowing TSM to rotate on through, and so the potential early fight, however an advantage that they would have, TSM are not going to they will not be taking it. They will prefer to get into the zone, find a better early position. This is, in fact, still only phase 1.
It was almost at the midpoint of day one of the final stage, where TSM seemed to almost flip a switch and think, okay, things haven't gone great for us, but we know that we're capable of coming in those top positions. They did it in the group stages, so getting more aggressive. It was on Vikendi and Tago that they really started to commit to those pushes, and they're looking to bring some of that same energy as they force E-Arena away. But Rex now has the full information. Creeping forwards from Gen G, they got just ahead of Falcons into the compound. He's doing his best not to give any audio cues away.
Slow walking up, and just with Snakers and Mime so far away, if Flood goes down here, very likely could get instantly confirmed, instantly flushed. Doesn't seem to be aware of Rex at all. Now spotting out other members of Gen G, so could have a little bit of a spider sense going on here.
I think he heard something.
Oh, very close one there, but Flood now has the information and a vehicle to play with. Could be looking to fall away, but Rex with the grenade in hand tosses that one up. Cooked pretty well, but Flood backs away just in time.
Rex might have just given away a single footstep. His shuffles just not quite short enough. Flood seemed to sniff out the information that a player was creeping their way closer, and Mime holding the angle as well. Yes, the grenade did some damage, and Flood will fall back into the vehicle, but no follow-up to come through. Mime will make sure of that.
Really good covering fire by the teammates. The second they found that information out, good adjustment, and Falcons having lost the first player already. The only death of this round so far, of this day so far, if they had lost a second, would be a terrible first round to try and maintain their top 3 position, but good recovery there as we see E-Arena rotate into Stallber, and again, TSM aren't far from this.
Not all too surprised that the late wrapping teams are coming in towards similar positions. Na'Vi, I mean, would normally be among their number, but they, dropping on towards Stallber at the start of the game, have got a slightly more central position, as now have FaZe Clan arriving into the northern side, up on the hilltops to the western side of Lipovka. Behind them, though, is New Happy and Legacy, both wrapping in extremely late on the south, making entries at about 8.5 minutes. And regardless of where this zone shifts, there are going to be teams who are going to start being forced together and squeezed for position.
This could be an early fight for Stallber. You see Zizzy looking around, waiting to see if TSM give him an opportunity for a kill. And of course, Walitai also rotating in from the north, not too far behind. These first 2 teams, and the sound of those vehicles arriving could pull either of these teams out. In fact, but Zizzy's trying to strike, just barely can't get that first knock.
Zizzy does this so well. Almost like the Sololzy role in the dominant run of PGS3's final stage. For Cerberus Esports, playing solo, holding the backline, making sure that his team is safe, and enabling the players like Jacob, like Tigger, to get aggressive. TSM trying to find an avenue, find an angle to get in, but Zizzy will hold the line. Not quite enough to get the knock. Would have been an all-important one, no doubt, but for now it's just a scare for TSM. But they do manage to keep Vol 4 alive.
Yeah, there are a couple of pockets that TSM can play here. At the very least, it is not a high-priority position in Phase 1. They will likely have to move into a different position, perhaps one they can fight more effectively from. But really at this point, it's about finding hard cover. They know Walitai are going to be to the north, so play for safety, play conservative. At this point, we are only less than 10 seconds away before Phase 2, where they're going to have to make the next decision of where they're going to go. Similar story for New Happy as they approach the south of FaZe Clan. But where is Phase 2? It's going to be a hard shift all the way down to the south. Stallber is no longer a factor. Petrichor Road, dead center of this one, and suddenly it is wide open. The terrain south of Yasnaya is a stark contrast to what we see in the north.
Good news for teams like FaZe, like New Happy, like Legacy, who wrapped all the way in towards the south, late into Phase number 1. Gen G's already disengaged entirely from their potential fight against Falcons that never really came to fruition, but that gives them a good avenue to start making a move down towards the south of the western side of the zone. Sololzy pulling out of a compound as the entirety of FaZe Clan just rock up behind him.
Good covering fire by the teammates. Himas landing some shots, but Sololzy is the one that goes down 2 Genes, as you also see TSM get multiple kills against Walitai in the kill feed. So Cerberus Esports pushed away from their position, a really, really fast collapse by FaZe Clan, and it seems that they come out on top with this one. They might have lost that vehicle. Quick little coupe just shoved up on the rock there, but they get 1 kill out of it. They get a nice position, and surrounded by fields, it's a really interesting spot to defend from. It's only 1 story. There's a little bit of vulnerabilities to it, but there's a big, wide gap of what we call sort of zone of influence.
Yeah, that's a kind of position where you're not really anticipating keeping your vehicles
right
up and healthy. It's a 4-man commitment into a spot and hoping that the next couple of zone shifts go in their favor. But it's a powerful position if it works out in their favor. Some shouts going along behind us as Howl getting tangled up close with 4am. Not too sure where those knocks came from, but HSM trying to punish, trying to get up close, but he's turned back.
Yeah, pulled away from that one. Don't exactly know what pressured them to do that. I think it might just be Petrichor Road being curious and peeking up over that hill. Hal should be able to get these revives, both of them in the corner here, as long as there's no sneaky grenade that can somehow make its way through, but all of the threats have pulled away from that one. Revive should be able to become successful. Genji now with that rotate that we saw through the Asnaya bridges. Coming in now from the southwest side, a bit of an open gap, and they're playing this one in a 2-2 split. Could get caught out, spotted out by New Happy as they approach in. And now TSM as well arriving again with those first 2 kills. Are they aware of Bleed's existence here on the sort of high-low double compound that's just on the edge?
I would imagine they are. Sparking is still in a vehicle. He's up towards the north playing the high ground. Bleed in a bit of a 2-2 split just to the northern side, not only of TSM, but over to the north of Mansion as well, where Bleed had a very excellent game yesterday. Didn't quite do enough to secure the chicken dinner, to secure the win, but it was by far their highest performing game of the final stages so far. Now with a bit of pressure coming in from Sparking up north. In that position, they can hold it for now, and there is some space open and available further into the zone, as is the case for Falcons on the opposite side to the west. Although Gen.G starting to flex their hold, need to be aware of teams coming in late of the blue zone.
Falcons rotating up into J compound with only 25 seconds left. It makes sense to not want to commit any further into the zone. Remember, they came all the way from the north, from Stahlberg, a more conservative rotate, a safer rotate in. They likely don't have the same information on where all the other teams are playing inside the zone, so good to take this one slow. But TSM, yes, they are now aware 100% that Bleed have members here. Aquaman already down as we see a fight happening in Yasnaya between 4am and E Arena. Jacob has been confirmed as well as the shift goes towards the north.
VP was setting up one of their classic maneuvers. Just before the zone popped, they hopped onto the back of an emergency parachute, ready to go wherever this zone would take them. Fortunately, it's taken them right back to where they started, so a quick drop back on towards Heaven. We've seen multiple games end around that area, and we expect big things from VP in a position like this.
But TSM, most fighting team in this round so far. It's still the early game, but already putting 3 kills in their pocket, trying to climb up from the double digits, building that momentum, building that confidence to see how much further they can take it, because they are coming in from the edge as Legacy now roll up onto a dip not far from Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road should be aware of this. This could be vulnerable to grenades at this range, but it all depends on how comfortable Petrichor Road are at sending themselves out on the field, just like we see Chewy here.
As it stands right now, there's enough teams putting pressure on towards one another further to the south. Cerberus, FaZe, Gen.G, and Falcons all denying each other the opportunity and the space to push in towards Pero, so they have the freedom to actually push out, send a couple out from their compound, send a couple of grenades. Chewy still has his in hand, just trying to make sure he gets in range, spread them out across the team so they can combine the utility. Here it comes, a barrage towards Legacy.
As we also see Falcons swing in along the side of this. I was wondering if that was going to be a distraction. Petrichor Road, it is not. The grenades land. Summer and Aches left all chiming in with damage. We'll see if Falcons want to play off of this one, as Legacy are eliminated in virtually the blink of an eye. One final shot from Ibiza onto LFP is all it took. And with the arrival of Falcons, Petrichor Road do not want to overstay their welcome.
That just feels like one of those that happens to you every single time you play a ranked game. Just a team just runs out across the open and no one shoots at them. Nothing really Legacy could do from that position. They couldn't fight back without VP third-partying onto them. Just an unfortunate spot for them to have pulled up in, but not really many options towards this side of the zone. The Falcons, they heard all the commotion. They pulled up a little bit just outside of range, and maybe thankful that they were a little bit later so they weren't the victims of such a bombardment.
New Happy now also playing in from the edge. Little garage spot onto Mansion. A good compound, but Mansion's not exactly a priority position in this zone, but it's still going to be an okay position to try and play leapfrog from, get the information, play in through the mid game. Because as you can see with the sends from Legacy and Falcons not being particularly confident ending spots, there aren't that many positions to play high. Agency positions are already found by Howl, Virtus Pro, and Petrichor Road. Anything else beyond that, a lot more sketchy.
Yeah, it's not great. You're not one of the teams that holds on to one of the compounds. Should this go anywhere close towards the center, it's all going to be little dips and ridges and the rest of its fields.
Ooh.
Certainly not ideal. Himas trying to do him-ass things, walk for free across the open, try and find an opening. No big ridges on Miramar to walk up this time. Yep, Virtus.pro, not a surprise at all. That emergency parachute got called off so quickly. More than happy just to sit in that compound and force the rest of the game to come towards them.
God, this is such a strong compound. There is a chance that they get a lot of kills from this position, but some of them will have to be steals because there is a lot of rotations that are going to be crashing into each other. Everyone's on the edge. They can only maintain those positions for so long, but Tosi from Gen G getting ever closer into Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road's position is no longer in the zone. Do they stay here, try and fight it out, or do they send it into the dip that they took from Legacy with the grenades and the smokes coming out from Gen G? Could push them further towards the east and only giving this spot away because, again, this compound not in the zone.
Yeah, this game's really on a clock now. It's on a timer. You've got two options. You fight on the edge or you try and make a push in towards the middle, catch VP in a 3-1 split with Quizzy holding the north, or Twisted Minds rock up to where Falcons have set up with the folded shields, but Perfectix with a P90 and Ibby contributes with a Panzerfaust from above, and Falcons meet the same fate as Legacy.
But how long are Twisted Minds going to be able to survive here? We saw how easy it was for them to roll on up. The P90 suppression certainly helped, but there's not a lot of cover there. And now Gen G, they are in fact going to be taking this position from Petrichor Road, but some are setting up on an off angle. A knock already found onto Adder. Molotov thrown out to try and confirm that one, and the smoke there for a little bit of safety, a little bit of more room and space to play around with. But time is running short. As you said, a minute and a half is left before Phase 4 is closed.
Haisaki's made his appearance on the southern side of the minimap. Gen G will land a grenade. They will dislodge Summer from that position that was anchoring them from pushing any further in towards the compound onto the rest of Petrichor Road. And Howl is even flexing out of their compound to the north, hearing all of the shots, all the chaos, all the grenades. But it's Cerberus that's probably the more immediate threat, particularly to Ike's left. Trying to keep his head on a swivel, watch both at the same time. But now even FaZe Clan starting to make a move too.
The center of the zone is so dead. Everyone else is just fighting here on the edge. Shuri with a bit of a bolt action shot, trying to follow up with the barrel spray. Doesn't get the knock that he was looking for, and that would have been so crucial because, as you say, everyone is converging on this position. They would rather fight it out to the death on the edge here than try and make a send towards the center, try and make a send to be pitted below Virtus.pro Sky Garden compound. Blue is collapsing, overtaking Gen G. The shots have to come out. Axleft has been knocked by Rex as we see everything light up in the kill feed, but Ming and Chewy, last two left for Petrichor Road. Grenades come out, shots come flying through, blind in the smoke. And there it is, that should be it. No, 1 point of HP left. Tosi still standing, but deep in the blue. That blue zone damage is really starting to rack up.
He's still alive. He must have a jammer pack. Somehow he survived. The spray from Haisaki, he lost him. The second that he just touched the tip of that smoke grenade, he just hit the deck immediately. Haisaki continued to track where the run would have been. It's not the case. It's fallen apart on this push for Cerberus. Someone had to fall first. It will be them. But they came into third party, both Gen G and Pero. And ultimately, all three of those teams are likely to fall, but Cerberus falling first was not on the cards for their game plan.
Not at all, even with the P90. Despite losing player early on, that's such a powerful weapon, you have to give it a little bit of a bonus when you compare teams facing off against each other. But the circle, as we saw, Phase 5 does continue to favor Virtus.pro Sky Garden, and a lot of teams still finding themselves on the edge. A revive coming through from Petrichor Road to stay at least at 2, but how do Howl get themselves out of this spot? They cheese towards the south, but with all 4 still up, they want to take a much more straightforward fight, and at the moment it's going to be against 4 AM with Wally Tai pitted between.
Considering which team this is, which region they're from, got a pretty good idea how Howl might want to get out of this position, and it probably involves all 4 of them getting into a car and just driving forwards. But alternatively, getting the headshots on towards Uniques in a position that is still outside the zone might give them a reason to stick around a little bit longer. Orkarin has no real choice in the matter. He has to remain where he is. TSM does not know about him. But as soon as they try and make this push out of the mansion, he's in a prime position to stab them in the back.
TSM E-pick up to the spot, all the way in from the north. Again, just another reminder of how open this rotate is. 4 AM, no other option. They're going to be sending it on in. Virtus.pro, E-Arena already here. Twisted Mind still pitted below. The car goes way up in the air out in the open. HSM swings off all the way to the side. But the knocks are only just now starting to come on in against them.
And Godv ran himself over on the bike, and that wasn't even the one that was flying through the air. But 4am have actually just given the alarm bells, the signals to everyone else that, hey, there's no one even in this position. This was totally free. But E-Arena have now taken that opportunity to make the push.
But was the last one up, 1 HP, proned out in the open, but with the chaos of 5 teams now here at Sky Garden. Well, they are eventually going to be found. 4 Angry Men eliminated in 12th place, but it is a mosh pit. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Yeah. Come on, let's make it 7. Come on, where is it? More teams in. We want more.
There's just nowhere else for anyone to go. It's just this King of the Hill high ground that VP have been holding on to, and they're allowing all the peasants around them to scrap between themselves.
Good grenades, good frags, good knocks. Howl are falling as we speak. Stuns come out. Ferris is trying to take point. Walitai are eliminated in 11th. As I believe it was Example's grenade that did the last job there. Ruin goes down. It's all on to one member left for Howl, is trying to stick one revive. Surely one teammate left standing to try and make something of this moment.
Yeah, there's no way they can get over to Code Marco. That gap in the smoke's just far too big. Diffix has that on lockdown, and now with Lyrics up on the roof as well. Orcarin has activated from his position. It's enough to catch out Luke 12 as TSM makes a push out of the mansion. They were taking a fight up against New Happy close on their south, and they have to. There's nothing else to play. VP now forces everyone from the northern side to push in towards the southern tip of the compound where they're holding, and there is nothing else but a vast expanse of open fields and maybe a tree or two for anyone to play in this game. More people are going to be dying very, very soon.
Very, very soon. Win your fight. Win the fight that is in front of you. That's really the only play that is left for the majority of these teams. Petrichor Road still surviving, the duo that is left. 7 kills for them. But they're not alone with the question of how in the world are we going to make it further from this?
Options are limited. Everyone's tried it to make a send in towards whatever ridges, whatever dips there exists around the Sky Garden compound that VP's been holding on to for so long. There's just nothing left. Petrichor Road, I can't imagine them getting any much further into this game. Maybe getting a placement point if they're fortunate, if their timing can be good, but it really won't be too much more than that from this position.
There's been a bit of a standstill here on the small little dips around the north side of this compound set. But it's not going to last long, and Petrichor Road are now trying to find some angle to the north. Chewy's gone down. It's all left to Ming, half HP. Chewy gets confirmed. Stolen by Lucarux. Takes that kill away from Twisted Minds. That puts it 4 apiece between those two teams in terms of kills. We have yet to enter placement points. We have yet to enter placement points.
Yep.
There are still that many teams alive. But with the blue coming in, I still spot, what is this, 4 teams, maybe 5 teams that aren't in the Phase 6 zone. TSM are now out. We have finally entered placements.
Yep.
Top 8 confirmed. Who's going to go out next?
Well, New Happy have done well to survive the onslaught as best they can. They've actually managed to keep all 4 alive, but with pressure from TSM and third-partying shots from above, VP in that position, that's no easy feat to keep all 4 alive. It gives them a chance to try and wrap around as Hakatori tries to make an entrance, sat down immediately. Tigger's there waiting with an S12K, and while he's traded, it won't be enough to dislodge E-Arena.
Bleed also got eliminated. I'm looking at the map now. It seems that everyone is in the zone. Even E-Arena, they have a small corner of that building.
It's not much.
It's not much. Not at all. And Virtus Pro, they need to start getting activated if they want to farm the points from this position. It's understandable that they don't have too many from now because everyone was just trying to avoid this position. But with all 4 still left up, Virtus Pro playing it safe, allowing those teams to get under them, conceding buildings over to those other squads was all to keep them at full strength. 4 members standing. If they could hit double-digit kill points here, but they need to take care of E-Arena first.
Well, for Virtus Pro, it's come down to a bit of a resource management game now. Ibi, extremely low on ammo for the DMR, needs to make those 9 bullets that he has last, or potentially ask for a little bit from his teammates. But as an IGL, you've got to prioritize your fraggers having what they need to be able to do their job to fulfill their role on the team.
E-Arena, we saw the push. We saw even more concession by Virtus Pro because New Happy also have an angle. They are still in the zone. They are still alive. They have a small def lead to play behind, but no longer because the phase continues to go to the north. Virtus Pro are now back to being virtually dead center of this zone, and they're just going to let everyone around them still try and fight it out. They're going to keep control of their buildings. That's the most important thing for them.
Well, once Twisted Minds had dislodged Falcons from this spot, they've been allowed to survive in this position by virtue of their being presence elsewhere, but surely that won't last too much longer now. New Happy are committing to making a push. Vex will be the one to sit down December 12th, and it will be confirmed by Gustav.
There the push comes in. They've lost one on the crash, and this makes it a 3 versus 3. Assuming Virtus.pro do not find third-party angles onto this. Grenades come out. Damage onto Non. And counter grenades, counter flashes, counter frags, and that's a lot of damage. Lyrics going to go for the push. Gets one, gets two. Can he go for the third? It is a full wipe for E-Arenas. They are not going to go out of first place easy.
New Happy just rocked up into a death trap that they didn't even know was set because it wasn't at the time. No way to scout it, but E-Arena, so good with their aggression timing, spotted an opportunity, Lyrics lines them up and knocks them all down.
And now it's FaZe's turn. They have a couple of trees to try and hide behind, but with Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds, two teams with lines of sight onto their position, the send through is getting caught.
Nowhere to go. They've got a tree to work with. It's not even in the zone. They just have to hope, beyond hope, that someone dies before them. That's really all they can do at this point, or some sort of miraculous Panzerfaust to get a quad kill, but I mean, I don't know. It's not looking good.
Virtus.pro getting activated. Virtus.pro are getting activated as are Howl, and that's going to pull Twisted Mind's attention back towards the north. The moment is not able to get taken by FaZe as they go out in 5th place, and Twisted Minds go out just after. VP4, E-Arena 3, Howl with 2 if they can get the revive here. But with Nixie gone down, the E-Arena are in position to try and take this whole thing over.
And that's huge. That's drawn the attention of VP away. They were turning their entire force over to sweep Howl away from this position, but now they've been forced to turn back. That gives an opportunity for Howl to get back to a 2-man. Lucarux has had to give ammo over to Ibby so he can even play the game at this point. He switched over to a micro Uzi. They're playing tower defense.
I mean, the tower that they're defending is still in the zone, as it will remain to be, but the ending is going to be below the shelf, below the hill where Twisted Minds were just eliminated from. But you can't go there first. It's going to be a fight till the end. I can only imagine every single team has their position of cover, and any attempt to peek out of it, it's not going to be a particularly safe one.
Well, funnily enough, it's the worst zone that Howl could really have asked for. I mean, they can try and wrap around the south, go into the position where there does still remain some cover from where the Falcons went down, from where Twisted Minds pushed into and met the same fate. But if they do so, there's no one really to defend against Virtus.pro just peeking up over the top.
Whoa, watch Tigger here, going for a slow flank on the north, looking to catch another member out. I mean, just looking at Howl, they're not paying attention in that direction. Who knows what Virtus.pro is putting their own eyeballs towards it, because, again, they're already down to 3. Even just removing 2 eyes from the situation can limit the information that you can gather. So slow approach around, but the Blues coming on in. If Tigger can really break open this entire game from this position, from this flank, that would be absolutely amazing.
He's just bouncing his way around, really, but I don't think he has the utility to completely flush out VP or even Howl from this spot. He can maybe at best make use of that Molotov to make the balcony more difficult to play for Ibby for the time being. But he might just be better holding on to that until the zone starts to close and force them down from that position anyway. Ketpa, though, starting to make a move down south for Howl, looking for any sort of opportunities, any sort of angles, and it's Lyrics who might just be at danger of providing one.
Lyrics has taken the vehicle. Could be using it just for temporary cover at the moment because I don't see any trees that are valuable to play behind. At least not at the moment. 10 seconds left or so before the final phase begins to close on in.
That's so bold to just walk out on wide peak like that, but he got a lot of information. There's really no other way that he could have found out whether or not Howl had made their way over down towards the vehicles, to the trees, anything, but risking his life for just a second and now spots the head of the Mad just to confirm what he already suspected.
Yeah, they knew that there's another team playing on the opposite side, but seeing is a different story entirely. Shots come out. None of them land, but it's all about reminding Howl that they cannot come this direction for free, but neither of these teams wants to commit because they know that Virtus.pro is going to be the last of the party, and usually when you're third, you're going to win the entire thing.
This is just the way the game is now. That's an IGL out there that's doing those high APM mechanical peaks. Makes it so difficult to hit, and yet their accuracy is so on point. The level of play on every player here is just insane, regardless of their role on the team.
Level 3 Helm, free P90. I'll take that one. Ketpa also grabs a couple of grenades from Twisted Mind's bodies, and with those in hand, could try and dismount E-Arena's position. But again, you cannot overcommit yet. You cannot push this too early, too fast. Molly's come flying back in. Keppa's going to be running through it. Has to prone down, 77 HP.
Trying to line up the grenades to roll down the hill. Keppa gets a heal off just in time to prevent himself from going down. Irina doesn't really want to commit too much more, especially now with Ibby up on the roof. He's got prime position, but it's temporary. It won't last. If he wants to try and get a knock, now has to be the opportunity.
Peeking over, trying to get the information, and Tigger is watching as the rest of the arena keeps their eyes on Howl. But Blues on grenades, ready by Virtus Pro. And EB has to drop off of the high ground. The spray comes out, almost gets knocked, but Tigger isn't able to find the lethal damage just yet. That will stall Virtus Pro's push momentarily as EB gets a first aid kit off. But now they might be locked in. The spray from Tigger comes out, gets the first, but EB swinging around the side, could be catching a different angle. As Lucarux now goes down to the blue, EB needs to get activated. Last one up for Virtus Pro, confirms that kill. 9 kills for Virtus Pro.
Zizzy having to deal with the Howl push on the bottom side at the exact same time. If he can still do this, he does!
He did! How? From the high ground, this is what I was saying. No one wanted to commit to the fight because they could not guarantee that they will be the last ones up, and it was hard fought to the very end. But Virtus Pro do come out on top with the win. 11 kills for it.
Tigger rubbing his eyes, covering his face in disappointment. He missed the crucial piece of information that the player lurking behind the folded shield was not the one who he had tagged down to single-digit hit points as he drops off the roof. Getting caught out by Ibby on the close-range angle through the bushes was the downfall, ultimately, of the arena.
But what a run by both Howl and Irina coming into that position and being able to hold off as strong as they did. Quite a few kills shared between those top 3 squads alone, and that's it for game number 1. We got 5 left today.
The spot's called heaven, but it felt like Dante's Inferno, as every circle was worse than the last. Ultimately, VP wins game 1. And Matt, a quick reminder, they have played, I believe, 4 days in this PGS 4 event, and they've won a chicken dinner in the first game of 3 of them. Pretty impressive.
It's its own level of consistency.
Right?
I mean, see, I got a joke for you since you introduced that one. It was like, I know that all dogs go to heaven, but apparently children.
Nice. I knew you'd get the Dante's Inferno reference. That's what I can count on you for, Matt. Classical literature references. This really was brutal, and as much as it is a joke, it did kind of feel like a pilgrimage for some of these. I mean, it was tough transitions, nowhere to go. Teams trying to figure out how to play this, and for me, E-Arena played this insanely well.
Yeah, especially in the fact that they lost Jacob so early inside of this round. And with this, it's just Tigger that will step up in these specific moments and find really good angles to play from. But also, VP did a great job on controlling this for so long, and we do have to admit it's a fairly easy to control territory, but there were so many teams around the outside of this that meant the fact that every single time they were going for a peek, there was going to be teams that were looking at them, and E-Arena just kind of was sweeping that lower section, protecting VP on one angle, and then we had Howl on another one. And so really VP just got to start maintaining the further distance so that way nobody else could encroach in.
You know, and Howl took the passive approach. No judgment on that. They sort of let everybody else fight it out because where Howl was, there just was no cover whatsoever. E-Arena had to deal with that split. They had to decide, do we send everybody up on top to deal with VP, or do we sort of hold this position because they had the center dot? They moved that car sort of to represent where it was. I can't judge them for their decision. I also think, to me, the big takeaway was the way that Tigger played that, because they had what I would call leading finals confidence. They could send people off to do solos because worst case scenario, he goes down, they can't res him, but you know what? We've got 71 points in the hopper. We're still putting kills on the board.
I just really love the way that they held that split, right? They had the 2 on the low ground because they already knew that where Howl was. That also meant the fact that they can control the center dot, so that way whenever VP would come down. And then Tigger just absolutely unloaded. Remember that technically he killed the first member for VP up there, got the flush on it, then knocked the other 2, And then it was just EB was the only one that could stop Tigger on the top of that one. So just a phenomenal performance from him to really buy way more space for E-Arena.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, it has been game after game after game where E-Arena is showing us not only do they win when they get the circles, like they are just absolutely game presence ready and able to win fights that, like, you don't think they're going to win these peaks, and their flicks are incredible.
Well, I want to say, I don't know if I can pin it down just quite yet, but we're seeing that they know how to navigate the terrain in almost every single circle to their benefit.
Yeah.
Specifically locations where they can start playing cover bouncing. Like if we look back to the Erangel that was just a bit east of this, whenever we look, it was around Forest.
Yes.
They got control over that area by really just kind of shifting and having multiple firing lines available to set up a lot of crossfire. This is another continuation of that in some type of variance. Tigger up high while he had the other two that were kind of low to make sure the fact that they had crossfire capabilities. And we often see that, but with the splits and 2-2s and whatnot, they're doing it in a bit more of a 50 meters to 100 meter range and really executing cleanly.
We also got a Masters class in APM peaks from both of these teams, Virtus.pro and E-Arena. If you guys haven't noticed, that's this new peak that we're sort of seeing where it's a crouch / peak / step all at the same time. It's insanely difficult. Like we've taken some footage of their hands. We will tweet it out later so you can see what these guys are doing. But it's wild, and it's like I think Saga said it best, that is an IGL doing it, and that is just crazy how high the level of play has come. Now, when we talk about great IGLs, Ibiza, man of the match. This is another IGL who's winning man of the match because of their incredible performance.
And I respect his facial hair choices. 6 kills, 5 knocks, and almost 800 damage. Moving over to Sky Garden / Heaven real early gave them a ton of control inside of that game. So good read. Whenever we were looking at Circle 3 or so, we kind of had it. We were talking about it in the green room about like, hey, there's 3 or 4 places this could go that could be good. I'm no surprise once Heaven shifted over, just prime position.
And absolutely. And I am willing to go on the record and say I think we should call it Sky Garden as a shout out to Paper Thin, who's not here, and all of our friends in that region.
See, I can't figure out which one I like more.
I love the sound
like
of Sky Garden.
But I also do like Heaven. It's just like so historic.
Well, that's where everybody wants to be, just like they want to be at the top of the leaderboard, and you're going to get a little bit higher up because VP got to Sky Garden first. They got the top, and they were able to put out a ton of damage and walk away with 11 kills. E-Arena, though, they get an insane amount, and the rich get richer. 87 points, seven games into this thing.
Yeah, so what? Holding down roughly a lot.
More
than 10 points per game. That's all you really need to know.
A stupid amount.
And whenever we look at Twisted Minds, they're holding down almost 10 points per game and just not even within touching range yet.
Twisted Minds is putting on an epic performance, okay? When you talk about scores 7 games in, E-Arena is just outclassing everyone on this map right now.
Speaking of, we also do have VP that's now shifted into third.
There are other teams.
Yeah, they've shifted in third. Falcon and Hal also had a good performance. Jinji with a pretty big slide on that.
Yeah, they did. But again, it was kind of an off game. If you weren't one of those teams that managed to get to a spot, we saw Falcons, right? They got into the tuck-in. Twisted Minds pushed up behind them and deleted them, but there wasn't much cover. So if you're a team that didn't get a hot spot right out the gate, that you just take what you could off of that match.
And I mean, that's where the original Heaven joke comes from for that location, right? Because if you're there, you feel good, and everybody else just feels terrible because you got a couple of trees, and that's about it to really work around. And let's not take anything away from VP. That was a ridiculously hard game to hold that for because there were 4 or 5 teams that were trying to encroach on it at different points. And there was just a ton of teams playing the low ground around it. There was a lot to track there. And while, sure, we saw a lot of damage numbers come out from it, it's not like they were just sitting there on their laurels like, oh, we've got Heaven, what else do we need? That was hard to hold out.
It was hard to hold, but I will say I was glad to see a circle in the middle of the map, okay, instead of one of these crazy south circles that we were dealing with yesterday. I want to see if it's moving day, if these teams have their chance to make it up the board, I want to see some good middle circles all day long, give everyone a shot.
Say it's moving day, but it looks like it's all of the reoccurring from day one.
Well, let's move over to game number 2, our last game on the grassy pastures with Saga and the Kamidi.
It's only the last game on Erangel of today. We still, of course, have 2 more tomorrow. But yes, indeed, Saga, I will say I disagree. I don't want center circles. That's a bit too boring. Give us a little bit. Let's go. What's wrong with the north? What's wrong with the west? Let's get a bit more diversity here.
Yeah, nothing as boring and bland as central circles for the Kamidi. We're having none of that over here. Give us some spicy, spicy stuff. We're out here in Shanghai, after all. The spicy food is exquisite, it's fair to say. So why not have some spicy circles to go along with it?
Spicy points coming up from the arena, not just in this event so far, this grand final, this final stage so far, but also even just on Erangel. What was that, 13.7 points per game?
Ooh.
They didn't even win the previous match, and they're still getting a bunch of points. But Barpo, top of kills for Erangel.
8 games in.
Yeah.
Averaging 520 damage per game. Zizzy has been the unsung hero of E-Arena the entire time. Even when it came up at the start of the day and we talked about the fantasy scores that the teams and the players have accrued for those who picked them, Zizzy was not even on that list because during the group stages it was the rest of the team that was picking up the slack. This time around, man, he's fragging in this final stage.
What's with this drop? Virtus Pro leave their original plan of, I mean, basically where they just won from the Mansion split, and they go all the way down to Sosnovka. That's going to be 3 teams down here. I was wondering if they had some sort of inclination that it was going to be a military base circle, but nope, it is going to be even more central than the previous game. A bit to the north, but this is going to put Twisted Minds and Falcons basically in dead center to start things off, and thanks, production. Thanks for that. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Did not need that today.
Or any day, rather.
On the bright side, that does bring up a good point. We were talking a little bit to some of the teams, and particularly those who have made roster changes, and especially when it comes to moving to a team that speaks different languages. Some of the teams are sort of international players, and the way that the call-outs differ from region to region. I mean, it's a potent example with Sky Garden, right?
Yep.
But certain teams have decided to go a step beyond and even have call-outs for individual rooms in buildings, so they can say, oh, there's one guy in the spooky, creepy baby puppet room. Just to speed up the comms a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a bit too many syllables. I think it is strictly just the baby room.
It's the most apt description.
Ooh, well, actually, I think we do have an interview coming up with, I imagine, it's going to be Haisaki, so let's hear what Cerberus have to say.
Sau khi bọn mình vô địch PGS 3 thì bọn mình đang có hơi mất tập trung và thiếu một xíu may mắn. Và mình mong là ngày hôm sau sẽ có nhiều may mắn hơn và bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành thứ hạng cao nhất. Trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay thì ở map Weekendy thì bọn em thể hiện được tốt nhất những pha combat của team, và nếu mà qua ngày mai thì bọn em vẫn sẽ giữ chiến thuật đấy và cố gắng bắn hết sức có thể. Thì chiến thuật bọn mình cũng vẫn sẽ không thay đổi gì nhiều đâu, và trong những trận sắp tới thì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hơn thôi.
I mean, yeah, this is an interesting question about Cerberus because they're currently in 15th place. This is the team that dominated PGS 3, looked really, really good, like they were going to continue that on their very first match, their first day of group stage. But then the second day of group stage, yeah, sure, they're playing around. They were already qualified. They still ended in, what, second place off of that? But then it's been slipping away, and you need to start asking the question, are they running out of steam? Is the endurance run of back-to-back having to play at such a high level, the momentum, once it drops off for even a second, can be difficult to try and regain that confidence to go for those plays.
Sure. I mean, there's always the age-old question, why fix it if it's not broken? And certainly playing the way that they did, Haisaki's commitment to that style makes a lot of sense given their recent results at PGS 3, walking away as the victors of the overall championship, but something ain't working for them this time around. But hey, if you want to get something that does work, head over to PUBG Esports, get a listen in with some of the team comms of the 6 teams that we have on display today. See how the things are working out for them.
Well, neither of them are TSM or Gen G, but they seem to be in a bit of a kerfuffle here. Kurt backing away, caught out, good covering fire by Alo. Could try and create an opportunity for a retreat by the TSM captain, or rather push forward and try to get a follow-up knock there. This could easily snowball one direction or the other one, but Kurt does seem to want to go for the fight. Ace at the ready to go for the shot. Catches Rex out in the open, gets the knock. What's the follow-up going to look like? Look at all of the angles by the rest of TSM. Kurt doesn't even have a scope on the mini, but going to go for the shots nonetheless.
We saw TSM in a position very similar to this, where they held on to this compound that they're currently fighting for, and then had to defend against a barrage of about 7 emergency parachutes during PGS 3. But it's a position that Kurt himself has said, if I could hold this every single game, I'd be a happy man. But Gen G is not going to let them take it without a fight.
A knock coming out from Adder, making this one a 1-for-1. And at some point, even in phase number 1, you have to worry about when is another team going to get curious? When is another team going to try and follow up in either third party or maybe even just collapse onto this? Adder, another knock coming on to Alo. It's starting to fall apart for TSM. It was a good start, but at this point, they might have bitten off more than they can chew.
It all starts to fall apart. The second the TSM start to consider backing away, Alo got caught on the run with his back turned, trying to disengage, and now Rello stole away the kill as well from long distance. He's been keeping tabs on things from the northern side of Rozhok and found an angle. There's another potential flush up there, but he won't be able to find it from this lower ground position. TSM, they tried to get a little bit aggressive. It worked out for them earlier on, and just did not quite work this time around. They've lost 2 of their members. Moving on now, only 25 points in 14th place. It's a heavy loss to take.
It is, but at least they were able to get out. The big worry is that once you start to lose players, especially when you are locked in that close to the opposing team, what if you all just happen to go down before 6.5 minutes? Same timing that we see Na'Vi take the bridge across. Remember, there were a number of teams, multiple teams on Sosnovka Island, but they seem to have all played nice on their way back into the mainland.
Yeah, E-Arena made their way off pretty sharpish, actually, and made their way over to Milta Power on the east so they can do a little bit of extra looting. That might end up costing Na'Vi, as they're making a wide wrap on the eastern coast as Legacy make a much safer rotation all the way up to the west, now making their way around Everest, and Kizera is going to start making a move up on towards the high ground to scout a little bit further forwards. Closest opposition would be Wali Tai. They're just over by Ruins. Should be able to scout that out, but Lyric's now putting shots in towards Na'Vi as they do make their move. It will force them wider along the coastline. Whether E-Arena try and use this opportunity to camp them and take the 3 points, or just go for their risk-averse style that's been serving them so well and just try and make a move towards the zone and get away from any potential early engagements.
Could be tempting, especially spotting a vehicle spin out like this, but Defex is able to correct it. Does not land on its back like a turtle. Legs flapping in the air as we take a quick peek onto Virtus Pro as well. Winners of the previous round, currently holding out 3rd place with 53 points, though that does kind of pale in comparison to the point scores that first and second have. But nonetheless, looking to follow up on that previous win, looking to get a second.
It's very slow. Push over the bridge from Virtus Pro, but it makes a lot of sense given, as you said, the sheer number of teams that dropped on towards Sosnovka Island. They know there's every possibility they're being bridge camped, and it's very difficult to scout it out from particularly up towards the lighthouse from this angle. Dizzy will once again lurk behind as a solo, allowing Na'Vi to make a move beyond. Trying to put some sprays in. Diffix with a swift little seat swap lands a headshot, and Bayerist had pulled up on an angle that could have cost Zizzy a little bit more had he been able to find another angle through the trees, but seems like neither team really wants to full commit into a fight. They're just happy to poke and prod at one another and continue the rotation.
It's an instance of, is this an opportunity? Okay, I'm going to hold it for 5 seconds, but I gotta get, I swear, guys, I really got to get into the zone. The same way that Legacy are trying to get to the zone up against TSM, seemingly completely unaware, and Sparking instantly eliminates a previous ex-teammate.
Sure would be the team that I said is taking the safer rotation that ends up driving face first into a compound and ending up getting caught out by Sparking. Just sat there quietly. No real attempt at scouting it out, or at least a successful attempt to scout the position first.
In Legacy's defense, when you're like TSM and you're already down to 2, usually you don't try and play that loud, very active. Yeah. So it's completely reasonable that they would just have a small little blind spot there. Though, you do also have to question Legacy taking the risk of sending 2 players all the way to the north like that, with the other 2 still playing back on Everest, really being greedy with their split.
Sparking did drive into that compound, so there was a vehicle on display somewhere. I'm not sure where.
Well, it's called Garage, so it was inside,
I'm not pointing fingers, I'm not naming names, I'm just saying that there was a vehicle there to give the position away, just was not spotted for one reason or another. Mime, now up close with Latte of Wali Tai. Not too sure who really initiated this push, but it looks as though it's Wali Tai starting to try and expand their hold out towards the west as Falcons have expanded out from Rozhok. This will remain in the position, and I don't know whether or not they've got the information, but they're hopping in their vehicles and backing away on the zone shift. Going to regroup. They feel a little unsafe, and rightly so. Latte seconds away from getting perfect opportunity.
Yeah, but look at all this immediate convergence onto Twisted Mind's central position around school, around apartments. We'll see if it continues to center up around that area, but Virtus Pro, the rotation through New Happy's hold here on the south does allow them to get a second. The spray down from December 12th to drop Quizzy down. So the previous chicken dinner winners gonna have a lot harder of a game to repeat it a second time around.
That was a clean spray. That car was moving fast from decent range as well, but set him down so swiftly. VP found very little to actually end up playing from. This is their real other game plan when they have a disadvantaged position. It's all about the pre-drives, but this time just getting a little bit too close to unsafe terrain.
It's not a lot. It's not a lot indeed. Though, interesting. Coupe, orange. It's in theme for Virtus Pro, but that's by the by. They're going to have to look to see if they can hold out in that spot, or perhaps rather send it into one of the mini apartments that Twisted Minds are trying to be oppressive landlords holding the entire block under their iron thumb. And TSM rotating their way through the bridges. Again, Legacy, a little bit of staring contest back and forth. Both wounded teams not wanting to get into a fight that's going to make them even weaker than they already are, but they both, of course, need to get into the zone across these bridges in through Boatyard.
Walitai have committed a little bit more in towards the Boatyard itself. A couple over just to the northern side of Pachinki as well in a pretty wide 2-2 split, but they have the information that it's TSM have regrouped over. They will have likely spotted Luke 12 as well, but no real attempt from Legacy to try and follow up with a push of their own. The southeastern side of the zone is looking real difficult for any of these teams to make an entrance through. It was Na'Vi in the arena that were threatening an engagement, but they've separated off, and FaZe have found themselves right in the middle of both.
Some damage coming out from Sosa, but at that range, you can't expect multiple instantaneous headshots, but really it's just to try and push FaZe away. If it ends up pushing them into E Arena, they can perhaps look for third partying, but it is only FaZe 2. Kill points are important, but you don't want to completely give up your position and perhaps throw your entire game to try and get one or two on the back of another team's team fight. Arena now also rotating in, only a couple of members left to make their way inside this zone. Low ground, not easy to scout into the center of this phase 2 from this position, but considering they had that sort of back and forth with Na'Vi, they came in from the edge. It's not the worst spot to come into, just try and set up their position, play from the edge throughout the mid game.
As we approach the status quo of the lobby, all the edge teams are playing out towards the edge, all the central teams making moves in towards the center, holding down whatever positions are available. This zone may just decide the fate of many of those yet to find themselves a solid home. There is plenty of space that would be pretty horrendous for this zone to shift in towards. The field south of Boatyards to the east side of apartments. Very, very limited in terms of the space available. The Howl, grateful that they've already managed to get a hold of a position for themselves.
Only a few seconds left. Will this continue to center up on school apps? It's going to go northwest. It's going to be Falcons dead center of this one, and it does have that water tower hill. Does that incentivize them to try and go for the high ground, or to instead play in a safer position in the buildings in Rozhok? You can see all the teams rotate in from the east, right next to each other. Na'Vi and Howl from the same region, perhaps having similar playbooks, but Ruin and Marco dealing a bunch of damage onto this.
You know it's bad when even Na'Vi is hopping into the vehicles and making a full send drive towards the center, but Howl, this is their playbook. This is what they do as often as they possibly can, and they're dang good at it too. Getting the drop on Diffex, he won't make it all the way, and Hakatori gets taken out as well.
All Snakers with the P90 gets a double there. The rest of the Howl all lined up. And in the window, Utility's coming out. It pushes Mime and Snakers away, sets them on fire, a touch. And the follow-up grenade could do it. In fact, no, it is the Molly. Snakers has gone down. And there were multiple collapses around this area as FaZe and what remains of Na'Vi crashing into each other in this dip.
Just everyone on the southeastern side of the zone had to make a send. They felt there was no other option. They've just pushed directly into the chaos, and now everyone's dying left, right, and center.
Mime's gone down. Ruin's the last one up. Can he confirm this kill before Gen G take him out? Howl are, in fact, eliminated. But so is Mime. Falcons have lost 2 on the defense, and Gen G is backfilling this entire fight. But here comes 4 a.m. More teams are joining the party.
The challengers approach. Falcons held the position up on the hilltop. Godfrey goes flying over the side, and Flood will claim that point for free. There was no way that Falcons could hold the high ground position. They have to go low, but everyone's still coming towards them. VHZ gets the knock, and it's stolen away by Barpo.
Again, the last player left for 4 a.m., but is able to find some cover. A small little building, but has yet to jump inside. You have to imagine potential snake or rat hiding in there. Delays Zipyan's push. But you also have to worry about not just the angles from the north of Legacy, angles on the south from Na'Vi if they want to take that high ground position. But for Angry Med, for Zipyon, this small corner behind the vehicle is going to be enough for now.
Would you believe it, Cameron? The one team who was down towards the southeastern side of the zone who did not get caught up in all that chaos. Funnily enough, it's the Arena, the team who really values keeping themselves alive and avoiding taking early losses and fights where they don't have all the control and all the cards in their favor. They just completely disengaged with everything, wrapped back around towards the west. They find themselves a position that's open and free to the southwestern side of the zone. Give themselves even a chance to call in a flare gun for a little bit of an extra boost. It just seems like playing the risk-averse style just paying off massively, and they're just doing it every single time.
Yeah, it really is. They know exactly when they have the ability and the dominance to be able to strike. Very much a, no, you guys go ahead, I'll catch up later, and they oftentimes do very well. The circle does center up. There is still that rave, that party in south of Rozhok, but Legacy sending it forward. That's going to be Virtus Pro. Eliminated a really good roll-up by Legacy. VHC, LFP, finding the shots, finding the damage, and they get themselves a small little position.
Turns out those two little orange coupes, team colors or not, didn't do much to provide any cover. They did enough to commit to making Ascend further in, but it only got them as far as 14th place. Rello now taken out, leaving Flood in a 1 versus 4, and there's still other solos lurking around this area of the city to fend off as well. The Blue Zone grenades are not quite going to reach their target, though.
But this could allow Rex to get inside, though the bar is on the window, and, well, just the size of the windows make it a bit more difficult, but the grenades are not coming out. They've all but triangulated Flood's position. Grenade doesn't bounce correctly. Getting a grenade into that stairwell is going to be difficult, but that's why that Molly removing that door could do a whole lot.
Yeah, Flood's well aware of that, though. Ooh, even takes the opportunity to reposition. Gets a bit of a damage done, but Rex holds the angle as he tries to disengage. There will be no way out now for Falcons. Just one too many teams for them to have dealt with holding on to this position, and if that weren't even enough, Bleed Esports now starting to make a move in to push the back of Gen G as they commit their focus forwards.
Ooh, coming in from the sky, Hemas already down to 25 HP. Is there any space to take? And if there is, will he get there? All the teams around this area are shooting in that position, and Hemas is going to go down, but hopefully has been able to scout out some information because the rest of Cerberus are on the push. They find a dip, but LFP is ready to peek over the side of this frag. Grenade in hand, cooking that one. It's going to be a great dinner.
He's got so many with the bodies of VP. That one a little overcooked. It bounced the wrong way. That one does remain in the dip, but gave Cerberus enough time to react, to respond, and LFP gets knocked from distance from Ming Ming. Grenades himself out of the game. Cerberus get the chance to remain alive.
Legacy a bit sloppy on that push and holding it a bit too long. Cerberus are able to maintain their position in the dip, but Na'Vi, last frag grenades now being thrown out. Theirs could be a bit more on point. The damage is being dealt. Nothing lethal yet.
They're still surviving mortars as well. Nothing is dislodging them from this dip.
How are they still up? How are they still surviving? One more frag, that's it. Solosi's now gone down, but can they follow up with anything else? I believe that was the last piece of lethal utility coming out from Na'Vi. They're going to fall back, get back into their dip, and that's going to allow Ty Khan to get yet another res for Cerberus. They're still in it. For how much longer? Nobody knows, but they are still alive.
Twisted Minds feeling no pressure at all from the church. They lose Sololzi again as now Gizera drops a grenade from above. A mortar again lands just short of its target. Haisaki will be able to do nothing. This time Gizera will confirm the flush onto Sololzi with a blue zone grenade as well. Twisted Minds pushed out of school. They're now pushing up towards the hilltop where Bleed have wrapped their way into the south of Rozhok. They can maintain hold of all the teams who are within that city itself.
And now on the west boatyard, Luke 12, the last one up. Sparking tried to group up with the player from Australia, but instead Luke is going to have to play this one out as a solo, trying to stare down Wally Tai, but all these teams need to move towards the east. They need to move into that one dip that is held by the remaining duo of Cerberus. Unsure if there's a better play on hand, if they have another idea on how to make their way through the rest of this phase, the rest of this round, the rest of this game.
Nothing yet on the board for Bleed Esports. They've been doing their best to maintain a similar playstyle to Irina, keeping themselves heavily towards the edge, out of harm's way. But they're struggling, and they will continue to struggle to make a push through this absolute wall of opposition. Twisted Mind set up with a 3-man angle. Orkarin looking to try and find Lou on the back line, who's holding the line. Got the jammer pack, and that's about all he's got to try and make a move forward. Samoy has to try and send it, but he won't be successful. Batulin sits him down. We saw a bit of a replay. Once again, Howl making a commitment into the side, and team just not quite being able to make it work.
Twisted Minds, they push out to the north from School up against Bleed. But 7 kills for Gen G, currently in 5th place with Falcons and BP both out, are in a position potentially to try and overtake into 3rd, and Barpo continues to rack up those kill points on Erangel.
Not entirely sure how Orkarin got around the back of Perfectix. He's got himself up alongside the northern side of School. Ada pushing forwards. I don't think he knows that Happy is lurking this close. He might just give himself up if he can find the timing. Quite.
Bleed just haven't been able to really establish a strong position, whether to take a fight or swing around and swing through, but Happy with an angle is able to find Adder. That's going to be an easy kill confirmed there. So at least 1 kill point for Bleed in this round. And then Gizera striking from the opposite side, missed the opportunity to take Barpo down, 53 HP. Barpo is getting behind cover with the P90 in hand. Level 3's top to bottom is going to get on the heel.
Happy gets out. He stole away the vehicle and made a move. He got up to the top of the hill. Perfectix is still lurking nearby, but Gen G's attention was drawn over by Legacy committing their push, and another grenade from Gizera will almost do enough to prevent Rex from peeking over the side, but not quite, and the P90 of Barpo will secure their fate.
Legacy up in 10th, 4 kills. Not a bad round for them, but they do go out earlier than I think they would have wanted to. And 11 kills for Gen G. They might have lost Adder, but they are still ready to scrap this one out. And with the hill to the south, this does allow them to take limited engagements and just clean up one team after another, but they will just sweep around this east side. Happy is going to be the next victim potentially to bat for Gen G as they all push towards the top of this tower, but we'll see what Twisted Minds has to respond with themselves.
I mean, the fact that Gen G have even had 11 enemies to kill from the position, they were one of the teams that just had to send it into the south side of Rozhawk, and so did everyone else, apparently, but most of them just met a brick wall in the form of Gen G. Like you say, 11 kills on the board, that's enough to creep them up into 5th place with potential to go even higher if they can find a way through. Up and over the hilltop where Na'Vi are lurking. Luke 12 will put them 1 point closer to the placement points as E-Arena start to commit a push into New Happy.
They're late to the party, but they brought gifts! A great grenade from Jacob and the P90 from Zizzy. It's all but over for New Happy in the blink of an eye. It's all down to December 12th. Grenades are trying to fly back, trying to create some opening to clutch this one. Albert with Tigger pushing forward in the vehicle, hitting the low ground. And you have to imagine third-party potential from Twisted Minds and even Gen G. That's going to be it for New Happy. They are eliminated. In 9th place, we have hit placement points. And E-Arena, they're starting to get activated again once you see them in the kill feed. If you're also in the lobby, or not in the lobby yet, you're also on the field, you're going to get really scared. Cerberus Esports also eliminated only a few moments after.
Wally Tai have crept their way out of Boatyard. They've done the cleanup job on everyone else's dirty work on Cerberus, who was still lurking down below in that dip. They've cleaned up that space, claimed it for themselves, and they can make use of that hilltop ridge for a couple of seconds longer. But on the unsafe side of it, E-Arena just flexing out once more, flexing their muscles and pushing ever closer to triple digits.
Ooh, they basically took the dip from New Happy. They pointed towards Petrichor Road and said, "You're next." There aren't really good lines of sight from the north side to try and remove the top team from the field just yet. Varus' spray comes out into Twisted Minds. The last bullet is going to land on Abatu. But where does Happy strike from? Out in the blue, denying the point. Wasn't able to find an opportunity, wasn't able to find an opening. They go down in 7th place, but Gen G's send down to the low ground is still stopped by Na'Vi.
So tough. So difficult to dislodge him from this position. Gen G has used everything they have. Utility, smokes, flashbangs, there's nothing left. Fairist will eventually fall. Oh, Perfectix had a Panzerfaust, but he just sent it into the smoke. It's the wrong side. Rex still no chance of getting the revive. But he's still alive, and he's still got a little bit of a chance to do something against Twisted Minds, especially now with Petrichor Road disengaging from E-Arena and wrapping over into the east.
Wally Tai as well, pushing down to the south. They had the high ground over Rex, but Twisted Minds defended from a few different angles here, but yes, Petrichor Road towards the east side pulls Twisted Mind's attention. A great spray comes out from Blue. Team Fire, but then the follow-up by Petrichor Road, Ace left, Chewy, both down. They're dropping left and right. They weren't able to find anything there. Twisted Minds hold, but they are wounded. They are limping, and how can Rex follow up onto this one? How can E-Arena follow up? Because they still have all 4 up.
And they will. You know this is a team. You know this is what they like to do. They sense weakness. They see the knocks in the kill feed. They will not sit idly by. Zizzy is in the vehicle, already on the move over. Rex is putting pressure onto Twisted Minds as they seek the revives.
Not quite as far as we would have thought, but they are taking control of the center of the zone, E-Arena.
They still have nades.
They still have grenades because they haven't had to use them, and they picked them all up for New Happy. They refreshed them from their first victims. Only 4 kills, but they were still able to make it into the late game with all 4 remaining in a game like this. They might be lower on the kill count this time around, but they are getting every single point that they can get, especially if they can convert this one into a chicken dinner. Again, that 10-point bump put them above 100, and it is only match 8 of the final stage.
This may just be the first time that we've seen a little bit of hesitance out of E-Arena. There was an opportunity there. Twisted Minds were 2 knocked. They still had the pressure from Rex as the solo up towards the north. They couldn't fully commit to taking the fight and grabbing the revives, but E-Arena did not overcommit. They don't want to throw the game. Wally Tai are going to try and make the move into their stead.
Move where? I thought that was going to be into Twisted Minds, but no, it's just over the side into the Defilade. Kiss goes down. It's all on the Latte. Finds multiple vehicles to try and hide out amongst. But the grenades are coming through. That's not going to quite be it, but with a lot of damage swinging out and around, you can only imagine it's a matter of time. Rex was eliminated a few moments ago, so Wally Tower at least able to confirm top 3, but 4 versus 4. Twisted Minds with the swing towards the west. Perfectix holding point on the north. And all they have is a small little vehicle to have cover in the center.
Having Latte in that position looks like bad news for E-Arena, but actually he's managed to disengage and wrap in around the back of Twisted Minds. They've been forced to leave Lyrics at the back line to defend, to hold off, to anchor this position. But the second that Latte activates, he gets the knock on towards Perfectix. That's huge news for E-Arena.
Twisted Minds, their attention is pulled towards the east, but then the push coming up from Tigger. Look at that on the side. Look at that on the back angle again. Tigger is trying to find these openings, the surround onto Twisted Minds. The opportunity was given to them by Latte, by Wally Tai, and they are taking every single moment that they can get. They get the win. Chicken dinner goes their way once again, 3rd of the grand finals.
It's a 4 versus 4 between E-Arena and Twisted Minds, our 1st and 2nd place teams, but Latte may just have been the all-important 5th man for E-Arena, wrapping in behind, catching Perfectix off guard, and turning the attention of Twisted Minds long enough for them to get a 2-man advantage. I thought maybe it was a mistake to let them get back to 4 alive, but getting those 2 opening knocks, so important in a fight like that against a team like Twisted Minds.
Absolutely, and that center control, you saw Twisted Minds scrambling to try and find a position. They had to use their vehicles. There wasn't a lot of cover left in the zone, just a couple of hills to try and find some angles, but that was the opening that Latte needed to find, I believe, 1 final point for his team, so at the very least, getting as many kill points for Wally Tai as well.
It's been a long time coming, Cameron, but 2024 is looking like the year of APAC. E-Arena win in game number 2.
That game ended in a tie, and it was E-Arena's time to shine. With a little help from their countrymen with the Wally Tai backstab. TSM, I thought Twisted Minds would have that big moment here, but the backstab.
Well, E-Arena had such a strong positioning inside that circle as well with that chip that they made over with a 2-2 split. And that's kind of what forced. Remember, Wally Tai made a mad dash right next to them, and they did the harassing lines to force them to go back over there next to Twisted Minds. So that was kind of a progression through. There are a lot of little interesting things to kind of go down the rabbit hole whenever we're looking at what's going on with E-Arena right now, but sorry, I solved it. he must play against Shanghai.
Fair enough. So I think that's we'll talk more about what those things are regarding E-Arena that works so gosh darn well. Again, 11 teams left. We're watching through this. It was a tough city fight for a lot of these teams. Gen G putting up numbers, but ultimately all of that was just surviving as long as you could, because this is where the end game happens.
I love Badlands entries. I know that they're very hard for the players to play and specifically navigate just due to the way that the hillsides line up, but there's these very intricate like rotations and firefights that can happen inside of it to where you end up with all these different coordinated oppositions. Yeah, see, this is E-Arena forcing the last member over there, and that's just kind of what unloaded all of this.
Wally tie with that backstab at the very end. They got themselves a knock. I mean, can't fault anybody for that. And then E-Arena was like, yeah, okay, now's the time to capitalize. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toppies. This is Matchroom. This is the final stage of PGS 4, and so far, it's been a story of two teams, really. E-Arena and Twisted Minds.
And out of all of the teams, whenever we see Latte doing the backstab on Twisted Minds, who so desperately need to get a victory so that way they can try to keep up with E-Arena, the backstab puts them in a negative position where E-Arena can pick it up to make the leaderboard even harder to usurp.
My goodness. Let's take a look at those top 4 teams. E-Arena, when they went into that final fight, I think I heard Cameron say, like, well, they only have 4 kills so far, but that's the problem with these guys. Even when they have slow games, they become fast games. They walk away with 9. Gen G, with Barpo, has looked really aggressive, and they walk away with 12. That was hot.
Barpo's so hot right now.
He
is picking up so many kills. That was pretty much an entire game where they were running and gunning all the way through because we saw earlier skirmishes with, I believe it was TSM, leading all the way into the Rajak fights against Falcons.
All right, here they are. WWCD, eat your heart out. 3rd chicken dinner of the final stage so far. Like, that is wild to me, is that we are not that many games in, man.
We talk about consistency being king. I mean, that's game 8?
Right,
and RD3?
8 games, 3 chicken dinners, insane kill counts. Coming into this, we're like, they're a consistency team. They seem to pull in this 6th place thing. They get to the late game. Well, that's changed. Now they get to the late game and they dominate the late game. And a big part of it is Zizzy. I think we talked a lot about Jacob, and coming into this, Zizzy has just been getting better and better and better.
Well, and Tigger. I mean, it feels like we're starting to find a lot more angles, and the whole team is just getting more gelled and more comfortable. And now not relying on one single fragger, and that's when a squad gets real freaking scary.
I just said that, okay, so Saga said it's about time, APAC region, yes. Thai teams are blowing my mind right now, just how well they play. 19 points out of that match for Esports E-Arena. Like, seriously, Gen G pulls up 16, but Twisted Minds refuses to be left in the dust. And this is where I'm excited to watch the rest of this event. Twisted Minds is playing their game, and they are waiting in the wings. The problem is E-Arena has not dropped that ball. But the second they do, Twisted Minds is going to pick it up and run with it.
Well, I mean, E-Arena has dropped the ball kind of one game. But not even, like, in a big way. Now we're looking at 106, 23-point differential, and then a big drop down yet again to Gen G, who just walked away with a 12-kill game, and there's still that big of a difference.
I mean, when we talk about point averages, Twisted Minds is having a dominant point average north of 10 per game, and yet it means nothing because E-Arena doesn't care. It doesn't care about your stats. They don't care about your feelings. They don't care about your position. All they care about is winning.
I mean, E-Arena has roughly double the points of Gen G in 3rd, right? I mean, I know it's not the exact numbers, but close enough that we can make a generalization. That is crazy, and we're not even like this next round is the halfway mark.
I mean, they're actually double 5th place. That is bananas that they are that strong, and it does send a message to the rest of the lobby. I hope they don't become demoralized because this is getting ridiculous.
And remember when we talk about the point compression that happens whenever we have a lot of point sponges. I mean, it's 55, 53, 46, 46, 36, 35, 35, 35, 30. That is just so crazy to look at. Even 4 AM, I mean, is technically only 30 points away from 4th place.
That's true.
That's like one really good game.
Right. It feels almost like we're setting up for sort of a 2-horse race at the top and then a 14-horse race
what's happening
for those
right
PGS points, because it is going to matter, right? Like PGS points, there's 300 at the top, but that 3rd, 4th, 5th is going to be really important for a lot of these teams going towards PGC. So tomorrow might be sort of a weird like 2 different battles if we don't see some of these teams turn it on in this next game or 2.
You need to either go for a big blow-up game or just making sure that you're salvaging with those 5 points per game the best you can, because 5 points per game right now would put you in a great position.
Right, and when you're that close, it's scary to go for broke because you know that difference between 5th and 15th is not very big. So we'll see what the teams decide to do. We got 4 more games to play today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Really never ends well when you see so many players in the same vehicle, and that is exactly why it is so clean, the shots that came through. Has to make something of it. There's no way Ferris was expecting him from behind. He needs to do more, and Flood doubling down, finishing both off as well.
He got a little bit close to them, but they backed away. Ooh. And now the push has come through. Zibian activates the off angle, and it's
Johnny to use the shotgun. Heaven finds one. It's now to go 1 versus 1. Heaven has no HP, no ammo. Had to roll out the VSS.
In that mini 14, so he's going to make good use of them. A lot of headshots coming through there, as well as now the grenades onto Twisted Minds are perfect. The artillery that's getting thrown in, Molotovs, nades, everything you can possibly ask for. And Purdy, of course, will be the one to push his way forward and finish it off. Dead.
Unfortunately, he had to run back in on a single hit point. Wasn't enough. Rex with a FAMAS will get 1,
No,
will get 2.
don't.
Falcons, please do not do it again. No! Rex, what is happening?
허거? 시엔차의 로스맨? 그게 되게 맛있더라고요.
루로판이라는 덮밥, 대만식 덮밥이 제일 맛있었습니다.
딘섬을 넘버원으로 꼽고 싶어요. 제일 맛있던 것 같아요. 특히 고기가 제일 맛있긴 했는데 그 입안에서 터질 때 육즙 나오거든요. 그게 제일 맛있었어요.
베이징가오요. 저는 양꼬치가 제일 맛있었어요.
Dışarıda arkadaşlarımla takılmayı, beraber olmayı seviyorum.
Winner.
10 kills.
Your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah, in other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we outside.
be it for Erangel today on day 2 of PGS 4 final stage. But we have a whole bunch of rounds still coming up, though, with the lead that E-Arena have. You really have to wonder, is it even worth it? Because 106 points, almost twice the total points of 3rd place. Yep. Absolute insane performance by them so far.
If you were wondering what the E in E-Arena stands for, it's looking like it's Erangel. That was a pretty dominant performance. It could well have been a back-to-back. As if they even needed that after the day 1 that they had.
Right.
But it could well have been. If it weren't for Ibby, man, this whole place would have been lighting up pink already. But thankfully, that we at least have a slight reprieve in the fact that it was Twisted Minds who was up against them. There is still competition for the top. But if anyone else wants to throw their name into that ring, they've got a long gap to try and reclaim that space.
Because what, it's 106 for E-Arena, then it's 83 for Twisted Minds in 2nd, and then all the way down to 57 for Falcons in 3rd, and like what, 56 for Virtus.pro. It's a lot more tight once you get down that point, because even beyond E-Arena, Twisted Minds getting into the mix as consistent as they have been back into the grand final stage of soaking up all of those points from everyone else.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But the good news is for those teams that are not currently competing for the top, because there are so many of these points being absorbed by E-Arena and Twisted Minds, who, again, Twisted Minds still above 10 points per game. One good game here can turn your fates around massively. You can still jump from all the way to the bottom up as far as maybe the top 8 with just one good game.
I just want to know what the counterplay could be for E-Arena's playstyle, because their whole MO at this point is just coming in late and collapsing on fights that have already started. How do you play about that other than just don't fight until you see them?
Yeah, maybe if there's like 9 teams all sending it into the center of the zone and one just disappearing off an entirely different direction, then
chase them.
Just chase them instead. Go and fight them, or at the very least go with them, because they seem to be doing something right. I don't know, we're running out of ideas for what the rest of the squad can do, but that's what they said themselves. They said, we're confident in our game plan, we're playing to counter-strat everyone else, and when the strat for everyone else is we don't really have a strat, you just come in with a game plan and you're already looking much better than competition.
Well, you're on Vikendi. We'll see if this map switch up gives a breath of fresh, cool air for these teams that are struggling. I mean, it's not even like one specific team that's sort of struggling, though. Of course, you'd rather not be in 16th place at the end of all of this, but it's just everything pales in comparison to E-Arena.
It really does. Twisted Minds still the only ones who really be able to claim the rank of challengers, if anything, which is, once again, just a classic Twisted Minds position to find himself in. Yeah. Top 2, and once again, it looks as though first place, it's certainly not out of reach yet, but there is definitely strong competition for that title that has eluded them for so long.
Yeah, I mean, and no, but to your point, you're absolutely correct. One win, or let's say 2 high-scoring games back-to-back, could put anyone into the conversation. It would take a lot of work to upset E-Arena's position. I think at this point it is... Oh, wait a second. Chamoy finds an angle onto long skirt. Fight over vehicle, a headshot. I think Happy's going to be able to get away from that one. And, of course, phase 1 is towards the east. But regardless, what I was saying is that E-Arena is going to have to be a devastating secondary half to this final stage for them to fall out of top 3.
It would have to be something absolutely disastrous, but it just doesn't seem to be occurring. The way that they're so averse to the risks, everything that they do is with self-preservation in mind, because they know keep their team alive and they can play off one another in the ultra late stages of the game. But this is a different one. They're not playing from the edge, they're already in the zone, so to see how that affects their communications and the way they want to play the game, head over to PUBGesports.com, where E-Arena, funnily enough, is one of our POV comstream teams for today, along with 5 others that you can tune into and hear what's going on in the camp.
Listen, I'm monolingual. I only speak English, so outside of the few teams that I have access to, I would not be understanding what the calls are. But do you think that if I listen, I'll be able to pick things up? Well, let's listen to Barpo, as we just heard from him. A quick little interview as we get into round number 3.
Barpo from Jingji here. 안녕. Compared to the first match, you secured the 12 kills in the second match and moved up to 3rd place. What adjustments did you make?
두 번째 경기에서 CEQ를 기록하면 현재 세운인데 혹시 얻은 노력은 했습니다.
다른 팀들 교전 상황을 잘 읽고 이제 저희가 그 교전을 이용을 하면서 계속 움직이다 보니까 킬을 그렇게 많이 할 수 있던 것 같습니다.
After seeing the performance of other teams, I adjusted my playing style and got good result of 12 kills.
Well, we look forward the good performance for Jingji. Fighting! Thank you.
Fighting indeed, Genji, as they, as we said, found themselves in 3rd place now. Falcons and VP close on their heels, but a great performance by them fighting over Razak, getting a whole bunch of kills from that position. Can they repeat it this time around? Not too far from the center of the zone from their initial drop spot here, but Legacy rotating in from the far west, not far from TSM, who a team struggling to really get momentum built.
Still, Na'Vi holding down the title for the highest kills in a single match with 18. That's not a bad little accolade to have at your side. Genji putting up a solid number in the previous game. I gotta say, I got a little bit sketched out by Barpo, pushing his way forwards solo in towards train station, where Cerberus was starting to push out as we were hearing from him. But he's going to fall back and keep himself alive. Na'Vi, again, similar to E-Arena this game, a team that does love to play the edge, but this time, given the opportunity to play centrally from a zone, might just pay off.
Quick little check-in with the wildlife, and Nixie not going to go for run over kill. Oh, Bear's on the chase, though. Nah, he's gone. He's out. Okay. Nixie just wanted some loot. We saw them get a kill in the kill feed real quick. There's some good loot out in those bear caves there, though. I've learned the hard way, despite what other people say, landing quickly in the bear caves and getting loot there, like, it doesn't work, I believe, after like 2 people. It's not, the loot isn't that good.
No, and there's always the chance that if one of you doesn't get a gun, you're getting bad.
Well, like, so, you can land and jump on, I think so, you can jump on some of the crates and the bear can't hit you, because they can only raise their paws so high. There's like some exploit to do it, but again, is it really worth it? I was running around with an AK blind, and that's it. But Gustu up, well, what name was that? Gustav is not blind. Sending some shots over towards Biza, doesn't get the knock, but it does at least push Virtus.pro away from their split that they were trying to extend into.
It's a very wide split as well. Ibi was solid 400-500 meters away at minimum from his closest teammate, which was Nixie, who was already moving his way further to the south. So FaZe Clan making their appearance in on the northern side of Leveni will force Virtus.pro to make a bit of a regroup towards the center of the zone. They've got some high ground to work with, so it's not the end of the world. That paid off hugely for them in game number 1. And if they can get the circle favor on their side, maybe they could be one of those teams to put their name in the ring for a potential podium finish.
There's a bit of extra space, empty space on the east of this zone, and New Happy now pushing up could be kind of pressured in that direction by Genji. But one thing that's been a little disappointing by New Happy is, I mean, their performance in general. They are a powerhouse team. They looked to be really getting into position to contest with the top 3 of PGS 3. Had a couple of good moments so far in PGS 4, but currently in 9th place. And one of the things that I've noticed about the team is that they just seem to be slightly slower on pulling the trigger. They're certainly not unique in that sense. I think there's always that fear of whenever we start a fight, E-Arena are going to appear out of nowhere and third-party us. But still, there needs to be that conversation of, at some point, even if the fight isn't perfectly in your favor, you just have to go for it.
Yeah, that's what we saw. That confidence, that almost lack of, I won't say respect, but lack of consideration given to other teams to dissuade you from playing your own playstyle. That's what we saw in the final stages of PGS 3 from Cerberus Esports. This time around, whatever the case may be, it's not worked out the same for them. They're still holding their same wide split. Hisaki is still pushing solo, getting information, looking for knocks, and Himas is still certainly able to hit those shots. It's just not coming together quite as cleanly. Perhaps that's partially the case of other teams doing their homework on Cerberus, but if that's the case, they left the door open for E-Arena.
Himas is doing what all the best players, the most attractive players do, which is shoot those tires. Shoot the tires. If you have an opportunity to grief your opponents, the enemy teams, stop their rotations, shoot those tires. Himas does just that. Not too much damage to Petro Road members themselves, but Sololze, as you were saying, out and alone, could try and find an opportunity, but with Cerberus's spread, could easily bite them in the back.
Falcons making a move of their own. They're some distance out by the looks of things. Not even really visible range of any sort of enemies. They've got a long way to go, but they're still holding on to their position up in the top 4 for now. Just starting to make their entrance in the southern side of the zone. Bleed Esports was setting up a very wide spread of their own. Falcons just a little bit too wide for them to potentially run into that.
So New Happy do go to the east, where it's a bit more safe, a bit more free, and the reason why it's so open is not only do all the teams come from the west, so it's a bit further to get to this position anyway, but it's also closer towards the water, but not so close that it is going to be particularly dangerous. If it shifts towards the east, they and a couple of other teams will be looking to capitalize on it, as you are wont to do during Phase 1. A minute 20 that's left, but Howl driving through Gen.G. Again, Gen.G with the widespread themselves, doing a good job of defending their positions, not scared of anything. Of course, they didn't know that it was Lyric shooting at them, that was E-Arena, and that's probably a good thing, because again, just the pressure, the dominance, the oppression, the aura, the energy coming out of E-Arena at the moment could make any team, any player think twice.
It might also make any team think twice about whether or not they don't want to commit to the fight, because you're going to have to kill them at some point if you want to catch up. It's a long way to go. Again, 50-point gap ahead of Gen.G in 3rd place, and everyone below that gets exponentially bigger, so someone's got to start taking them out at some point if anyone else wants a chance to contend for this throne. But without having that information of exactly who it is that's taking those shots from range, it's difficult. No one wants to be the team to accidentally throw their game on an over-aggressive send.
Yeah, exactly. Almost everyone, I believe actually all but one player are in the zone now in FaZe Clan, doing again what attractive players do. The hottest players do, which is take out tires. Legacy going to be losing potential some rotation options from that. As if you look at the map, if you have the map feed open, which everyone should do, it only increases your understanding of the game further. There is one big pillar, essentially, of teams. No one's too far west, no one's too far east. But where does Phase 2 go?
Well, thankfully it's gone directly on top of the pillar. It hasn't gone too far east, hasn't gone too far west, but it has gone almost directly to the north. FaZe Clan are going to have to regroup that split, bring Corexi over from the far west onto the same ridgeline that they're currently holding, as New Happy look to make a push into the open terrain over by Villa. Twisted Minds going to have to play a little bit slower, a little more cautiously, as Gen.G and Cerberus make a move either side of them.
Twisted Minds stopping, as you say, real quick, just trying to get that information, because they know there's a lot of players. There were a number of teams all down to the south around Castle, so they want to make sure that they're not overextended, they're not overcommitting to what could be a big giant traffic jam. Gen.G do not have the same considerations. They are just sending it all in. Spot a solo player from E-Arena, but FaZe and Virtus Pro also contesting over this compound that is as dead center as you can hope for. Nixie holding the window, taking a little bit of damage already, heals on up, but the push from FaZe Clan is going to apply a lot of pressure, and Fex with an off angle to the north, catching the Woodland Virtus Pro just a little bit awry.
Pushing down from the high ground in towards the compound. Certainly a play. Happy over the top. One grenade catches them out before they can take the emergency parachute. Falcons bombarded. They don't get the chance to take to the skies.
Snaker's the last one up. The car is about to go down. He's got to get out, run out away from all of this, and that's going to be it. 11 minutes, 20 seconds, and Falcons are eliminated by Bleed.
Oh, man. He does look happy with himself for that. They've been setting up a very slow game for some time out that far to the south. Oh, it pays off hugely. But Nixie, he goes down. A second for VP. A long-range knock from Na'Vi kicked this off, and now FaZe Clan hold the advantage.
They're holding control of this compound. They are holding control of this building. Can Virtus Pro get the revives on their two knocked teammates? I think Nixie is going to get confirmed, and Ibiza has to crawl away, but FaZe are not worried about running out in the open. They want to confirm control of this position. QZ in a vehicle driving away, tail between the legs. Gotta leave Ibiza behind.
Much needed pickups from FaZe. Keeps them within a single point of Bleed Esports, who just wiped out Falcons. They're still lurking in the blue zone. They've got a whole lot of loot to try and take. Unfortunately, didn't wipe them out quickly enough to also take the emergency parachute for insult to injury, but there's a very good reason that they wanted to take that emergency parachute. There's that double cable car station that if you can get on top of the roof, it's dead center. You would be able to free farm every single position, and I'm pretty sure that they've even uploaded videos of their own perspective, their own POV of a game in the Americas series from that exact position where they just farmed everyone in the lobby. But this time around, Bleed Esports was there to deny them the opportunity.
Howl swinging in from the west, coming around Laveni through a snowstorm, but with no opponents in the area, won't be too impactful here. The vision denial, that is, We have 20 seconds before Phase 3, and having lost a team and a half at this point, might be a bit slow, 15 seconds, as there is nothing really forcing as we get a replay of this strike by Bleed. They are happy about that one. That is catching them off like it is, well, not great for the Falcons. You can see their huge disappointment there.
There's really nothing that they could have done about it. Maybe scouted a little bit earlier would have been the only play that they could have done, but at the time, they had to be there. They had to be there or they would have missed their flight.
Right.
Just perfectly timed aggression from Happy. Howl now looking for a wrap further to the east. Maybe looking to get in behind Legacy and now Walitai, who are pushing up a position on the northern hilltops.
Petrichor Road driving through Cerberus. Cerberus have yet to really make a big stand in this round so far. You can say the same thing about this entire grand finals, as they are sitting in 15th place, the previous winners of PGS 3 just a few weeks ago. But this could be the beginning of their return to form. Petrichor Road, on the other hand, currently 7th place, going to be looking to try and put themselves in a better contention of the top spot. Shots coming out, still standing. Good counter barrage by Summer, forces Cerberus away, and Perfectix and the rest of Twisted Minds all in position to capitalize on that and instantly finding a nice little kill for themselves.
This has almost just been the problem for Cerberus the entire time. They're trying to play the same style. They're trying to punish teams who are making moves through their area. They were so good at controlling their space that they had, particularly in dangerous terrain. Like the dirt road on Erangel was a massive benefit point for them. But this time, whenever they try to control that space, play a little bit wide to make sure that no one can sneak through unbothered, getting caught off from behind, and it's Twisted Minds, of course, who gets a point on the board, creeping ever closer to 100 as well, looking to catch up on E-Arena.
Bleed now still trying to make their way into the zone. Good vehicle spread between the lot of them. Twisted Minds and Na'Vi holding the two sides of them as a little bit of a field goal passage through. Rex goes down from Na'Vi, so that's a bit of a fight onto the east. Na'Vi have the wide spread, controlling this whole southern section, this whole southern edge, but Phase 3 halfway through the close. Still wondering why we haven't seen too much fighting just yet, but of course Bleed pushing forward could be running into Petrichor Road territory, could start things off once again.
They're still yet to be forced a little bit closer, still 45 seconds of blue zone closing to be done. Once that threshold hits, then some of these teams really will be forced into engagement range. Right now, Chewy pushing in towards Bleed Esports. He's heard the vehicles. He knows that this is going to be a big number of players to look for. Ike's left has an off angle as well, and Na'Vi in the background might just get third-party shots towards it too.
Grenades toss out from both sides, and that Shimoy drop by Ming. And with the knock going in their favor, this could incentivize Petrichor Road to push back out and try and retake that space, but no, they're going to hold their point, hold their position. The risk of third party is too high for them. And with the lack of really hard cover, it's all natural terrain that they're playing through. It makes perfect sense. Shots come out. It's not going to land for Bleed. And the circle is going to continue to go towards the east. Bleed could try and hop in the vehicles and rotate away, but they're going to have to keep driving to get to a new place. At some point, you do have to take a fight.
Yeah, it wouldn't really be much for them to drive towards either. Whatever little playable positions there is in this zone, there is going to be several teams making their way towards it, similar to what we saw in Rozhok on the previous Erangel match. Howl will just have to get out of there, give up on the Mad. 4 AM have caught him out fair and square. Summer, too, has been taken out. A combination of Lukarux and Quizzy standing side by side for VP, trying to find anything to salvage what has been a potentially terrible game for them.
Might have lost 2, but they are not out of the fight just yet. Look to try and find a second kill onto rotating Petrichor Road, but won't be found yet. And as you say, there aren't a lot of positions to play in this zone because look at all that's left for Pero to take. New Happy driving, rotating around Howl. Howl have been rotating in circles around this entire area, this entire zone. What remains of them is going to be sending it into Walitai. Megvalos there with the shots coming out, the vehicles up in the air. Code Marco down to 30 HP. That's going to be it. That's going to be it for Howl. They're eliminated in 15th place. Good area control by Walitai.
There's one thing we can say about Howl. They always get their value out of the vehicles they get, driving them as far as they possibly can to try and find an avenue. It's not always successful, but the drive-bys with Perfectix so often are.
And Lou coming out with another one, but 2 lanes as well. Everyone is chiming in with kills. as we see Hal in the bottom left, they are not happy with the performance here. For Twisted Minds, this sudden swing into Na'Vi has paid dividends. It's been absolutely fantastic. They've taken 2 members of Na'Vi out. Na'Vi's spread has gotten exploited.
That's it. Jacob got a knock, confirmed the flush. The information has been given on E-Arena's position. There has to be a target on their head. But Gen G have committed. They've committed to taking this fight up against Na'Vi. They've bunched up in front of Fairish, grenade in hand. That's a big chunk of damage, and the blue zone grenade will tag down Tosi and almost Rex as well.
Only 2 members left of Na'Vi, and Fairish is the only one up on this ridge, but he's dealing a lot of damage and is actually holding the line. The spray comes out, can't quite get the 3rd, but the follow-up by Hakatori is here to finish the job. Stun at the ready, a couple of frag grenades in hand, but the teammate Fairish bleeding out. He needs to go fast, cannot commit to the res. But Gen G are eliminated. 3 kills for Na'Vi, but Hakatori is the lone survivor of this position, and Twisted Minds, E-Arena both could be looking to fill this spot.
He heard the steps coming in from behind. He heard the push, the re-breach attempt from Twisted Minds. Tagged down a little as they made the push over towards them. He still has grenades to try and work with. Example hops out of the vehicle in front, gets an immediate drop. Hakatori completely wiped out, but it's E-Arena again who are already putting third-party shots in this direction. And they now know this is their prime target now. They have the upper hand on this fight, and they can look to try and hold out Twisted Minds. They've got to get out of there quick.
They need to get into the zone. Both those teams on the southeast side. A lot of connected fights already popping off there on the north. New Happy and Wally Tai. But there aren't that many compounds left in the zone. It's one big giant hill in the dead center, and it's going to be fights for it across the edge until they collapse in the middle of it. December 12th, 0 kills for New Happy at the moment, but Longsker is going to start things off. Can he line up the second onto Latte? Blue Zone Grenade could do the final job there.
Great spray around the side. We'll tag him down just that little bit lower, but the Blue Zone Grenade got caught on the rock. It's not going to spread far enough to fully dislodge Latte from this position, but surely the combined might of New Happy should be enough to take him down, but the amount that he's delaying has bought some time for 4 AM to enter the fray, but Nan is holding it. Xiaopian gets sat down before he can really have any contributions that might favor Latte.
New Happy have yet to really take full control of this northern position, but they've been holding on to their own. Still 4 of them left on up. That's going to be it for Latte. Bobo takes that kill. Volley Tai are eliminated in 10th place, but New Happy still pushing the envelope against 4 AM. They have this mountain to divide them from the rest of the zone. This is an isolated fight, and Zipian is on the ground, bleeded out, needs to get revived, and New Happy could be taking space, but Godvi is holding the point, holding the line, defending this position from the collapse.
On the southern side of the zone, Twisted Minds made a push forward. They took out half of E-Arena, and now they're taking a fight up against Bleed as well. They're running a gauntlet, but they're coming out successful.
Speaking of E-Arena, they now swing to the north. Could be joining in third-partying this fight, and New Happy, they turn around, they hear the vehicle. This could be an opening for 4 AM, as we see Twisted Minds and Bleed again trading blows in the kill feed. But we have to put our attention onto E-Arena. First place. How many points can they get from this round? They only have 1 kill. They have 1 placement in the moment. Can they get a few more to at least keep their points per game from slipping too aggressively?
Twisted Minds have done a ton of work already to close that gap, keep it within arm's reach, and E-Arena are at a numbers disadvantage, in a positional disadvantage against the blue zone. But New Happy might just be starting to take an engagement up against 4 Angry Men. HSM tags Longsker down to half HP. Godvi to follow up with a grenade. An opening knock. He will get it. Longsker sat down. E-Arena, the back door is open to try and push forwards.
Great grenade, and it's a great backstab by Tigger. The shots come out. New Happy are falling. Once again, it's E-Arena that are removing the bulls from the round, from the map. Tigger's the last one up, though. Can still go for the revive, but how does 4 AM play this? More grenades fly on in.
Yep, 4 AM want them dead as well. Everyone in the lobby wants to see E-Arena eliminated. This is just how it's going to have to be. 110 points. And Bobo's pushing forwards. The grenade from Xiaopian will secure it. Yes, they've done the damage onto New Happy, but they suddenly became the priority as soon as they revealed themselves in that position, and now we can go back to the fight at hand.
Look at FaZe. FaZe have extended out from their compound. Gustav is anchoring on the west end, while the rest of the team is ready to try and fight for control, clean up the fight here for this hilltop, for this high ground. Godvi's gone down by Gustav. 5 kills for FaZe in the moment. And James pushing up. Could be running into a bit of a crossfire between 4 AM and New Happy, but Ming Ming caught off guards, caught out in the open. A 6 kill for FaZe.
December 12th now just has to duck down. try and keep out of harm's way as best he can and just let the fight between FaZe Clan and 4AM play out. Cerberus is still alive as a solo back in the compound, but December 12th, the solo as well, pops up, sits down Xiaopian, but there's too many. Bobo will commit to the push and clean him up before he can do any more damage onto 4AM.
They can get the revive, they can stay up as 3, but FaZe are wrapping around. They see this in the kill feed and they want to take advantage of it. Smokes are coming out, 3 of them by HS. But look at Jeems wrapping around from the low side. It's going to be HS called out, gets some damage in return on effects, but not too much. But Bobo gets a trade, can't go for more than that. 4 Angry Men are eliminated. FaZe in the top 4, TSM, Twisted Mind, Cerberus, all in the top 4, and 3 of them are very, very healthy.
Yeah. All the teams will be well aware that there is a solo out there somewhere, seeing 13 players still standing. That's 3 teams of 4 plus 1. Never mind, Example cleans up Haisaki. He had an opportunity to try and catch Gustav out as he made the push over to the rest of the squad on foot, but never came to fruition. And now with Example picking up that final long-range tag onto Haisaki, it buys a little bit more space for Twisted Minds to try and flex their hold, but they can't because TSM finally making a push out of the compound.
You have to imagine that this game is in FaZe's side to win. Because you know that TSM and Twisted Minds, I mean, they're already trading shots back and forth at each other, but it's going to be difficult for those 2 teams to dislodge. And FaZe Clan can easily come in third-party wrap-up. They have the high ground advantage. They have the positional, spatial advantage. And TSM, they're currently trying to limit that line of sight from the Northern squad, try and find the angles onto Twisted Minds, but a good cover by Perfectix stalls that for a brief moment.
Not really overcommit onto this fight, but TSM, so well known for their well-placed utility, they've just got none of it to work with. But Luke, he's good with Yorks as well. Damn, red dot spray. Example can't get out of harm's way and into hard cover quickly enough. And now that opening knock has come through, FaZe start to commit to the push.
All of their frags have been used up, but Twisted Minds have more coming back in their direction. The stun's now coming out. Sparking is looking to take the push, but Jeems and the rest of FaZe are wrapping on in. 5 kills for Jeems. 9 for Twisted Minds, 9 for FaZe. Only 2 for TSM, but can they find any more? They're losing positioning, and Kurt has gone down. It is 1 knock across the board. Well, 2 for Twisted Minds, and now Kurt's been confirmed. 3v3, v2 in the moment.
While Perfectix remains behind and lines up a big grenade. It gets some damage, but it's not quite enough. Batulins has slipped away. He knows that surviving might just be the most important factor for him and his squad right now, more so than taking the fight. Playing the hero. Corexi will do just that for FaZe. Cleans up TSM. A Molotov might just be all it takes. It's a 3-man of Twisted Minds once again in second place to try and take the fight to FaZe.
Already 13 kills for FaZe. They can hit 16 if they can win this game, if they get all the remaining kills under Twisted Minds. Bots are out in the open. Fex is going to knock him down and immediately turns onto Example. They are surrounding Twisted Minds. They're making sure that they have no room to play with. Fex with yet another. Perfectix is answering back. But a 1 versus 3. Despite confirming this kill in front of him, is going to be a very difficult path.
Fex was low, but he got the heal off. The grenade flying forwards, but not quite reaching their target. They only have 1 or 2 more to toss out. Somehow, Twisted Minds still has 5. Perfectix might have an opportunity, but no, it's Fex when all is said and done, with the close range sprays to get the job over the line for FaZe Clan, and once again deny Twisted Minds the winner chicken dinner that might just have put them within touching distance of E-Arena at the top.
Hey, Twisted Minds are still happy with that one. E-Arena, they went out early. They didn't get that many points from this one, despite not getting the chicken dinner. They've done their job as best as they could this time around, but yes, FaZe indeed, chicken dinner for them, a good number of kills. Sure, they were a centered position in the mid game, but the way that they managed their positioning around the hillside, cleaning up all of those kills, stealing that position away, confirming that they had the advantage, a well-played round by them.
Just goes to show the importance of keeping your teammates alive whenever you have the opportunity. Gustav committing himself over into that play, and when New Happy and 4AM did the dirty work and took out E-Arena, the commitment came through. They claimed that spot and the winner chicken dinner on Vikendi.
can't get a fist bump, but he can certainly get a chicken dinner as they walk away with a very big win. I don't know if their ref is maybe a fan of Twisted Minds, but that was the ultimate ending to a great win for them.
I mean, isn't that just FaZe in a nutshell? James like show up and be like, give me the fist bump. Gustav like, here, I got you, man, like trying to come in on the side of it.
That was hilarious.
But also, okay, FaZe, respect, big game for them,
Yes.
massive climb on the leaderboard, but we also do need to talk about the overwhelming arc, what's going to be going on. And now it is also going to put Twisted Minds way closer to the arena.
Listen, we said at the start of this game, we said Twisted Minds is playing consistent PUBG, their style, more than 10 points per game, and they had to come in today with the strategy of we're going to play perfect PUBG, and E-Arena is going to miss a step. And when they do, our game is going to put us in a position to win this. That's what happened. E-Arena went out early. They went on 8th place, and man, Twisted Minds capitalized. Yes, FaZe, huge come up off of this game, but I think the big winners for me was Twisted Minds.
But it's still pretty decent. I think that there's still like a 10-point
10
gap.
points, so that's doable.
That is definitely doable, provided there is another misstep.
There has to be another one, okay? And that my point is that one misstep, which wasn't huge, it was 8th. They still managed to get almost a 15, maybe 20-point gain, or 15-point gain on where they needed to be off of that. That's a big moment for them. Take nothing away from FaZe, however. FaZe came in the clutch. That is going to put them up there into the top 5. And again, one or two big games, and they're back into the hunt. So maybe, fingers crossed, we're going to see a little shake up there at the top of the boards. Welcome back, Toffees. Matchroom, go.
And we're also getting a bit of a breakup, right? We've been seeing that it was regularly E-Arena, Twisted Minds, and then like Gen G all reappearing in the top 4 over and over and over. FaZe finally stepping into that category as well. We're starting to see some other squads showing some pretty big step-ins, now trying to get some space on the leaderboard of their own.
I can't wait to get to the leaderboard because I think that is where we're going to start to see this shuffle. A lot of good teams in there. TSM.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, okay, I'll say it. Not the highest kill count, but based off of positioning, wasn't having the capability to do so. Good shift in, making sure to like approach the side where Twisted Minds was going to be at, but that was the catalyst for FaZe's push. I love the fact that we saw FaZe realize they heard the firefight and they were like, oh, this is our game.
You know, and there was that moment, I think actually because of that push, Batulin chose not to collapse. He kind of sat there and was like, whoa, you guys are going to do this to yourselves? And was like, oh, wait. But then FaZe somehow won that fight with 4 up, and that made Batulin have to rotate in late, which got that easy kill for them, and then it was just FaZe's game.
16 kills, 2,142 damage. FaZe, I'll take it yet again. Another big game coming up for Twisted Minds. 10 kills, 1,800 damage. 4 Angry Men also having a very, very solid game for themselves.
Very nice, but again, that was what we said for Twisted Minds. They needed to have that sort of 15-point climb up to keep chasing E-Arena. They're going to do it. The WWCD stats right here. Curexy with 5, Vex with 4, Gustav with 2, and the man who just can't get a fist bump looks like he may instead be getting a man of the match because he did 762 damage. James, when he gets to the late game, is very scary.
Yeah, it's, I guess, a comeback to form in those later stages. We always know that he's a phenomenal player. No insult intended on that by any means. But it's also, I guess, a lot more comfort coming back into the international stage at these later circles. You can feel like he's really reinvigorated.
And he is, again, this is another IGL up here as man of the match. I talked to the team. Fex said it is sometimes hard to play under James. He is a very demanding leader. He is bossy, and I quote, he's kind of bossy and treats me and tells me where to go like a dog, but I don't mind that. It fits my style of play.
Well, what I like about James is he's that way because he also has that expectation for himself.
Exactly.
He will hold himself to a ridiculously high standard, and therefore he's going to hold you to one as well.
Absolutely, and that is when it comes down to finding the right roster, finding the style that works for you. These guys look great, and it is FaZe up on top of the leaderboard in that match. 26 points. Twisted Minds did walk away with that 16 that we mentioned, the need to be for that. All the way down at E-Arena, they only got 4, so that is the glow up that we've been looking for.
And let's not forget about Bleed walking away with 4 off of a very solid play coming from Happy. I mean, all of those came off of the Falcons.
Ooh, I forgot about that. That was like salt in the wound. Yikers. All right, total leaderboard, 110 points for E-Arena. Twisted has managed to pull that within 11. That is one more good game for them to have that lead shift, and then FaZe jumps up into 3rd. Can they do it again? They're going to need at least 1, maybe 2 more of those games, though.
But see, this is where it gets so scary. So Twisted needs to have EA falter just a bit. Twisted can put up a big amount but EA has had now their falter.
Yeah.
That means that there's more and more pressure for Twisted Minds. They can never mistake now. They have got, if they want first, and E-Arena just keeps being this consistent,
right?
They can never falter.
We got some other falters that I want to talk about for a second because we've talked about that misstep. Virtus Pro and Falcons, both of these teams were in a much better position when they got here this morning, Falcons in particular, and it feels like it has been a daisy chain of missteps, particularly for them. What's going on with the Falcons?
Oh, I mean, other than nades?
Other than nade, right? It's just absolutely brutal. Again, I think getting caught, unfortunately, maybe making a couple of calls. The comms don't quite seem to be syncopating the way that they like.
I mean, this is a squad that we know whenever we're looking at Falcons, they're very positional heavy, right? They want to make sure that they're getting in the right spot. And this is also a squad I tend to think is, whenever I think about Falcons, they are known for being very innovative on Vikimpi. So this being their bad map was kind of shocking to me because remember, we've often seen them on the international stage playing from those elevated positions, most notably around the lift.
Yeah, I mean, they climbed up on the gondola. We heard Poro name it the Falcon's Nest. I think they like being up there. But it's not always going to work for you, right? It's a very rare instance. Now, another team that I think you were talking about in the green room a little bit, Petrichor Road, has been just sort of
Not bad, not good,
right?
Just there. But I mean, decent enough on the leaderboard due to how compacted it is. But we haven't seen Ixlep beat Ixlep yet.
Well, we were talking to our producer in the green room and said we did an interview earlier, and it was funny because in their interview, Petrichor said, we never want to be a 7th place team that's just sort of plodding along, and yet that's exactly what they seem to be doing here today. That said, if they know they don't want to be that, there is still 3 games where they can fix it.
I mean, we did see in the group stage there was this aggressive push that they had to make. I'm trying to remember which map it was. I think it was on Erangel where they were having to push across the road. Maybe it was Miramar. And it was just push upon push into push where they managed to pick up a ton of kills. I haven't seen that Petrichor Road yet.
It's
not in final stage anyway.
It's almost like they can get to a spot where they can turn their brains off and just go nuts. That's where they really seem to shine. And we'll see as these late games continue. Take a look at some of our other teams floating around the arena. It's time for game number 4. Let's go to it right now with your casters, the Cammy D and Saga.
Let's go on forward into this series. Those puns never get old.
That was a lot of A's that Toffees just used for my name.
That's true.
I like that. Tego! Something like that, right? Well, we're starting ourselves off with a actually pretty nice flight path. All the way up from Army Base going down towards the southeastern side of the map. For a team like Na'Vi that likes to go all the way over to Harpo usually and have control of the bridge, that's not going to be an option this time around.
That path is, of course, a little bit east, yes, but access to central positions is looking pretty good. You can see FaZe already be dropping out of the plane path. They are avoiding Petrichor Road, those hot drops that we saw so often in PGS 3. FaZe don't really want that, so instead I believe it's going to be taking Godog away from Legacy, perhaps had an agreement with them, but regardless, they're not going to be contested in this position. One of the only few teams on the North Island here, but we still have yet to see where Phase 1 sits ourselves. And if we are going to get any counter hot drops from this plane path, I don't think it's going to be the case, though I am keeping my eye down towards the south, where we have TSM, E-Arena, and Legacy floating close to each other.
It's looking like a race for vehicles down between Ohyang and Song Am. Between Legacy and TSM, a bit of congestion on the road to Hosan itself. FaZe claiming Godok for themselves. Genji up in the vehicle just ahead of Howl. Get in the shack, get to safety. We'll get inside. Ruin. And MK muted. Kenpa finds a vehicle for cover as well. Not done yet.
Yeah, that one looked close. Fighting for vehicles south of this as well, TSM and Legacy. And it's all, I'm not going to say for naught, but it's a little more impactful because of that far north Phase 1. All of those teams are going to have to rotate with those vehicles they've been fighting over, and you guys can rotate your way over to PUBGesports.com to watch PGS4 multi-view with the 6 teams on your screen, listening to their comms, focusing on their game alone.
Yeah, if you are interested in the path of E-Arena, I suspect they're not going to be on your screen that much on the main feed, considering they couldn't be any further to the southeastern side of the zone if they possibly tried. It's going to be a long, long way for them to rotate to get into this zone, but that is just the way they like it. They've got a long way to go, but first let's hear from Tigger about how things have been going.
เมื่อวานก็ศึกษาทีมฝั่งตรงข้ามครับว่าเขามีสไตล์การเล่นยังไงก็ เราก็พยายามปรับใช้ในทีมของเราครับเพื่อมาเล่นในวันนี้ครับก็ดูที่วงครับว่าเราควรใช้ไม่ควรใช้ครับแต่ทุกอย่างมันน่าจะต้องเป็นความลับครับสาเหตุที่อีอารีนาเล่นได้ดีวันนี้ผมคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นการที่เราสื่อสารได้ชัดเจนครับแล้วก็การที่พวกเราเซฟผู้เล่นไว้ในวงท้ายเพื่อไวไฟครับ
Safe style, it's usually something that when I hear comes out of the team in first place, I'm a little nervous because it's happening less and less because teams are more aware of it. But in the early days of PUBG Esports, back in my day, when I was just a young strapping lad, so often routinely on the final round of a tournament, the team in first place would try and play safe, but by doing so, they would only open the door for the contesting teams to overtake their spot. That being said, I would have said E-Arena had such a strong lead, but now with Twisted Mind's strong performance, even without the win, but the second place with a good number of kills, catching up. But as long as E-Arena do not let things fall away too aggressively, they should be okay here. But, oh, long skirt, also okay with the send from Wally Tide, does get traded.
Almost got the drop on the second as well. It just came flying around the side, did Kiss and Megvalos. Had a chance to get a heal off, but not all the way back to full. Nan will send a couple of exploratory frag grenades out to see if he can find any true damage. Does get a little bit more onto Megvalos, but tagged down himself, and Unique might just get a chance to get a second.
Whoa, and is that Twisted Minds also getting into the mix here? Everyone's fighting over this one compound. New Happy are falling apart. Once again, they had the lead. Lose able to get the first kill on the board of this round for Twisted Minds. And Wally Tide, they are still falling apart themselves as Perfectix drops Unique. No one's coming out of this safely except for Twisted Minds, but oh, wait a second. That's a bit of a flyby by Petrichor Road in their own E-pickup. Again, this north circle with the river cutting into the south section. Everyone is fighting over this one compound. Virtus Pro are now in the mix.
There's currently 5 different teams on the minimap in this area, sort of in the middle of nowhere, and Na'Vi are just over to the north as well. Petrichor Road will use the emergency parachute to get themselves over towards this shack. Virtus Pro not too far away either, but New Happy, a disastrous start to Tego, losing 3 of their members, and a second wave of emergency parachutes for Pero.
Wait.
A little bit later than the first, all right.
They had 2. They had 2 of them. They sent in the forward advance party to hold their place in line. Thankfully, those 2 initial players haven't gotten caught off guard with, despite the reduced numbers, though. Might have spoken a little bit too soon, as Ming, the last player up for New Happy, does recognize Ixlef isn't able to get the isolation, as Ming should be looking on the opposite angle.
Yeah, it makes sense that they've sent it as 2. They wanted to hold this position. They knew that other teams would look to push forwards early on. Maybe the other boys coming in a bit later will bring some more loot. They're going to have to. First of all, they're just going to have to back away. Ming will be left alone for now. Rello just goes face first into a compound alongside Flood, and Virtus Pro will just welcome them with bullets. 2 free pickups for VP.
What was looking like such a strong 180 for the Falcons after their group stage surge into the top 16 to qualify into the final stage, and a good day 1. Things just haven't been going their way so far, and you have to wonder what pressure is that going to put on their mental mind mistakers. The last 2 up, driving away, trying to find some spot to hang out and survive. But again, we've already lost 5 players. We've already had quite a bit of action in the early minutes of this game.
And you will be unsurprised to hear that E-Arena was not involved in it whatsoever. They're still so far away. They're still not even on the map stream. So far to the south, playing that safe style. There's a difference between a safe style and an overly passive style. So far for them, it just seems to be about avoiding all of this. What we've seen for the past 5.5 minutes of play, where everyone's scrambling for what few positions exist in this zone, and it's been detrimental to so many of them so far.
I was going to say, almost every single team that we've seen in that mix north of Yangchuan has gotten wounded, but that is not correct. Wally Tai have actually gotten all 4 members picked back up, and here indeed is E-Arena, now driving in from the south. No E-pickup for them, and there's a lot of space that we know south of the river. Probably quite expected for E-Arena to just group up and hold position there until we see Phase 2, and they can make a more advanced read on where they're going to play in their mid-game.
I actually prefer this, and I'm sure they do as well, because, yes, while PGS3, their MO was to take emergency parachutes pretty much every game, and then it worked out fairly well. Within the 18-match series, they ended up with 111 points. It was a pretty solid result for them. keeping those vehicles capable of maneuvering. They can still make wide rotations, and if the zone doesn't favor them, they're not stuck in place. They can wide rotate back the other way, and that's just working out so much better. They've basically tied their points tally from PGS 3's final stage already. We're only just over halfway through PGS 4.
Mime hanging out the side of his best friend's ride as Falcons falling away rather from Cerberus's push up on the west side. They find a little bit of space. One of the few upsides, if you want to call it that, for being 2 up, is that you don't take up that much positioning, so can perhaps try and hide it out and catch players off guard. It's unfortunate to be forced into that playstyle this early on in the round, but Falcons still have the ability to get points for themselves. It's Legacy now coming in from Shipyard, going to be coming in east to west with the boat. This means that they're not going to have any vehicles in play, but they could perhaps try and find some outside of the west block of Shipyard.
Yeah, or just stay fully coastal, go all the way back around towards Army Base. Na'Vi did drop there, so I mean they're not going to be getting any vehicles from that position either, but at the very least you're less likely to run into teams that crossed over the bridge.
Or just catch 9.
That works too.
Yeah, easy. Come on, guys. This is not a difficult game. just get shifted on 9 circles in a row.
Well, Alo looking to try and find a way forwards for TSM, coming in very late along the western road. So maybe it is a good thing the Legacy didn't commit any further. Now E-Arena.
Here's the E-pickup.
Yeah, I mean, they pranked us all. They drove in towards the blue zone. They made sure they got the timing correct on the E-pickup usage, and now they're just waiting for their pickup. Hopefully we'll take them straight towards the center of the zone.
They went all, I mean, I believe they went to airport, which is very fitting for the E-pickup currently being swung into the zone. But yeah, it's only less than 10 seconds before phase 2 reveals. It's likely going to stay on the northwest island, but who knows? We could see a east or a southern hard shift, and E-Arena will be in the sky with the ability to respond. But yes, it's going to be a hard shift in the opposite direction, all the way to the northwest. FaZe holding a nice high ground position, but with so many teams to the east, you have to imagine they're at least considering alleviating that space, going to pull to the west and just let those teams fight it out before they're forced to get into the mix.
Now, with the premonition of Rondo Esports potentially becoming a thing in the near future, there is one very predominant rock that sticks up high above the surrounding area towards the center of this new zone. FaZe is currently lurking in that spot, but the arena, it's got to be something that they're eyeing up. It's dangerous. It's very dangerous, and it might just be too dangerous for them considering their safe playstyle for the time being. They know that there's a big target on their backs. They're going to keep making a move, whereas 4 AM, they have the freedom to commit to this push. They might just find Ming for doing so.
Instantaneous. Only one player left for New Happy, and Ming is going to drop like a rock. Was at least able to make it beyond 10 minutes, so any Ming pickers in Fantasy won't be too upset, but still, not much has been able to really come from any of those players.
It's not directly on top of the ominous mountain that oversees all, but Petrichor Road taking their 3rd emergency parachute of the game. They're eyeing it up. FaZe Clan has presence onto the rock, so they will allow it to bypass them for the time being. They might just be dropping into the dips just a little bit further to the west of where E-Arena touched down and landed, but no vehicles in sight. Once they land here, they're pretty much stuck here for the rest of the game.
There's a lot of places to play around, though. It's good terrain. It's very Miramar-esque on this one single mountain in particular. But those same dips are allowing other members like Snakers from Falcons to slowly push on up. And if they're able to catch a member of FaZe Clan unawares, get the kill, get the frag, get the point, there could be some extra space for them to play around with. But also Wally Tai coming into the mix. The arena is ready to face off against it. Vex with the knock. Lyrics with the kill. Steal. And they're defending this spot as strongly as they can.
Yeah, Vex gave away the positioning with the shots, but Falcons didn't activate, and Valley Tide tried to back away, but straight into Jacob. Too low HP to try and put any sort of distance between themselves. He's going to wrap around down low as well, come from an angle that they're not expecting. They won't have fully smoked this off, expecting the push still to come from up above. Megvalos might go down as well.
What a great confidence surround here by Jacob. Getting the kill is going to give this position away, but still not able to get responded to as all down to Kiss. as the team play still every single time from E Arena is absolutely amazing to watch. It's amazing to see. Kiss tries to answer back, tries to get something extra out of this round. They only have 1 kill point so far, but Jacob's not going to let them take him out of the round that easily.
Even without vehicles, they still have the maneuverability in this area of the zone. FaZe Clan, they've spotted out that Falcons are lurking nearby, but they didn't know about Snakers up close and personal. Mine was falling back. They got baited into it, but he's fallen back directly into the line of sight of Zizzy once again, playing that solo game. And while E Arena commit their forces onto clearing up Wally Tai, he's off doing his own thing, securing points for the squad.
Oh, the grenades from Snakers just haven't landed. He's desperately looking to try and find 1 kill point, something to go into the final 2 Miramars with. But with Zizzy shoot him in the back, it's not going to be enough. Vex is able to clean that kill up after getting picked back up immediately. Falcons are eliminated in 15th place. Their fall from the top of the leaderboard is only looking worse and worse as these rounds in day 2 go on by, but the next circle towards the northeast.
Now with FaZe having cleared away Falcons from that position that really was dangerous towards them, it becomes so much easier to control the entirety of the south, where Petrichor Road, having dropped into those ribs, have to try and control the west. It's Gen G to make a move past in vehicles. Summer is keeping his head down for now, but I think he knows that Tosi was there holding the back line, and Tosi has no idea at all.
Summer's waiting for it. Can see the driver's side, can ready that DMR line of sight up, but Tosi runs back out in the open, and they spot Petrichor Road. Again, it's all going to be on Summer and Ming to try and collapse onto Gen G. A good knock by Aches left, pulls the attention, keeps the attention that way, and now Summer is able to clean that kill up. And hey, a vehicle, they can certainly use this one.
That's crazy. Summer didn't even need to reveal his position. Aches left just got the drop regardless. Barpo did spot him out, but it was too little too late. And that was a much-needed vehicle for Petrichor Road, having emergency parachuted 3 times to get into this position. They definitely had no real maneuverability on land. Sparking, though, will wrap in once again, further and later in from the west. The 4X M4 spray gets a couple of tags, but nothing more. Pero will fade away into the forest.
Petrichor need to worry about their positioning now, because up until this last few seconds ago, they were focused 100% on Gen G, but now they are potentially squashed in between the two of them. You can see them backing down to the south, but that's only going to go into Cerberus and FaZe territory. Again, you got to fight at some point. You want to find a good position, have a good advantage, but you can only run from combat for so long, and Cerberus staring down Howl. 0 kills on the round for both of these squads, but that is a P90 in hand once again for Himas. Ruin slowly crawling forward, trying to get the drop onto Cerberus.
Tycon knows, but did he spot him on that jump peak? Ruin at least seems to think so. He was creeping his way forwards, but if he just saw the jump peak from Tycon and thought, I've been rumbled, he just gave up on trying to hide the audio cues, dipped out of there fast, and Himas getting tags down onto the Mad as well. Cerberus not overcommitting to this fight, but they might just be satisfied to funnel Howl in towards FaZe Clan, but it's them being third-partied as 4 AM commit to taking the fight up against Bleed on the far east.
Look at Legacy. They will not pass up on an opportunity for another fight for them. Only Godv and Bobo remaining. And for 4 AM, as Bleed still have 3 left standing. Happy has been confirmed, and Gizera is looking for the third-party action, looking for the line of sight, looking to get involved.
He needs an angle. He just can't get it for now. Up on the roof will build Samoy, but Godv gets the better of him. The spray a little bit too clean for that re-peak of Samoy to do the damage that it needed to do, and now the third party of Gizera springs into action, and Bleed Esports down to just a solo. Rapid succession. They're falling like flies.
Can't quite get the revive yet. A lot of down players. The blue is going to start coming in soon in only a matter of moments. Godv confirms Samoy. Alcorin is running away with the pressure of both 4 AM and Legacy. Honestly, I think Alcorin is just going to be looking for one final kill before going out. It's a bit too hot there, but Cerberus, they've lost the Lolzy. Tycon's gone down, but the P90 is able to get at least a knock in return on a Ketpa.
More grenades to fly in as well from the Mad. Himas, almost taken out alongside the Rock. 20 damage. If that had done 25, he was donezo. But he gets the heal, gets back up into fighting form, and now the Mad is... Oh, he's so done. That grenade has to explode, and it will. And even if it didn't, Himas had made the push out into the blue zone with the P90 in hand.
Really good control, really good fighting form, really good return here for Cerberus. 2 kills. The P90's looking for more. Ruin is dropped down, forced to prone, down, but it's going to be Gustav with the final shot there. It's all on the code, Marco. And Ace left Petrichor Road now getting into the mix. They're trying to collapse onto this. They're coming in from the low ground. But there's not a lot of space for these teams to try and maneuver around as they've been dramatically limited by their space of control. Howl are eliminated, out in 13th place.
Petrichor Road now making a sweep in from the west. They got away from TSM when the pressure was on towards them. And they've just made the move down south. Both Howl and Cerberus Esports find no entry into the zone under the watchful eye of FaZe and those to the west.
Only 2 kills for Legacy, and they've lost Gizera, unfortunately. Not the cleanest push by the Latin American squad. But with Forium having backed away, gotten into the next zone themselves, that frees up some space for Legacy to re-maneuver around, try and re-establish their positioning, get some information, and start to go for control from the edge once again. But Navi and Bobo in tow, where can they send it to? They hit a rock. Navi not able to clean it up off of that send just yet, but it's only going to be loosening them up for E-Arena.
Oh, Jacob cleans it up immediately. Tigger got the opening knock as Bobo came flying forwards. Hakatori did drop him for doing so. Bit of a precarious ridge to try and grab the revive. I don't think he even wants to drop off that in case it does a tick of damage. Jacob should be able to get him back up onto his feet, keeping EA in 4-man strong fighting form as if they needed any of the help that they could get. It's not been the safest of games for them, but they really didn't have much of a choice in the position, but the fighting has been on point. 6 kills on the board now, and a central position to try and work with.
If I'm not mistaken, we've lost quite a few number of teams, considering it is only Phase 4, about to click into Phase 5, and that's because the northern half around Army Base, no one is taking it. Everyone is fighting for the high ground, for the hill that FaZe Clan planted their flag in quite early, but it's going to center up away from that spread of teams on the south. E-Arena now fighting from the center. We know how strong they are from the edge. Can they defend on the opposite side of things?
This is a zone that if you're not already within the brand new popped Phase 5 circle, you're not going to get in there without taking a fight and more than likely some casualties. VP in particular sandwiched in between Twisted Minds and Legacy, and if they try and push any further forwards, E-Arena will be there waiting to receive.
He's looking on both sides, looking for any head to click, but doesn't want to overcommit one way or the other, doesn't want to get shot in the back. It's the most frustrating feeling in PUBG, and now FaZe also pushing into Twisted Minds, example holding the rock. Multiple foot pushes out in the open. Example strikes, able to get the first. The repeat not giving correct C, and Example does finally go down. A 1-for-1 trade in the moment. Grenades now thrown to play off of it to try and extend this fight further, and it's a frag, but Correxi's going to back away after dropping Perfectix. FaZe are holding on.
It's an important knock as well. He only had 10 bullets left in the barrel. Gustav will be going down. The blue zone will secure him. Well, no, it won't. It's the grenade, but it would have done anyway. Correxi just has to dip and run. Only got 10 bullets left. He's running out of resources to try and fight with. Jeems is trying to find an avenue for them to push towards, but TSM and Pero now resparking the old battle that was threatened to kick off between the two of them earlier on.
Ming's out in the blue, but look at Summer up close and personal, pushing around the side. Should have been spotted out by Luke. 12, but a grenade in hand. Kurt's gonna go down. It's only one member up. It's all down to Alo. Gonna catch Summer on the rush forward. Ming in the blue, but Chewy with the high ground peak takes TSM out. They are eliminated with 0 kills, assuming Petrichor Road can get these revives, but I don't know if FaZe are gonna let them.
No, and Gen G as well. They've seen all the knocks in the kill feed. They've heard the shots. They know where this is coming from. Both teams now looking to sandwich pressure onto this position. They will not allow Petrichor Road to leave the dip they're in. Jeems will secure the elimination of Petrichor Road before the revive can even come through. Gen G never really got a chance to even get involved. But now, they're well aware that that might have to be the next target on the list. FaZe Clan coming down from the hilltop.
LFP, the last one up for Legacy. And getting just absolutely triangulated, cornered, bullied at this point by Not As Sincere. Molly comes out. They know the exact rock that he's on. It's only a matter of time. Of course, the Molly goes a little bit too far, but LFP is going to have to come out with something dramatic, something beautiful to get out of this one.
It's going to start with a wall of smokes. Maybe Nixie might be able to find some sort of angle to alleviate some pressure. Turns the attention of Diffix, but Diffix is well aware. Sensibly repositions to make sure that that threat no longer remains so they can hold from a safer position, and the zone shifts away from them regardless, so LFP really has no real hope whatsoever of getting out of this position in one piece.
Yeah, that south shift you would think at first look that is good for Legacy, but LFB is going to have to be running in front of where Na'Vi are likely going to want to go. Though Na'Vi could still sweep to the west, but knowing that there is one final kill ready for them, they could just chase LFB down. But back onto FaZe, fighting form. 6 kills for them so far. They might have lost 1, but they are in the mix, and they are trying to snowball this round further as we do lose Twisted Minds out in the blue. Lou can't heal enough. Can only hold on for so long.
The Arena making a move in this direction as well, taking good knocks onto VP and onto FaZe Clan as well. Looking to sweep the south, control this entire area. They've held on to this selection of dips for such a long time. And now's their opportunity to strike. They're so good at tempering their aggression until the opportune moment. And they've identified that this might just be it.
A revive on Nixie, keep VP up at 3. And there is LFP still surviving. Na'Vi went to the west, indeed, not sweeping down the south. Likely because of how many teams they know were down here. They want the free space to the north. They don't want to just run into what's already a mosh pit between the European and APAC squads. Staring each other down, Fex holding the angle, spots the head of Ibiza, but is, of course, spotted in return.
Trying to play on the outside of the rock. Limited in their options to give them cover from both the east and from the north, so they've got to commit one way or the other, and they're going to commit straight into the fight up against VP. Fex gets up close onto the wall, but has to back away, hearing the pin pulled out of Nixie's grenade.
On the low ground, it's rough, but they're able to try and avoid the grenades, but can they avoid the peaks? Lucarux! And the grenades from Nixie. Corexi is almost knocked, but at the very least that forces a first aid kit. That is a brief moment of time where it is only Fex holding an angle. But now Corexi is back up into fighting form. Fex has gone down and confirmed 3 versus 1. This should be a straightforward sweep by Virtus Pro. Can Corexi hold on? Smokes in play, hiding behind a rock, and then Lucarux from the opposite side. FaZe are eliminated in 6, but E-Arena are ready to clean it all up.
Yeah, no way out whatsoever for FaZe Clan. Nixie down to such low HP, and Jacob's the solo man from E-Arena to push out, while the rest of the team commit their number to trying to hold the back line as Na'Vi make their push. Diffix finds an angle onto Zizzy though. That throws a bit of a spanner in the works. Jacob's going to have to fall back and help out his team.
Abiz is looking for an opening. But E-Arena are playing the timing, the pacing, the spacing really, really well. 5 teams left. And if you thought that E-Arena were going to slip from their lead, well, it's not going to be this time around. They have over twice the points, at least, of every team remaining in Tago. And of course, there is still LFB. That's the solo player. That's the 5th team in the mix. Everyone else looking healthy. But can LFB steal something away? 1 or 2 points here or there would make this salvage good enough.
Just absurd, isn't it? The storyline of E-Arena coming into this final stage. Performed what everyone would have said, outperformed their expectation in PGS 3, but here it's another story altogether. Still 4 alive, still 7 kills on the board, and still pushing towards yet another top 4 finish for today.
And Gen G only having 2 kills, you can tell that Adder has been in a lot of fighting because no helmet, broken vest, LFP does go down, so we get our top 4 podium teams. And yes, it's 4v4, v3, v3. A lot of teams, a lot of players still left alive. And looking at the spacing by Gen G, it's looking good. Some strong crossfires, but it's not exactly in the zone. But the one thing that they do have going their way is that Virtus Pro will likely have to fight through E-Arena, and then Na'Vi coming in behind that. So we'll see if Gen G, if they can't find final few kills and a chicken dinner, but they are going to open it up immediately onto Virtus Pro. They're not going to wait for things to start on the opposite side before they join the party.
Yeah, they might not even get a chance to push anywhere if Rex just keeps headshotting them all down. Ada was trying to get involved, and he too got headshotted. Really having to get off his angle for the time being. Gen G only has a single smoke grenade to work with. There's a big valley for them to try and regroup. It's not looking likely, and they're going to be able to. They've even expended the smoke to even pick up Ada. They might be able to grab the revive, but phase 7 circle closing in. Might at best just be a points denial angle.
Status quo leads Virtus Pro to be the team that needs to make the move. Can't go west because it's Gen G. They can't go to the north because it is both Na'Vi and E-Arena, and no one's giving them the opening knock to allow them to have any access. But they need to fight it out. They got to go for something here. Who's going to give them the opening? Where are they going to choose to go? What information do they have to incentivize one angle or the other? And then Jacob is just proned down, waiting, a trap set for the Bears to cross into his line of sight.
They're going to have to do something eventually. eArena knows their only choice is to go straight towards them or straight towards Gen G, and the majority of VP have opted for the latter. He spotted out the shoulder of Adder around the tree, but oh, a turnaround on the spray, and Nixie, in combination with his IGL of Ibiza, gets the drop on both of the Adder and Rex, holding high ground for Gen G, and Barpo, last man standing. Very little he can do from this spot.
Top fragger for Erangel. What can you do on Tego? Last man up can perhaps get a revive onto Rex, but Virtus Pro are pushing off the back of this one. Ibiza and Nixie not quite looking at this angle. This is an opening, and this is a gap. This is a small level of shroud coverage for Virtus Pro. Not spotting it out. Ibiza is just getting some picked up gear, but caught on the retreat. Forced down to heal on up, and Gen G with grenades at the ready could even the odds, at least on the west here.
It's a good thing Ibby didn't try and go for one of those grenades immediately. He would have just flushed himself out totally. They had Lukarux trying to hold the back line, but just couldn't find an angle towards it. Ibby's taken down low again, but still gets a chance to heal. Nixie, though, has repositioned himself back over towards the east. eArena still not getting any more active than they absolutely need to on the push from Na'Vi. Straight into this death trap that's been the death of so many teams already. eArena finally preparing to spring into action.
Good smokes to block the angle from Gen G. This is going to isolate the fight, and Tigger's going to strike first, but some good damage in return, and then the follow-up frag grenade drops Tigger down very, very low. Ferris wants to collapse on the back of it, spots Jacob. The spray, again, traded through. No one's knocked yet. There it is. Na'Vi finally on the left side of the kill feed. 2 down. Lyrics is trying to return fire, but it's all down to Jacob, and eArena are eliminated with one final grenade from Lukarux. Virtus Pro, they have come back towards the east. The west didn't have what they wanted, but Na'Vi, are they going to give it up?
Na'Vi just walked into an absolute crossfire setup from eArena and still came out ahead. The smoke grenades doing their job to cut off the line of sight. The spray's on point, and Barpo now activating with a 4x spray of his own. Hakatori's grenade will do the rest of the work on towards VP. Barpo still last man standing, but still has a chance to revive Rex. They just refuse to go down.
Can they steal this one away from Na'Vi? It's going to set this up into a 2 versus 4 with the revives traded. But with so said, the angle on the north, anchoring the rest of Na'Vi's position in the zone. And a vehicle in play for Barpo. Perhaps trying to look for some send to open things up. But the first, that's going to be out into the blue. Perhaps looking for a deny, but it's not going to happen either way. Oh no, the blue did get the knock there, so that could be 1 point away from Na'Vi, not giving them a chance to catch up as much as they would have wanted to. But a 4 versus 1. Can Rex get a single kill? Soset is isolated. This could be an opportunity. The Molly is going to deal some damage, but Soset's backing away.
Can't take the fight anymore. Not with the Molotov taking him down, but Hakatori from up above will get the final tag. And while it might not be the record-breaking winner-winner chicken dinner for Na'Vi, it is one that is much needed. All those kills, all those placement points will boost them so high up the leaderboard when teams like eArena and Twisted Minds absorbing all the points at the top.
A chess match at the end between the top 4 teams. Everyone worried about commitment because they knew how easily another team could third party. It was, of course, the blue that forced them to fight, and good trades of damage back and forth. It is going to be Na'Vi with the victory there, but still, eArena, Virtus Pro, Gen G, good kills and placements across the board to try and mix up the leaderboard as much as they could.
Getting the better of eArena in that setup that had cost so many the remainder of their games when they tried to make an entrance to the northern side of the Tego hilltop. Treacherous terrain though it was, eArena was not able to hold off against Na'Vi in game number 4.
was a crazy endgame, but Na'Vi manages to come away with the victory. The Young Guns absolutely playing that clean.
That is such a crazy ending, given the amount of, I guess, aggression that was happening down in the southern parts of that circle. And Na'Vi didn't have an easy rotate out of a lot of those positions due to the high ground vision, most notably by FaZe for so long, and kind of pinned them down. Whenever we look at that, and probably one of the most beautiful emergency pickups I've seen come out from E-Arena to get into that position, Na'Vi had to play this a lot more quiet than they were wanting to, but then at the later stages, they had so much information to work with.
I mean, they really did play that E pickup perfectly. They landed in that spot. It was essentially a foxhole in the middle of this war zone.
Yeah.
They were able to come out when they needed to try to snipe some kills, but they really just played it low, and because they were surrounded on all sides, like you said, by these high ground teams, they all just kept each other at bay. So it was basically a three-way chess match with the Kings just sitting in the middle waiting for a chance to bounce.
Good performances also coming out from FaZe and Jinji, yet again making in the later stages of the game. Twisted Mind's going to be still on the hunt to try to catch up. They still have a lot of distance away from everybody else, but E-Arena is just unrelenting on their points.
Absolutely. I got to say, I got to give love to Virtus Pro in this game. There were multiple times that I thought they might be out of it. They were getting pushed left and right. I think they survived FaZe, then they had to pivot with nowhere to go. They tried to push Gen G. Ibiza ends up surviving there by himself and holding them off. And then VP goes and tries to gets the backstab on E-Arena. They were active, and that's what you do, right? If you are a team that's like, man, I do not know how to get these guys out of this hole, they had no way into the circle, and they still kept finding ways to find points.
And interact as much as they could. That's why they were bouncing. They were using the high ground for their advantage to see if maybe they could like prod in somewhere to find some type of weakness. They could get a couple of knocks, but it wasn't enough to really allow them to like find a pathing down that hillside, because it's pretty steep right there.
It is, and it's a very tough area to finish out that end game. We're going to give props to E-Arena. This has been an interesting back and forth. Twisted Minds, they took a step up because E-Arena went out in 8th the previous game. Then we get to this one, Twisted Minds goes out in 7th, and E-Arena goes deeper and managed to get some points on the board. It's just back and forth.
Yeah, and if anything, it's almost a reprieve for everybody else that was just trying to get some points right now. It's not just those two teams always in the end game right now, and these last two, at least a couple of other squads have managed to kind of creep their way back in there, so that's why this is really big for like VP, Na'Vi, FaZe, and specific.
I think we're going to see them continue to gain a little bit of ground here. FaZe managing to get themselves in the late game. VP seeming a little bit to get themselves turned on to the right place. Let's take a look at those top 4 teams. E-Arena still manages to get 7 kills and come out with big points. Gen G only 3. VP and Na'Vi, though, do put up some big numbers. I will say, I think VP had maybe a bigger struggle in that sort of beginning of the end game to stay in this and put up those numbers, whereas Na'Vi got to play mop-up a few times.
I would say I agree, because VP had to contend, if I remember correctly, that it was the FaZe push on top of them, where FaZe had that high ground, and we're kind of looking where the end game happened at for oh so long.
Right.
We're really kind of like pinning what was going on with Na'Vi and E-Arena.
And remember, after that, when they were fighting FaZe, E-Arena tried to come over. They sent Jacob to try to pick off some kills, and they somehow, while limping, were able to turn and stop them. But the champions, here we go, WWCD team stats. Hakatori, the Heartbreaker, has been phenomenal throughout this entire event. But this guy, our MVP, Just Diffex, going to come through and put up a really good game.
And I love this for Na'Vi. We saw that FaZe managed to capitalize off of good performance in the last round. Maybe this will start the momentum rolling for Na'Vi as well, because we saw in the group stages, this is a ridiculously innovative squad, and I love what we see them bringing out. And the circles really haven't allowed them to kind of do what is, I would say, their comfort food and kind of play around a bit more. So now that they're going to probably get a bit more space to work with on the leaderboard, I want to see what they can innovate next time.
To be clear, when you say their comfort food, you mean like aggressive play, or what is it? What does Na'Vi stand out to you right now? Because I'm trying to figure it out.
It's really the way that they manage to get information and then push off of it.
Gotcha.
It's essentially they will feed information, most notably off of Varist a lot, and into what's going on with Hakatori and allow him to exploit off of that. That seems to be their 1-2 punch that they're regularly bringing out, sometimes with gliders, other types of things along those lines. So it's kind of a team effort to allow the fragging power that we've seen come out from Hakatori.
I like that. Let's take a look at the match. Leaderboard, 19 points go the way of Na'Vi. VP with 13. E-Arena still going to manage to get 11. These guys are just continuously putting up points, but FaZe does get 9. I think that's going to be a good story mode here as FaZe continues to climb up that wall.
And even whenever we're looking down, it's still Petrichor Road again, hanging around that 6th, 7th position, picking up the same amount of points. It's pretty stabilized, specifically on the left side of the leaderboard right now.
All right, so E-Arena does get back into another big lead there with 121. Twisted is not letting go. They are still putting up. They come away with points. They're at 104. FaZe, though, I think has been sort of our biggest grinder along with VP here at the back end of the day. And I guess Gen G as well. They've all put up some good numbers.
Is this probably the most consistent top 6 to 7 teams we've seen reoccurring inside of a final stage? It's just constantly Irina, Twisted Minds, FaZe VP, Gen G, and some flavor of like Na'Vi coming into there. Oh, Falcons yesterday, I would say. Not so much for today, as it's been way more quiet.
But I just think this combo of Irina and Twisted Minds consistently getting to this end game. The big difference here is Irina has 3 chicken dinners going their way. Twisted Minds has nothing but seconds and below. So I think that that's where we need System Minds to step in here, take a chicken dinner, get those extra couple of points, because really that is a huge differential. If you think about 3 times 9, or 3 times 3, that's 9 extra points just off of those chicken dinners.
And Twisted Minds, just, I swear, they're always playing so well against somebody that is having the series of their lifetime.
That's true.
And I would love to see Twisted Minds be able to just close it just a bit more, so that way we can have a competition moving into the last day, but also just, I'm loving what's going on with the arena.
But I think that you literally just nailed it. Twisted Minds is always a little bit away from having the best. Like, they're always having the second best performance of a tournament, and I know that that has to kill Batulin inside. So let's see if they can turn around. We got 2 more games to play. We're going to head to the grassy pastures. It's going to be awesome. I promise you that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Really never ends well when you see so many players in the same vehicle, and that is exactly why. It is so clean, the shots that came through. Has to make something of it. There's no way Ferris was expecting him from behind. He needs to do more, and Flood doubling down, finishing both off as well.
We got a little bit close to them, but they backed away. Ooh. And now the push has come through. Zipian activates the off angle, and it's
trying to use the shotgun. Heaven finds one. It's now to a 1 versus 1. Heaven has no HP, no ammo, had to roll out the VSS.
In that mini 14, so he's going to make good use of them. A lot of headshots coming through there, as well as now the grenades onto Twisted Minds are perfect. The artillery that's getting thrown in, Molotovs, nades, everything you can possibly ask for. And Purdy, of course, will be the one to push his way forward and finish it off.
Dead. Unfortunately, he had to run back in on a single hit point. Wasn't enough. Rex with a FAMAS will get 1, we'll get 2. Don't. Falcons, please do not do it again. Rex, what is happening?
On the roof.
I'm on the Salah.
Knock one. We should fight them. Don't kill him. Come.
点击他这个房后，这个边都在房后，跑过来。
First floor. One guy's second floor. I got headshot. I have to heal. I'm in first floor. They're far side from me. Knock one more.
在1楼了。
这打我那个人。
在1楼。
快给他扔闪了。
掉下来。
翻下了。
得去下面帮他们打这边。
Boosting, I'm boosting. Follow me, follow me. Come, take the fish. Two guys in there. One more.
Reloading. Northwest stairs.
One last.
I'm on fire.
We outside. We outside. Don't need your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah. In other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside.
A brief moment of weakness, perhaps, by EU United on Vikendi. Does not double up on Tego. They don't get the win, but they are still always in the late game, seemingly picking up the kill points, get the placement points, 121 points on the total leaderboard. It was Navi currently on your screen. You were able to come out with the chicken dinner there, put them in 8th place. But it's just hard, Saga, for me to stop thinking about E-Arena. Their run this final stage has been looking so good.
It really has been, and coming into PGS 3, PGS 4, looking at the regional performances in the Thailand series, looking at their performances in the Thailand qualifiers, you might get away with saying, yeah, this is probably the third best team out of this region. Potentially top 2 in Thailand would have been a safe bet, but certainly not quite to this extent. 121 points as we enter our 11th game of the final stage of PGS 4. This run of form is extremely impressive. You only need to hold on to it for 8 more games.
Just saw Batu from Twisted Minds, a team that for quite a while now, everyone has been saying deserves a win. Currently in 2nd place, can they make the run to overtake E-Arena by the end of the day, if not the end of tomorrow, as we go into our last 2 matches of the day. It's Miramar. Game start. Match 11. 2 left tonight.
You know the battlegrounds. You know the positions. You know the energy levels. You can hear the players screaming behind us, getting ready, getting pumped up to get this game underway. The penultimate match of day number 2. So much riding on the line for all of these teams, particularly those towards the top, but everyone looking to chase as well. That gap that E-Arena had over 2nd place, about 50 points at the start of today. Still, 50 points between themselves and FaZe in 3rd. Massive, but it's Twisted Minds who holds the advantage when when it comes to Miramar.
12.5 points per match, as you can see here. Even though long screw does come out with the most damage. Perfect, let's get out of there. There he is. All right, so regardless, yeah, about Twisted Minds. They're only 15 points behind E-Arena. And for a team that, again, everyone says deserves a win at this point, the most consistently second place team of every single global event, it feels like, for like a year and a half, if not longer than that. Oftentimes they find themselves in first place and failing to hold on. So, curious about what's going to happen if they don't have the pressure of maintaining first and they can just come in from a tight second place, but, you know, being the chasers this time around.
You have to wonder, how much does it play on their mind? They could well have won the previous match, but just Na'Vi got the better of them. It just came down to the engagements, to the gunfights. The angles, the positions that E-Arena had, they had every right to win that game, but Na'Vi just outdid them. Such a wonderful story of that team as well. Coming in as young teenagers, playing together in PUBG Lite before making the move over to PC. Playing together before separating off as they came of age to start qualifying for tournaments, and then getting the band back together and picking up winner-winner chicken dinners on the global stage, looking for a second top 4 performance in a row. And you can hear their perspective of how things are going to go for our final 2 matches. If you head on over to PUBGesports.com, check in with Na'Vi, with Twisted Minds, with E-Arena, 3 of the biggest names in the game right now, as well as others from the Chinese region as well, if you are capable of listening, because I can tell you what, those are some of the most hype teams that we have, regardless of their position in the leaderboards.
You know, and I really should just kind of play those VODs on repeat while I'm sleeping, sort of just try and osmosis take in their playstyle in. But before we get to that point, as we go into Miramar now, let's hear it from James on FaZe Clan, currently in 3rd place. There.
James from FaZe here, you play very well in these 2 matches and your current points look promising. What adjustment do you think you need to make in your quest for the championship?
I think we need to think a little bit less and do a little bit more. We need to play a little bit more loose and just run around and shoot our guns.
Yeah, smash it for the next game.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes the simple approach is the best. Just shoot your enemies, win your gunfights. Perhaps you might just win a game along the way or two.
I mean, they've been looking good so far today. A team that has a lot of veteran players on it and is one that, I mean, I've been watching them for years. Very hard to tell which version of them are going to get into the events, any of these global events, but it's promising to see them currently in 3rd place. It's a 35-point gap between them and Twisted Minds in 2nd, so they're going to have a really strong performance as well as a bit of a slip by the top 2 if FaZe want to really get into the mix there. But you know what? We still have, 8 rounds left.
Yep.
Dare I say, anything can happen.
It's certainly doable, although if you are a team like Walitai, Cerberus, TSM, some of those names really don't sound like the rest of this sentence should apply to them, but they are closing in on 100 points behind 1st place. So it's looking probably out of the realms of possibility for a team like Cerberus to defend their championship, a team like TSM to reclaim 1st place like they had in the group stages. But still, there is much more to be gained. With a few good games, they can climb their way up the rankings. And that's PGS points, that's prize pool, and that all-important power ranking for events further down the line this year. But unfortunately for them, it's not going to be the championship that they were hoping for after that big group stage performance for TSM.
Yeah. And I was talking to the boys at the start of the day, trying to check on in with them, and they don't think that they played terribly on day number 1. But small mistakes kept them from making what they could out of each and every round, and those small mistakes continue to add on up. And when other teams have momentum, and when we say momentum, usually we talk about just confidence and the freedom to just go for plays without overthinking things, without being scared, that can rack up a lot. Having a fast start is so important, can be so impactful in any of these rounds. The difficulty cannot be overstated of trying to flip your confidence.
It's almost a similar story for both of the teams. They came in extremely confident, TSM and Cerberus, but the second that they start making those aggressive plays here in the final stage, they get punished for it, and maybe that can just play in the back of your mind. Maybe you're not getting as aggressive as you might have expected them to do so, as Cerberus were doing in the PGS 3 final stage where they just were seemingly untouchable. Now, whenever they try and play their game, play their own style, play that aggressive PUBG that everyone came to adore just a couple of weeks ago, it's just not working out the same way. Other teams are responding to it a little bit better, a little bit more structure in their setups, and it's crumbling apart at the seams. But still, there is time to recuperate. They've got one championship underway. There's more tournaments to come for the rest of the year, but right now, E-Arena is focused on the here and now, and Tigger is down to half HP. New Happy not too far away either. And Na'Vi setting up a bridge camp along the eastern road ahead of them. That's what's forced them to turn around.
Not looking good for E-Arena at the start of this Miramar. They fell away from Na'Vi's pressure. Unlucky that New Happy also had just arrived at this ridge. Jacob caught out in the open. Thankfully, there was a wall there to allow him to get back into his vehicle and pull away from this one. E-Arena still all 4 up. The damage is not permanent. And thankfully, we know how comfortable and confident they are playing in from the edge, but you have to imagine perhaps New Happy won't allow them to continue to maneuver around here that easily. New Happy desperately need points, and this could be an opportunity if they decide to capitalize on it to take a fight without risk of it getting stolen by any other squad.
It's good news that Zizzy is well used to playing as a solo, as he has been pretty much abandoned now to the northern side of the rocks where New Happy have pulled up. There is the long building down in the dip. That's where he's lurking, all by himself. No way for him to regroup with the rest of the squad. It's just going to have to be a boys, if I get breached and die, it is what it is. Just continue on and play without me. But E-Arena, the setups that they've had, it's paramount importance that they have all of the angles covered in the crossfire setup, so losing one player could be massively detrimental to them in the long run.
Virtus Pro setting up shop. Had a couple of good rounds today so far. Currently sitting in 4th place. Passed up by FaZe very recently. And Petrichor Road grouping in. I think we only have a couple of teams left to make it into phase number 1, with Petrichor Road now breaching in through that border. It's going to be Bleed and Gen G, but these last 2 teams could be running into each other. It's rare that you see teams stop on each other in a situation like this outside of phase number 1, but you never know, and so they are just pulling away, trying to generate some distance between the 2 of them.
And while we sit here and talk about the year of APAC, quietly, EMEA is having a pretty solid event as well. 3 teams in the top 4 and only a few points away from having all 5 EMEA squads in the top 8. But Pero, oh man, they're the ones holding the line. But Cerberus finding tags from long range. Tycon doing the vast majority of the damage on towards Summer. Just about gets the smoke up in time. Hop into the back seat of the vehicle and try and make a swift exit, but still under pressure, and Himas looking to chase.
Oh, the rest of Cerberus, they want this, and they have freedom from their southwest. There is no other team in position to backfill them. But just too slow on the push, just too slow on the follow-up. Good idea. No harm in trying to go and take it. But Petrichor Road do get out in the nick of time. Summer with 5 HP, shall we call it, does get revived.
Yep. The difference between Haisaki spraying down the vehicle with an M4, hitting a headshot for 44 damage. If he had an AUG, that extra 2 damage on that headshot might just have got the job done, got that point secured, but nope. Summer will survive. Petrichor Road will remain 4 alive, and we will continue on, likely into phase 2, with a full lobby of 64 players.
Not uncommon to see that from Miramar, though these rotations have challenged that expectation just a little bit. 14 seconds left before we see phase number 2. We'll see if we stay close to the water. We haven't had aggressive water zones too much today. You could argue Tego was something of the sort, but a lot of teams are playing down towards the south of El Azahar. Only 2 teams on the north because they expected to go that way, and it does indeed. Fairly hard shift, not aggressively so, but it's in there to the southwest. But a fight now still. Howl trying to catch off a rotation by Petrichor Road.
Straight through the middle they've gone. They want no more shenanigans of teams trying to hold them out from the edge. They're going straight down the middle. Falcons very happy with their position up on top of the rocks to the northern side of Minas Generalis, but it's the truck stop. And we're getting no real respite. RBN tosses out a grenade. It won't find its target. VP have already disengaged and made a move to the south.
Yeah, Legacy are backing out of this one too. But a lot of the contesting is going to be happening in the center. Falcons holding off against an E pickup from Cerberus. The knocks don't land. Of course, Mime does secure the first kill of the round for the Falcons, a team that have struggled to keep themselves in the mix. And some great covering fire from Snakers drops Hisaki.
And Cerberus just really can't catch a break. Almost got the drop onto Pero, the emergency parachute onto Mime. He takes one down and slips away. Not able to capitalize either. New Happy now going to try their luck at making the push into Howl, where Petrichor Road failed just seconds ago. Longskir's car rolling down the hill, giving him perfect cover, but the Mad hits the headshot anyway.
Can't quite get the follow-up, but still some good damage. Can the rest of Howl follow up behind it? Quetpa with a knock on and on. That's going to be huge. It's going to keep them in the lead on this fight. No one's trolling around for third party and collapsing just yet. But this rock could be a strong position. Ming Ming trying to defend, is able to jump across and perhaps get the revive onto Nan. This calls Quetpa to drop down as well and trade reses.
Just got the god timing on that reposition. Keppa was holding the angle for such a long time, and then the second he switches over to the flashbang, he makes the move. Oh, Ruin almost got December 12th as well, but just gets behind the tree at the perfect opportunity to cut the line of sight. New Happy getting a little fortunate on this push, the angles and the timings, but still getting outgunned when Ruin commits to the push.
And they were able to get in the revives. Finally, Nan gets back up on his feet. Ming Ming to hold on the first aid kit, clicks through. A good headshot to Code Marco forces them away. And now Twisted Minds, finally another team is answering back. Finally another team is trying to get the points that they can by third partying. The Mad holding the angle. New Happy keep getting corralled further and further, deeper and deeper into these cement buildings. But with the pressure from Twisted Minds, Keppa bleeding out, gonna go down. A nice grenade to secure that. Howl gonna have to think twice about how they approach New Happy.
They're no longer satisfied to sit back and let the points come to them. Twisted Minds are getting proactive and chasing every opportunity to get points that they can. They've got just under a 20-point gap to try and close towards E-Arena, who themselves have now entered into the fray, putting some long-range shots in. After making a very late entrance to the Cantera Ridge, they were able to regroup successfully with Zizzy after New Happy made a push into this position, stopped the camp that was preventing them from regrouping up with their teammate. But Perfectix, he's got one. He's just going to back away, satisfied with that for now.
Doesn't want to overcommit. We have 15 seconds before phase 3, and if it shifts down this direction, we could be seeing multiple teams all try and send it into jungle. And the Mad, the rest of Howl, they are just staring at the exit points. They know that New Happy are dug in, stuck into this. In phase 3, it's going to shift all the way from this compound northwest. Looking good for TSM, looking good for Gen G. But the amount of cover that is in this zone, at least in phase 3 where we're going to next, a lot different from the east.
Yeah, this gets tough now. Falcons not being fully dissuaded from taking their position up on top of the ridge. They've got a bit of a line that separates the east from the west, with Snaker still up on top of the high ground. This fight still needs to be concluded between Howl and New Happy. Neither team can really leave while the other still exists. Well, everyone else, you're getting shades of Rozhawk as teams just hop into the vehicles and start making a ascent towards the center.
Quizzy, how is he still alive? 1 HP. VP are trying to just fall through this valley, this line. No real time to heal on up, and Falcons aren't able to capitalize on that wounded player. It's not quite yet. We'll see if Gen G, the next team potentially up to bat, can do anything with it, but Virtus Pro, they find some cover. We'll see how much longer they can survive into this game, as surely more teams are going to try and push onto their position. Smoke's already deployed. That is not a good sign in phase 3.
Falcons saw the chaos coming. They've decided not to try and commit to holding that wide split anymore. They've already regrouped. Frees up some space on the southern side of the zone for teams that are able to find it. Petrichor Road, all 4 of them within one vehicle, making a move in the vague direction of where Falcons just regrouped from, but they might not even get there. Their tires popped. They spun out in front of Twisted Minds. Perfectix getting good tags, but they get behind the rock and get into some cover.
Rocks, smokes, that's all that so many of these teams have left to play with in this zone. And you can see, with example, looking up onto the high ground, the Hollywood sign, as it is sometimes called, it's the slope of this ridge line can make these hills very, very sensitive to play around.
They know they can't get back to the car. They know it's 4 men in 1. They have to be on foot. They can't have gone far. Twisted Minds pushing forwards to try and find an angle. Ike's left just ducks down of cover, but not quickly enough. Perfectix this time will take down Summer, and this time he won't be saved on 1 HP.
confirming that kill, not letting anyone steal it, because Twisted Minds need every single point that they can get to chase E-Arena, who have yet to get any points themselves. Of course, now Tigger's shooting out. Perfectus doesn't know that. Only we see the name on the damage marker. But if E-Arena get a knock, if E-Arena get a kill from that position, suddenly Twisted Minds are going to have to figure out how they can approach that position to best chase the #1 slot.
Several teams now tanking blue zone damage. Only a couple of them really committed into the fight. Howl have actually managed to fall back and get into vehicles, leaving New Happy behind in the compound. They've got a chance to make a move. FaZe is making a wide wrap far around the northern side of the zone. Maybe to put some pressure onto the back line of Gen G, force them to regroup. More than happy to do so. Barpo and Ada's position, no doubt, will be the target. First of all, Bleed Esports trying to push their way in towards the east, but 4 AM putting pressure from the high ground to their south. It might just be more difficult than it looks.
I don't know what I would consider the best position in this zone. I suppose Cerberus and Defetricore Road towards the south, but oh man, it's just one big giant hillside. Fighting from teams through each other. And Bleed Esports, they've been shooting towards Wally Tide towards the north. That's going to be Megvalos drop down to Aquaman. But there is, of course, 4 AM also trying to get into the fight, get into the mix. That could engage that in a third-party way. Kiss. Last one standing. Out in the open, able to find a shack. And of course, the shots coming out from the north, the shots coming out from Na'Vi is able to get inside just in time. 33 HP, immediately proning down. 4 first aid kits. How much longer can they survive as we see Ming Ming, the last one up now for New Happy, running into Cerberus. Line of sight, but it's going to be the blue that gets rid of them. They go out in 16th place. They've only been slipping further and further down the leaderboard.
Toolins made a push over towards the shack. Spotted out that the bike is still vulnerable, and E-Arena, whether or not they knew that this was Twisted Minds that they were pushing in towards, fortune favors the bold. Matulins will be taken down.
And now the Mad, where can they go? Dodges the tree, but tumbling down the hill is at least finding themselves at a rock, but cannot keep driving that vehicle any further. It is smoking. Lost all momentum. But then back over to the Twisted Minds E-Arena fight. This is a huge engagement. But will Larix expect Lou? Lou catches Larix off guard. Julian has been confirmed regardless. But Twisted Minds, if they can try and wipe the rest of E-Arena out here, well, they'll be wounded into the game. They might not be able to have the best chance of a win. But still, if you can eliminate them, it's something to go off of.
Once again, from the compound, Lou commits to the angle. The smokes aren't giving enough cover. Jacob gets tagged down as well. Example's running low on ammo, but he's still landing the shots. Zizzy will not make it to safety. Twisted Minds wipe out their competition, and now they have free reign to close that gap. 12 points remaining between themselves and first place.
We'll see how well they can manage it, though. It's going to be a really big team fighting based round, just looking at the terrain that we're playing in. And looking at Jeem still out in the blue, the last one up for FaZe, only 1 point for them. Trying to break in through the line of fire from Na'Vi, but Hakatori is looking the wrong direction. This is going to be a point for Jeem surely before he goes down. Diffix trying to trade things out. That's got to be the blue that gets rid of it, but no, Diffix finds it in return. Jeems is able to confirm Hakatori first, but FaZe Clan is still eliminated in 14th place.
Jeems knew that all he could really do was get 1 or 2 points before he went down. He's able to do so. Bad news for Na'Vi. It's a big player to lose. Even worse news now as the zone shifts further to the south. The Mad, his car rolled and tumbled, but it's into a position where he is still within the zone. Cerberus are committing to try and make a push in towards Petrichor Road, but they need to be careful. Example, still lurking around that area.
I'm worried about Gen G. We saw their position on the west side. They don't get a lot of lines of sight into the center of the zone, so we'll see what they can manage from that position. They're going to be safe for now at the very least, as we see TSM all grouping in. Na'Vi to the north. TSM should be aware of this, but TSM also have to look towards the south because that is where the zone is going to be. They have some time they can play out from this angle, but a long distance to the cross. They might just need to send it in, bomb it towards the center, towards Howl, towards Virtus Pro. As 4 AM, they have more space to play with. They have more terrain to maneuver on foot if they would want to, but they got to go through Bleed first.
Or Legacy.
Or Legacy.
Neither really enticing option at this point. Heck, even if they just hop in vehicles and try and send it straight across the road, Falcons will be there waiting. Na'Vi has no choice but to try and make that play. Hopping in the vehicle, sending it over the road. Not going directly towards the zone just yet, but that might not pay off as Happy lining up a grenade, gets a spray over the top, lands a headshot, switches over to the DMR. Oh, Ferris just dips down before the tag can come through that would secure the knock.
And Bleed are making sure to not overcommit onto this because they know 4AM could capitalize, could push off their backside if they get into a fight. If one of them gets knocked, they're hoping to find that instantaneous drop onto the member of Na'Vi. But at this point, like, the blue is coming in. It's under a minute and a half before Phase 6 reveals itself, and not that many teams have even made further positioning in towards the zone. We've lost a couple of members of Happy and Dualitai. Kiss was able to find at least one member, and now comes 4AM. Trick holding off the line, holding off the point. But the pressure might be too much.
Happy was trying to find an angle down towards Na'Vi, but he stepped on a snake in the shack. And now Legacy will be those trying to take the fight up against 4AM. They've made a move out as far as they possibly can, but it might not be far enough. RBN making a reposition move to try and cut off the angles, and HSM caught from behind as well.
Bobo, HSM, both knocked. 4AM, this push forward. They weren't able to open up the spaces to the north or the south, and now they're just getting absolute barraged by utility, by bullets, and of course now by the blue zone. Zipian out in the blue, got V pushing forward, gets knocked with only one member up for 4AM, and VP getting in the mix with some third-party shots. But what opportunity is gonna be here? The shots do come out, it's two! Trying to go for the spray, can they get any more?
Nothing more, but it's still damage done. They will secure those points, and it will be the end of Legacy, no doubt. Trick repositions to hold the angle. They still need to deal with Kiss in the shack, but Legacy, oh, they got into the vehicle, but they got sat down immediately. Na'Vi have somehow crept their way forwards, and now they've got to drop onto Simoy, and Orkarin's gone down to the zone. They might just get into this.
Oh, Bleed are eliminated. Kiss now left in a 1 versus 2, but Na'Vi know of his position here. Grenade goes out. Kiss is forced to run out down the stairs, but the smoke is there for cover, and win our Falcons. I'm sure they're salivating. When are they going to get into the mix here? Grenade goes out. That looks good. Kiss back inside cover. Back and forth, up and down, left and right, and Ferris is finally going to throw them back into the lobby as we are finally entering placement points.
It took a lot of utility to get rid of him. Took a long time. Ferris got tagged down low, too low for him to hold the angle on the initial grenade, and now he's been taken out as he made the entrance in towards the shack. That doorway just being hard held by TSM up towards the north, but they themselves in turn might just be getting held as Gen G starting to finally flex out of their compound on the far west.
Twisted Minds have a bit of a ridge to play with. You can see them extending out a touch, but they are worried about Petrichor Road, as they should be. Eyes towards the center of the zone, trying to find some information. And we do recognize that Virtus Pro were able to put themselves in a split position. A lot of the high ground angles have been eliminated, but not all of them, as Snakers is able to find a knock onto Luke.
At the expense of a helmet. One more tag from any DMR and potentially even an AR of the 7.6 variety would take him out. Ferris this time around will not be revived as he tries to make the exit out of the shack. A combination of VP and TSM will deny the exit. Falcons trying to make a move forwards. Lukaruk's there to receive with a grenade in hand.
2 forward, 2 anchoring behind for the Falcons. 3 kills for them so far, all 4 left up. Is this the game that can turn their fates that we've seen so far today? Great grenade knock from Rello onto Lukarux. And they're still survived. There's still feet planted on the ground, but the high side peak from Petrichor Road is going to push them back a little bit. Snickers has gone down. Grenades coming out. Can the rest of Falcons survive here in the valley?
Oh, that's a huge grenade. It rolled perfectly underneath the vehicle. Nice left. Gets a smoke out in front of him, but they're just going to push around the outside. But Flood with a Molotov will buy himself some space to work with, but not too much. It's not looking great. Rello has a 1v2 to try and maintain some sort of hold in this game for Falcons.
I love it. Sticking the res, trying to even the odds.
Oh, the gas can.
But the gas can is being thrown in.
No
I don't know if it's
way.
gone far enough, and I don't think Xlef was able to track it with his spray.
I love the idea.
It's a great idea. Now the smokes are fading. Xlef swinging on the side, trying to spot where the last members of the Falcons are playing from. But now that Flood is picked back up. First aid kit. Xlef you can spot. Shirley is going to get the spray down. Is able to get one. Goes for the second. Loses a teammate in the meantime. So another kill for the Falcons. 5 kills for them and a couple of placement points. Certainly a better game for them so far, but how much further can Xlef drag Petrichor Road in this round?
Yeah, repositioning around the outside of the smoke, but not quite quickly enough to keep his teammate alive. But still, those extra points that they picked up now holding the gap that Petrichor Road have in the leaderboard above Falcons. But we'll will do them no favors to try and catch up against VP. Still holding a split down towards the center on 71 points. Themselves and Gen G, the closest now to FaZe Clan, who've already been eliminated, holding down third place on 73. Still 50 points behind first place, and Twisted Minds still alive to try and close that 10-point gap between themselves and E-Arena.
As our TSM. Only 2 kills, but 40 points. They are not that far away from putting themselves in the middle of the pack, especially if they can put a win, a chicken dinner, in their backpack.
The position of Gen G. They've really been able to exert very little pressure, but they've also not really had to absorb any, having played from the west. Ixlet gets caught out. Luke 12 lets him know. TSM, having made their push in from the north, survived when Gen G thought about pushing, at least with 3 men holding the south with Rex up in their direction. They've now regrouped back towards the south, but it's TSM who the zone is going to force to have to make a reposition, try and find some avenue to get into a playable space.
Shots from Lou don't land. Onto Kurtz, rotate, leading the way for the rest of the team. 3-in-1 vehicle on the end. It's not the safest caravan, but it's the best that they can do with only 2 vehicles, but the descent is still not in the zone. And look at Gen G's position. They were able to leave the compound. Only 0 kills. But you have to imagine that means that they have high resources to play with and convert this into a win.
The Mad has been taken out eventually. He's been lurking around in this area for quite some time, so he probably won't be all that upset with getting a 5th place position. Still not as much as they would have liked to have, but it's at least something. Now, the top 4. Nobody playing towards the northeast. Nobody really can. Just a complete dead zone. Gen G controlling the most space for the time being, but Twisted Minds is a tough set of competitors whenever high ground is in play.
Because has been knocked by Kurt. And then Luke 12 also eyes on Twisted Minds. Gen G, they're pushing up from the low ground, but they have all 4 members, but Barbo's gone down by Lou. A good defense there. This could stall that push. This phase 8, centers on up. Virtus Pro just proning in the center. Waiting for the rest of the team to get to them. Rest of the fighting to enter their crossfire.
Twisted Minds might have considered pushing on that opening knock, but a big grenade did a ton of damage, and Alo and TSM spamming them from across the way. The folded shield not giving the cover they need.
Oh, Perfectix is going to get knocked by Tosi. If it's not TSM, it's going to be Gen G with the lineup, with the crosshairs looking at Twisted Minds' position. They are unable to crawl out of this spot. They're getting bullied here. But Gen G, they reminding TSM that they haven't forgotten about them.
And this is smart from Gen G. It almost looked like they were pushing up towards Twisted Minds to try and backfill this spot, but seeing just how open they are to TSM, they've decided against it. They're going to just clean up the points, reduce their threat to just a lone example, which, fair enough, that's still a pretty big, hefty threat, but up against a 4-man. Claim as much space as they possibly can on the west and force TSM to make a move.
TSM have no clue that Quizzy is here. Quizzy stands on up, is able to get one. Nixie has been knocked, so it's not all for free, and now it's all down to Ibiza, sparking with a great defense. Takes down Barpo, takes down Quizzy. And that is going to be it for Twisted Minds, as Sparking is on a tear right now.
Just killed 3 players from 3 different teams with about 5 bullets. And he's just done it again, Sparking!
The Thunder from Brazil is entering the lobby now. 7 kills for TSM, and they are going to look for the win. Kurt's been knocked. Again, Ibiza still in the mix, still trying to stay alive, and they are able to at least secure the 2nd kill for themselves, Virtus Pro. And with that kill, knocking TSM down to 3, you have to put the ball back into Gen G's court, especially with the blue overtaking Sparking. The opponents can't kill him, but the blues sure can.
Oh, and that nade might just be good. Oh, it goes a little too far underneath the vehicle. Alo, it's about to explode. You're going to have to move. He doesn't. And Nixie will claim the credit. Not before Rex takes him out completely. Luke trying to grab the revive. Gen G, they sense the opportunity. They're pushing for this.
They have to. They know that there's a res to happen, and they're not going to give it the chance. 3-kill victory to Gen G, but it is a victory nonetheless.
It's one that's much needed. They were one of the teams that was somewhere in and around that mid-pack. They need a couple of good games if they want any sort of realistic chance to have a miraculous run on the final day of the final stage of PGS 4. Still got a long way to go, but they've taken steps in the right direction here.
Twisted Minds should be a lot closer, if not overtaking E-Arena in the first place position after that round. But TSM, second place, good number of kills. A really good turnaround for them coming into this round in 14th place. There is still a lot to play for on the leaderboard. There was only one Miramar left today, but with how tight the points are in that middle section, so much can still change. Welcome back. We thought for a moment it might be the thrill from Brazil, but instead, it's Gen G that cleans up and gets a nice win to wrap up this match.
Just more of the usual suspects, right?
Yes,
it's
sir.
Just time and time again. We are starting to see more variants, though. TSM, like you were talking about, Sparking putting on one hell of a show at the end of it.
It really was. I mean, I don't know why. If I ever see him without a Dragunov again, I may complain, because he was hitting those headshots perfectly every single time.
The balance on the rock, one side, the other was just so.
But like that,
clean.
but that's where that gun excels, right? In this sort of mid-range end-game circle, you got one of those strapped to your back, and you already have a massive advantage of that headshot damage, and he capitalized on it. Now, as we move into the late game here, we saw a lot of teams picking up points, but all that is because E-Arena went out in 15th place and left the doors open.
And you can see a lot of the firefighting is going to be going on around the centralized position of VP. Twisted Minds couldn't quite find a way to navigate in and get in there cleanly, mostly due to the repositioning that were happening on the eastern and western sides around them. TSM doing a good job controlling one of those flanks, Gen G on the other one. Yeesh. And while Twisted did manage to pick up a lot of points, it just feels like it's such a mental game for Twisted right now. They just have got to just be so freaking consistent and continue to pray E-Arena falls.
Well, yeah, but it's not even pray. I think they have to be consistent, but they are one of the most consistent teams in PUBG history, with the exception of the group stages. That said, I think E-Arena, we've talked about the consistency, but they are running at such a high level that we've seen these like occasional stumbles. And that's what I love, is that we are watching a chess match with these two teams.
The occasional stumbles haven't really happened until these last two games. And so that's just putting more of an onus onto really Twisted Minds and going, okay, this is our opportunity, but every single time the opportunity is there, they're creeping, and it's closing, and it's closing, and it's great that it's closing, but that's why I'm saying this is a very mentally strong squad, but at the same time, it's got to be draining in some fashion.
Is it a troublesome burden? Yes. However, E-Arena, like, this is the strategy that Batulin employs, right? This idea that we will be consistency, we will be perfection, and we will get you when you stumble.
It's pretty much both teams running the exact same strategy of not aiming for the highest of high kill counts, but just trying to always make it in the later stage, read the circles very well, understand the dynamics in the meta on how everything's going to function in together, and just be as consistent as freaking possible.
So I think this is why it works. E-Arena has made a lot of choices in this section so far because they got out in front early. They've made some risks. They've done like some of their drops. Like, you know what, if it doesn't go well, it doesn't matter, because we've got a game or two where we can keep the lead. But if it works, boom, right? Like that drop into the middle in Tego. Now that it is that close, with Twisted Minds showing we will not let up the gas, I think maybe that if they make some choices where it's like, I don't know if I want to make this risk, that could be the hole that Twisted Minds needs.
And if anything, it puts more pressure back onto E-Arena, whereas they did have that play space beforehand. They're the newer kid on the block, and therefore they have to deal with that stress much more efficiently, because it's nice to come in. You can always go, oh, well, you know, if we don't get first, it's not the worst thing. But this is a squad that was performing so well. They want it now. You can see that they're hungry. The whole squad has leveled up in all of the games leading into the last two of them.
It is, and it's fascinating. Twisted Minds has so many second places that anyone who's in front of them has to sort of learn to live with that mental anguish of, you know, that they're going to be there behind me chasing.
It's just, what is that, the meme with Undertaker just staring down like somebody from back behind?
Yes.
That is just every single event, and it's always Twisted Minds. See, TSM putting up a great game for themselves, getting 1,900 damage as well as 8 kills. Gen G couldn't find the kills in the same fashion, but still getting decent damage. And Twisted Minds, the topic of all of the conversations and chat everywhere right now and between us, man.
That meme was a perfect reference for exactly what's happening right now. I was trying to go over the green room, and I was like, "What is it? What's the name for that thing that's hunting you from behind, trying to kill you when you're not paying attention?"
I may or may not have been making like 5 memes during the last.
Solid work,
so.
solid work. Anyway,
trying to be prepared for whatever happens next.
So they did a great job. Let's take a look at the WWCD team stats coming out from Gen G. Tozy's going to get 2. Rex is going to get 1. I mean, Barpo and Adder have been great in other games. And I know what I'm about to do is I'm about to show you the man of the match who has 500 damage and 2 kills. But sometimes it just is like that.
Yeah.
It's got to come from the winning team.
All of the chaos in the circle was in the south and the east. We saw just like a lot of hero plays, even just backstabs. It was Zipion. We saw just get those shots onto Legacy to take them down with my last breath. I stab at the kind of moments. And so on the counterpoint to that, Gen G just kind of, I guess, Falcons it for a bit and just had control over a much simpler section of the map and just didn't have to pump out the same amount of damage.
I mean, they did what they had to do. They locked down the area. They played ring around the Tozy. They made it sure nobody could push them. At the end of the day, they come out with the chicken dinner. Now, the opposite of that, we saw TSM get in there and throw some fisticuffs, right? Yeah. Sparking. If I had to name a man of the match simply on some of those raw skill shots we saw, perhaps I would go in that direction. But is that enough now is my question to spark the return of TSM on this leaderboard?
With as compacted as the leaderboard is, it's a start.
It's a start.
And I would love, you could say that. Yes, this could be the sparking catalyst for it.
I like that. We'll see. It definitely was not a low for them. It was a high for them to come away with 14 points in that game. Gen G with 13. And again, you said Twisted is always gaining whenever E-Arena is losing. VP also up there yet again.
Petrichor Road yet again in this area. Falcons finding themselves 6 as well, so the leaderboard's going to stay really consistent over there on that left side.
Yeah, and so 122, the gap is closing, but I will take a moment to look at the SAD. What is going on? New Happy and Cerberus in particular.
Bro.
Right?
Ming and Himas. What happened?
It doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, it does. No, it doesn't.
I put him on my fantasy team. That's the only thing I can think of.
Oh, yeah, so it's the Matt curse. No,
it is. I don't know. How do I always pick the wrong people?
At this point, I'm starting to believe it. Perhaps it is you that is ruining
I picked
these
Example
players.
And put him as my captain the one day he did nothing. How do I do that?
That's fascinating. I guess maybe teams should focus more on building their strategy around avoiding your picks.
I will now be firmly taking all offers for Alipay and PayPal for you to be able to donate for me to not put you on my fantasy team.
He's kidding, just to be clear. That said, I do hope that they turn it back around. It's hard not to believe in players like Ming, Himas, and those 2 teams to bounce back. But the point with the last game to play just ahead of us is running out for them to do that.
I'm just mentally broken specifically around Ming. Ming was so hot moving into this, and he is such a strong performer. Yes, also Himas, but it's just...
Adder was going to drink the whole bottle. He cut away. I really believed in him.
I believe in him.
Na'Vi, these guys, I love what I'm seeing from them. Sure, they're in the middle of the boards right now. So when we get here, I catch the early bus because I like to just sit around in the green room. Every day when I arrive, there are 2 full teams, Na'Vi and Wally Tai, that are practicing. From the moment the stadium opens, there's also 2 members of VP that are here. That is it. The rest of the players come later. These guys, the Na'Vi guys in particular, are in the chairs at the computer every moment they can, and I'm seeing dividends as they grow.
The burn that they've been putting on, specifically during the week-long break, just was game after game after game, jumping on as much ranked as possible. This is a squad that really wants to perform. I mean, they've got a lot of history regarding different aspects of them. I really want to see VP perform extremely well.
I think all of us would like to see VP perform well, especially when what we've heard about the leadership style of Ibiza and how the team's doing. I think we're all happy to see the future of Na'Vi as these guys continue to grow and become, well, I was going to say maybe the next Cerberus, but I'm starting to worry about that at this point. Look at the smiles on VP's face. We're talking about him right now. You know, in an interview, they told us it is the attitude, the way that Ibiza runs this team, the sort of vibe that this team has that makes these players happy to be here playing every day.
We were talking about James and how he has expectations for everybody. EB, I would say, still has a phenomenal IGL, but you have to admit, it's night and day difference. Like, that's got to be the most chill squad to be on.
It's weird to have somebody who looks down on you but doesn't make you feel bad. EB,
True.
He is a tower of an IGL.
That one got Cam. We heard it across the way.
But it is, and I think that's the most fascinating part of EB. I think they have to build the walls bigger here sometimes to make sure that he can't peek over the top of that monitor. But he is a big man with a big heart and a big leadership skill, and that, to me, is what really stands out about Ibiza.
There was also one small moment where we saw Aches lifting. and actually starting to have some moments, chaining together in some kills. I just want to see that squad have at least some form of a predominant firefight somewhere in this.
All right, we're looking at the Falcons right now. Falcons started today in the top 3, and it has been a slide. They did a little bit. They showed up in that last game,
Got like
but
6 points.
But not far enough. What do they do? I mean, how do they turn this around? Is it just a save today and then maybe come back tomorrow and try something new?
I love the Falcons. We cast them all the time. I'm just going to be real direct. Win a firefight.
Win a firefight. Well, there's lots of firefights on the way. One more map to play. Let's head to the casting duo of the Cammy D and Saga.
We're excited. The players are excited. And I'm sure you all at home are excited for our final map tonight. Miramar to wrap up day number 2 of 3. And even though E-Arena only got 1 point the previous game, they are still in the lead with a 7-point gap over Twisted Minds. Can Twisted Minds break the pattern? Because E-Arena, so far in the final stage, have yet to have more than 1 game in a row that they are not in a top 4 podium position. If that happens again, that gap is likely only going to grow just a little bit further still.
It feels real bad, really, doesn't it? To be pressuring your way into first place. You've got 3 top 4 performances with 10, 9, and 7 kills, respectively. And yet still, the gap is closing. Twisted Minds is just built like that. 4th, 2nd, 2nd, 7th, 4th. They are yet to have a 0 placement point game, and every single one of them has kills abound. And what on earth is going on here? Bleed!
I wasn't even looking. I was looking at the scoreboard because we don't expect hot drops, especially not in Partona of all places. The 1-for-1 trade so far. Rare to see the Deagle in play. And oh, well, shotgun. This is more like it. This is more like it for a hot drop.
I mean, it's not the first time that Happy's been down here taking fights, but last time he did it by himself. This time it's a full commitment. Tigger holding the door with the shotgun. The revive's going to come through just outside the door, but he's being held as well.
Trick is holding the angle, holding the doors as he has gone down to Akarin. This means that the rest of Bleed can now try, especially with the revive time that they've been able to take advantage of, just surround the rest of E-Arena. Only 1 member left, and it is Jacob all the way to the north, nowhere close to this. Twisted Minds, seeing this in the kill feed, are loving it.
The OG of the sawed-off shotgun. Teddy from Nations Cup 2022, rebranded, changed his name to Happy. And the Arena certainly are not happy with the way that went. You can still watch the rest of Jacob's escapades if you go over to PUBG Esports.com, though may I recommend one of the 5 other channels which have the team communications, which might be just a little bit more active. But a zone like this, yes, there is in fact a circle on Los Leones. That is one that right now, let's be real, for E-Arena, that's probably best case scenario, because if there's going to be anywhere in this region of the map where a solo player like Jacob can just disappear and go unnoticed until the very late stages of the game, it's going to have to be somewhere in that city.
Listen, if there's anywhere that you can hide and become a new man, a new person, it's in the...
Start a new life.
Start a new life, it's in the city. Of
course, a family.
You know, I'm getting images of like a rainy city, it's dark at night, not exactly the dry, arid, sunny city of Los Leones, but you all get the picture.
Well, he might not make it that far, because Corexi has just sat there and destroyed his dreams.
Huh.
Wow.
Corexi looks a little confused. Like, oh, that was easy. All right, cool. Anyway, 1 kill. It was instant. It wasn't even a knock.
He's just checking just to make sure. He's like, am I sure there was no one else there? No. Yeah, no.
Is there
that's
bounty?
It. That's interesting. Well,
are there bounty hunters chasing this guy?
Twisted Minds. They've seen that in the kill feed. They know what their job is from this point forwards.
Not mess it up.
Yeah, don't balls it up, boys. First place is yours for the taking. 8 points required to make that a reality. And so far, if averages are anything to go by, 12.5 coming in before today is their average score on Miramar.
Correct, and I'm sure that will be mostly the same because they got around the same number of points last round, if I'm not mistaken.
something like that.
It wasn't far from it, regardless. They should have a good run, but I don't know. This is a very tricky circle. Na'Vi, Ferris doing what Na'Vi does, bringing in the glider into meta. Not the first time we've seen the glider in play, but we have not seen it nearly as often as Na'Vi have been utilizing it here in PGS4.
It's a powerful tool. Again, over in Europe, it's a doozy. It's Brexco, the ones that used it the most, and Doozy's been the most outspoken and said, look, if you're an edge-heavy team and you're not using it, you're actively trolling yourself, actively reducing the amount of info you get. Fairist, he doesn't like the sound of that, so he's going to make sure that he's utilizing every play in the book. And up close and personal, the hot drop went. It's not often that you see a hot drop in Partona, but Bleed Esports, they did tons of damage towards the arena, and well, that certainly spices things up.
It does, it does. And I mean, Twisted Minds, we have to talk about them now because the arena are out. When you look at the leaderboard of PGS3, the only team that is in the mix at the top is Twisted Minds, which is, we always talk about their consistency. We always talk about how expected they are to perform every single time, which is why it's so heartbreaking they have yet to get an actual trophy. It's always seconds, it's always thirds. Can they finally flip the curse here in PGS4?
If there was ever to be a lobby, no 17 Gaming, no Sonics, you have to imagine it's this one. E-Arena came out of the gate swinging, caught everyone by surprise, but now they've faltered at the midpoint of the tournament. Let it slip from their fingers just a little bit, and Twisted Minds are not the kind of team that will let you get away with that unpunished. But it's not done yet. They've still got to have a good game here. Cerberus as well. It's really slipped away from them after their previous title-winning run at PGS3, but at the very least, they can get out of the way of Pero without losing a player at the early stage of the final game of the day.
Looking a little close. Some tight rotations south of Los Leones. Everyone is playing close toward the water, close towards the center of this zone. We still have, quick count here, 6 or so teams that have yet to make their way in from the north. Genes now, FaZe, they were taking shots at another, I believe, Bleed to the west or something, or maybe it was Cerberus before, but they're still taking shots at them now. Okay, for a second, it looked like a tire was popped, but instead, I think the call was to return. They found a spot that they can try and finally hold out in. Cerberus, I mean, 15th place. I had doubts on any team's ability to perform at the level that they did throughout this entire double block event. Like, endurance is a real factor here, but 15th place is certainly significantly lower than even my cynical self expected.
Well, realistically, it's only, what, 20-point gap, and they're up in towards the top 8.
That's true.
It can still be done, but the way the things are going, it's not looking like it will be. It's not anytime soon. Fairist has done a very wide rotation. Legacy is still making their way down the Puerto Paraíso coastline. Fairist is a few hundred meters off the coast to the south, just scouting out, making sure no one's doing any funny business trying to steal away this this airdrop crate while he guides Hakatori over towards it.
Pretty big commitment for a crate. Yeah, it's a Groza. We all like that. But with the glider and the rotations to get down towards this area, I don't know if it's the best decision to send themselves out, especially without a boat. But we'll see if they do decide to go for it in the end. They also could just be trying to find this as a position next to the coastline. Because again, need to remind you, phase number 1, a lot of water. This could stay on the beach for quite a few zones.
He's hearing shots. Puffering out from the church just a little bit further down the line, so wants to be 100% sure before anyone commits to going out towards that airdrop crate. So maybe not for now. Maybe they'll just have to settle for what they've got. Leave the Groza behind for the time being. 4 AM starting to make a move in now. One of the later moving teams on the northeastern side of the zone, but still no real threats ahead of them for now, unless they get a little bit too close to either VP or Howl, who both respectively have wide 4 one-way setups across various areas of the center of the map.
We did see 4 AM get a little bit involved with Falcons earlier on, north of Minas Generales, I believe. They separated that without too much damage happening, and 4 AM, they're just bombing it towards the center. And they seem to be feeding themselves through a box spread by Virtus Pro. Also could, if they go further, they could be going into New Happy, so this is the problem with coming in late. You don't have a lot of information, and blind sends can be a bit of a gamble.
It's working so far. Got their way over to the cave entrance, and they'll head inside for the extra bit of shelter. They are entirely now surrounded by VP and a couple of extra teams to their south. FaZe is holding a very wide 2-2 split as well. Either side of New Happy just outside to the south, but Bobo... Oh dear.
Yep, it's not great for 4 a.m. Also not having the best of series so far, currently sitting in 13th place with 43 points. As you said, not that far, about 20, 30 points away from being in top podium position. So one game could change all of that. But let's see where phase 2 sends us. It's going to be a hard shift down south. Everyone was expecting it, at least a lot of teams were, and Na'Vi, with their glider play, were able to find now a good position. If they all group up on Diffx, they can hold on to that spot that will likely be in the zone for quite a few zones further. But with Wally Tai just to the north, FaZe Clan, New Happy, they're going to need to group up quickly.
Yeah, it's got to be fast. Teams are already starting to hop in their vehicles and make sense. Pero just finding ways through the middle of everything. That Summer car flipped up and almost got left behind, but maybe just got good timing on the weapon reloads, but somehow didn't take a single lick of damage. As soon as his Murado stopped, it was only when he pulled up that Ming Ming gets a couple of tags in towards him, but nothing life-threatening. Petrichor Road secure themselves a spot.
We have yet to have a knock outside of that hot drop in Partona. But surely that's going to start. That's going to change here, right? It's only half of the zone, half of phase 2 that's playable. A lot of teams all contesting to the east of Resort. Teams are going for pushes. There are a couple of splits, a couple of spreads. Those, of course, are very vulnerable to being capitalized upon. Rotations by Genji and TSM next to each other. Rex is stopping short, but Kurt and the rest of TSM watching over this.
Gonna back away a little bit, though. They were holding a 2-2 split. Alo still up close. I think he's still aware that Cerberus is lurking nearby. But how close is he aware of? Himas. It is of Miramar, of course. He does like to just sort of walk up towards people. This is a big staircase for him to walk up. Big wide area to try and cross, but he's going to go for it anyway. Of course he is. What's he got to lose at this point? And there's your knock.
Yeah, there it is. Finally, things start to pop off. Godvy's gone down to 4 a.m. Gets confirmed there as we still watch MS slowly crawl up, sees the barrel of the gun, waiting for Alo's helmet to give just enough. Breach over. Oh, surely! The railing does block enough bullets to keep Alo safe, and now the jig is up. Now TSM knows that it's danger close, but Cerberus is not going to hold it for too long. They're going to back away. The element of surprise is no longer in their favor.
Really thought about committing to that push, but call came in to back away. They will do so just before TSM can really commit to regrouping their number and reinforcing the resort position itself. Cerberus really couldn't have sent any more of a commitment in to try and commit to a fight for that spot, so the goal will be to back out and hold the line for now. Falcons and Twisted Minds earlier on trying to make a move through Los Leones have gone their separate ways, but it's Rello now up on the hilltop who may just have pulled up within audio range of the vehicle of Kepper, and in combination with the tag from distance, it's enough to force him down from his position on the hilltop for now.
Coming in late, it's not a surprise that Falcons are not pushing so deep into the zone. Just trying to take some edge positions, get the information, and make a better play. Not quite so fast, not quite so rushed, but the shots coming out from Howl. Now suddenly Falcons are aware that they are close to another team. Will they expect Ruin there on the north? Perhaps not, as Ruin seems to be looking at their direction, but where is the next zone going to go? We're going to stay next to the water. Navi still coming out on top with these zone shifts.
That's a Vikendi shift.
Right?
Right there. Just continual south coast onto the junction all the way at the bottom. Sosed, for some reason, still manages to retain his split with the rest of the squad. He's going to call Diffx over to hold on towards it. And Howl now having to rotate through a sandstorm. Very unfortunate timing.
Pretty safe rotation regardless, sandstorm or not. They did have the Mad over towards the east. A 1-2-1 wide split by Howl here on Miramar. Falcons They're rotate through the sandstorm. This one is actually providing some value. Could be positive or negative, depends on how you take it. They can't see a lot, but they also can't be seen in return. Mime's taking a little bit of damage though, as we see a fight break out between Gen.G and Bleed all of a sudden. Adder's coming out top with some trades and some confirms, but Barpo gets dropped in return.
Tosi's looking for an angle, but another sandstorm just spawned on top of this, going the opposite direction. Oh, Bleed Esports was holding on to this position. Gen.G was the ones that came flying in, kicked this fight off. Now they're going to have to slow down, take a bit of a pause as they wait for their vision to clear up. And Mortar's flying through as well from distance.
Ooh.
They're inside, they've got the cover.
Not just Mortar, watch out Kurt on the minimap. TSM are looking to third party. But smokes come out. This could give a bit of a tunnel, of a hallway for Aquarin to push through, but grenades...
It's his own grenade.
Yeah, own grenade. Well, no harm, no foul. 2 down for Bleed already at the start. A 3 versus 2 advantage. Tosi isn't able to take advantage of that peek through the window. And TSM are getting ever closer to this.
Aquarin just smoking off the doorways, delaying, buying as much time as possible. More time for TSM to get involved. They're starting to hear the vehicles approaching now of Luke 12 and Sparking. Trick up in the bell tower, putting shots in towards them, and a combination of grenades might be enough to take him down. He disappears down the staircase just in time, but don't go too far because there's more nades.
He gets the heal off. Foot spotted. Adder's going for the spray. But the tension is really high. The anticipation of TSM's assault, the third party, it's really building up now. The blue is going to incentivize them to push in further. And if Luke continues to swing it on this low ground angle, pitting in below, this is quite close, a lot closer than I would have expected. But they need to get to the mix. They want to get into the fight. They want to pick up as many kills here as they can.
No real reason for them to fall back and stay passive. But meanwhile, Twisted Minds, they've tried to go for a straight send right down the center. They've just lost 3 knocks. They've got 0 points. This was their opportunity.
See if they can stabilize. It's only Batu hiding out in the shack, and with the blue zone grenade, I don't think the rest of his team is going to be able to get inside. Lou almost made it, but falls just too short of getting revived. And see if Batu can't solo rat this one out further. But you're right, if they go down here with E-Arena's early fall, what a missed opportunity, as we do see Phase 4 shift to the north, pretty expected. And then what is that? Falcons versus Petrichor Road on the north side. TSM, now they're striking. Now they're pushing on in. Adder's gone down. Only 1 kill so far, but Tosi is very low. It's going to be the burn from the Molly to get the second.
Well-placed Molotov. He was lurking just behind the altar. Now Trick up above. He's been dodging the grenades so effectively. Didn't dodge that one, though. Alo plonks it perfectly at his feet. 270 damage, and Trick eliminated as TSM goes down, but also Twisted Minds cleaned up from their shack with absolutely nothing.
Blood's going to get confirmed. That is 2 now down and out for the Falcons. They're pushing from the north side. It's just getting stopped at every single step of the way.
Big chance to catch up now for those in 4th place and below. Virtus Pro on 76, FaZe on 75. A win for either of those would put them in 3rd place and close that gap. But Twisted Minds have cleaned up one team. They're looking for the next. Himas is there to wait. Over the top goes the peak, and he has to fall back quickly as Haisaki gets taken down from range.
Gonna re-peek onto this one, but a good hold by Luke. As we see Virtus Pro and Howl in the kill feed in a separate engagement here. And on the low side, so Lozi goes for the spray. Sparking has been dropped, the first casualty temporarily so against TSM. It doesn't look like it's getting confirmed just yet, but Solzi is getting surrounded. Stun grenades being thrown in from every which way. He's making his way back up to get a revive on Himas, but I don't know if the timing is going to be there to allow it. TSM stalling for a brief moment to get their own revive, and they don't want to overpush. They don't want to peek over this hill and allow third-party angles to deal extra damage.
Gotta wait. Tycon's so far away. Just no way to get involved in this fight. He's going to drop an extra smoke grenade. Maybe give the impression that he's just got the revive onto Himas, but there's no way he physically can. Not now. Now Tycon's even been spotted, and Sparking sits him down. Those DMR headshots from him have just been on point on Miramar.
TSM have woken up. Currently 9th place. You have awakened the bear, and the shots come through. Luke 12 finishes it. 8 kills for TSM. They annihilate Cerberus Esports. As we see Falcons having gone down, Howl, Bleed, and of course the top 3 all eliminated. 9 teams remaining on the field so far. And this is a game. This is a round. This is a map that will change the status quo a lot.
It took a little longer than I initially anticipated on zones that like those that we were having to really start things off with all the fights, but once they did, they just did not stop until this point. Half the lobby now dead, 9 teams remaining, 35 players. And Ike's left and 4am holding down a compound up to the north together. And surely it can't be sustainable, especially when the shift goes even further to the south.
Call it luck, call it knowledge. Na'Vi knew something, and the push from Petrichor Road continue to eliminate further members of 4am. 3 kills for them, 0 for 4am. Only Bobo and HSM left, and they need to make their way towards the south. Petrichor Road have the advantage in this fight, though there is, of course, Virtus Pro lying in wait, trying to clothesline any survivor from this compound.
It's just a straight up road, right down the middle, bisecting it entirely. Petrichor Road take the opportunity to get a drop, but Bobo gets the drop on Ike's left in return and secures the flush 2. Around the side goes Bobo, but he's taken down by a team shot from HSM, but he finishes the job regardless. Onto Summer. Oh dear.
Okay, New Happy, 4 up, are making it into placement points. What can they do with this round? Pushing in from the high ground, coming in from the edge. Vehicle sends from Longsker. That should give TSM the knowledge that there is a team to their north. TSM taking a little slow. On the low ground, they don't have as much agency in this fight, but Luke 12 is just lying in wait, hiding behind a tree, and he strikes, doesn't get the knock, but a good amount of damage on multiple members of New Happy.
He needed that knock really badly. 4 players up above him, Alo and Kurt, focusing their attention over towards Legacy on the east. Now, he's got a lot of smoke grenades, but all he has is just to try and fall back, but maybe not. He gets the opening knock with a grenade. December 12th has been taken down. Sparking is here to support, but the rest of TSM still yet to make a move in this direction. Maybe FaZe could do something if they can find an angle onto New Happy.
With that grenade knock, with the advantage, Luke 12 is looking forward for more. But they can't overcommit to this because it's out of the zone. A minute left before Phase 6 locks in. They have Alo and Kurt. They're down by the beach to shepherd them in some direction, and I think they are going to take the opening to back away. Let New Happy get the revive. But to get a position in the zone is certainly a worthwhile trade.
Slow game now from VP, pushing forwards. They've dodged any of the pressure. May have come forward from Pero.
Oh no.
They're not going to dodge this. New Happy straight into towards the vehicle. Na'Vi just absolutely demolished them. Taps down with the DMRs, getting up close and personal now. TSM have angles from behind as well.
Ooh, a bit of covering fire from both Gizera and Fex. That keeps New Happy alive for now, but they have lost 2 on that send. Is the only option they had left. But not too terribly surprised that they get wounded on the cross. TSM, though, still 4 up. 8 kills for them. And December 12th gets back into the vehicle, pulls it to the rock. Again, just fortifying that cover as much as they can. No, wait, they think better of it. They have no clue where they're going. They're making decisions every 2 seconds. They're changing their minds. And it's now December 12th, the last player up.
Finally, the zone shifts away from the water. Nope. Na'Vi regrouped up into the compound. They're still well within the zone. Virtus Pro can't quite say the same. They have to try and fight their way through Wali Tai on the northeast to claim that entire side of the road. Fex will peek up over the top. December 12th will be removed from play. FaZe Clan now stake a claim on the hard west.
Virtus Pro pushing into Wali Tai. Wali Tai have been sitting here, just chilling, relaxing, vacation by the beachfront. But now the auditors want their taxes. 3 kills for Virtus Pro. Multiple points of utility. Haven't yet to get a knock against Wali Tai just yet, but they're getting the surround, trying to find those angles, trying to toss those grenades through the buildings, and Lucrux is now up close and personal, up against the wall.
It's a big fight to decide certain extremes of the leaderboards. Nixie still has that sawn-off shotgun in hand. The blue zone grenades clear out the shack, so Quizzy feels confident enough to stand up on top of it. He might have spotted an angle onto Kiss, making a move around the smoke. He does, and the double headshot will take him down before Latte's blue zone forces him off the roof angle, and Nixie's found a DBS.
They're trying to use the shotguns. Every weapon is a valuable one in the right situation, but a nice northern swing by multiple members of Wali Tai. But Nixie and QZ are answering back in kind. I might have spoken too soon. Unique still holding the north, dodging grenades. Last one up for Wally Tai. In a 1 versus 2. Temporary 1 versus 1 as the revive is coming into Virtus Pro. Nixie's holding the window.
He dropped the DMR though. He can only do this with the red dot on the M4. Does get the revive in time. Unique can't quite commit to the push quickly enough, and Quizzy stands back up, sits Unique straight back down on Virtus Pro with a successful claim on Wally Tai's compound.
Down to 6 teams left, and all of them are in the zone. All of them are in the circle, but that is not going to stop them from fighting. Vex with a knock onto Kurt. Gustav has been knocked just before this, so it hasn't been a completely free controlling ridgeline for FaZe Clan.
Damn good at finding these little angles through the trees, through the awkward ridges. And there he goes again, another one.
Oh!
The headshot from Vex, but it's the Dragonovs of TSM that answer back once again.
Rexi's running forward, no grenade in hand, no grenade in the backpack. It's only the Molotov, and it's not going to make it far enough. But TSM, they're still backing away, and they've had to drop some smoke. So this is still, regardless, space taken by FaZe. TSM are losing the control. They didn't have a lot to begin with, and every single inch counts. But Alo, that's an MG3 that I spotted. I don't know where that came from, but that is a very, very dangerous weapon.
Nothing more dangerous than the zone shift. Straight down the center. FaZe and TSM will both have to make a move, but for TSM, it sucks a little bit worse because they've only got 3 options, and all of them is a straight-up 4 versus 4 team fight. Na'Vi by far the worst option if you want to go straight in towards their compound. Going straight up north against Vex so far hasn't yielded any positive results.
Shots by Lucarux onto Legacy, who have just been chilling on the beachfront themselves. 0 kills for Legacy at the moment.
Slow game.
Yeah, I mean, that would imply that they have the resources to perhaps throw a lot at their opponents. Not just literally in terms of grenades, but also just meds, armor, all the good stuff. But back on this fight on the west, FaZe and TSM, I don't think either of them can get to the zone without taking care of each other first. And that's, of course, before they have to then take out Na'Vi. So we might be seeing the last fight between both of these teams, and they're going to want to win it. They're going to want to get as many kill points as possible. A good stun keeps Alo from holding that angle on the Corexi.
Corexi will try and make this position work, but Alo, with the Dragonov close range, sits him down, and there's no recovery from that. He will be taken down almost. The grenade is perfectly timed as Legacy commit to making their push now underneath Na'Vi's compound. TSM, they're running out of time, they're running out of space, and Gustav can't quite land the spray with the ace.
Sparking swinging back out on the side. That letting Gustav hold this angle for free, but the blue is closing in. Kirexi has yet to get revived. And now the grenade's coming out from Na'Vi. Vex and Varus both getting one for themselves. Luke and Kurt still standing for TSM, both using a first aid kit. But at some point, they're going to be running out of those meds. In the blue zone, Kurt's running inside. Sparking's running back out on the edge. Kurt is still alive. How?
I don't know. Both of these teams committed to this fight. The zone really has not favored it whatsoever. TSM will run out of space to operate within, first of all, and FaZe, they're going to try and fall back to the north, but Nixie's holding the angle from the compound. Luca has crossed over to the road. Can't forget about Pero, though. They're still lurking. They're keeping their heads down. They're keeping quiet, waiting for their chance to pounce.
10 kills for Virtus Pro. They've already overtaken Gen G. If they win this, they could overtake Twisted Minds. I'm not doing the math right now. I'm not going to risk looking like a fool. But is this? Okay, not quite. It is out in the blue. They are point denying against Na'Vi. FaZe Clan only 6 kills, and now Lucarux does get caught by Petrichor Road. Ming and Chewy have been hiding out here for a minute, but now Na'Vi shot him in the back.
Actually kept Lucarux alive for now, but only for long enough for him to steal the kill point himself. That was a long-range spray with the P90 to make that work. Legacy's really just trying to set anything up anywhere that they can. A defensive line against VP, who are going to have to make a move now over towards the western side of the road or simply onto the road itself. It doesn't really matter. Got to do something.
Smokes in play. Morado send. Avoid the truck. That still slows them down enough for RBN to at least get one knock. Confirms that. Doesn't let anyone steal it. Nixie is the last one standing, but has to use a first aid kit. Petrichor Road swinging out from the side. But again, Legacy on the low ground. Pitted below Na'Vi. Holding control of this road. Don't let them get the final kill on the Virtus Pro. They want it for themselves.
They have to go up and above. But they can't because Na'Vi's still there to hold them in this position. Just going to go back to where they were originally, just waiting for the action to come to them. Nixie doesn't really have that luxury. No one's going to push him forwards, but before that happens, Legacy's going to push him and completely wipe out Petrichor Road. They should know there's one still lurking somewhere, and Kizera will look for him.
Don't go solo. The teammate is still lagging a little bit behind. A bit of a spread. Angle held by Legacy, and this is giving Nixie the opportunity to get one knock. Can you follow with any more? There's only stun grenades left coming into VP's angle, and look at Na'Vi. They are ready to take this chicken dinner away.
Headshot from range. As the angle is held, Na'Vi now on the move out from their compound. Hakatori's looking for an angle over the top. He's got a grenade in hand, can underhand that down below. Perfectly placed onto RBN. And Nixie goes down. Diffix with the P90 in hand makes it look so easy.
Only one left standing for Legacy, trying to go for the revive, but the P90's not going to let it happen. Low kill win for Na'Vi, but it's a win nonetheless. They put themselves in a great position using the glider in the early game. They get capitalized with the circles.
Massively. Massive circles for Na'Vi, and of course, when you get the opportunity like that, you simply have to take it. They came under a little bit of pressure at certain points in that game when teams like FaZe, teams like TSM and Legacy all combined could have threatened their hold on that compound, but they survived through it all. They took control of the area when the chance was there. They made sure that they weren't going to miss a prime opportunity for a chicken dinner.
What feels like the first game today, the first game this weekend that neither Twisted Minds nor E-Arena were really part of the conversation towards the late game. We'll see what that does to the leaderboard. That is 12 games done, 6 left to go for the final stage of PGS 4. We got the final desk to close the night out, but don't forget to return tomorrow. It's their second chicken dinner in 3 games. Na'Vi has shown up. They said it's moving day. Prepare a place for us to get in.
Buying a lot of space. You heard the desk in-game casters talking about it just a second ago. We had all 3 of our top teams get dropped out very, very early. Gen.G, Twisted Minds, as well as E-Arena, and it opened up the doors for the climb.
Let's talk about that E-Arena knockout. Bleed, I don't know, decides, hey, why not? Let's get crazy. They jump in, and E-Arena gets lambasted right out of the gate, which opens the door for everybody else to try to get back in this.
Just a symptom of the playing path, or I'm not 100% certain what the mindset is on it, but hey, again, it's Bleed finding some successes, and for a very newcomer squad, respect.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't fully understand. I'm going to have to ask tonight to figure out what they were planning, but I think that is going to, again, we talked about, change maybe the way E-Arena approaches things with the gain on Twisted Minds, so maybe it's going to change some of the choices they're making. Now they're not confident they can even go to their drop safely.
Also, TSM starting to find a lot more successes in the later stages now.
On the
getting
Dragunov.
some good kills. Yeah, hey, dude, take what works.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I would never put the Dragunov down again if I'm TSM. And then that backstab,
Nixie.
So brutal. Legacy was like, please check the back line. And, well, they did, but they didn't check quite well enough.
Like, what, maybe 5 feet missed it, and you could see he was just sitting there. Nixie heard the footsteps, was waiting for them to walk around the corner. Once he saw him retreat, he was like, I can get something.
Right, he was like, this will be fun when he comes to the corner. He heard him turn his back and was like, oh, this will be even more fun.
Yeah.
So, great play. Legacy had a good run there, but at the end of the day, it was Na'Vi. They took the high ground. They played that well, and this is just Na'Vi, the young guns. These guys are grinders. They're hard workers, and it's nice to see them pull out 2 chicken dinners today.
I mean, it's a great position inside of a circle, and circles did kind of hang out around them, but that's just kind of due to the terrain and what's going on in that position, and also due to the just big drop-off around their positionals where they were playing it in that compound. It was kind of hard to get a lot of the kills until people got up on top of them. But you saw once TSM got right up next to him. Nades came out. They're what turned that firefight.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard. VP pulls in 11. The Bears have really shown up today. Na'Vi gets themselves 6. Legacy 4. And as you said, TSM back into the mix. But the WWSCD team stats are going to go the way of Na'Vi.
man, yet again, Diffex. Good performance coming out from him. He's going to be taking the man of the match away from Hackatory for a second time, I believe.
Absolutely. I think so said. Only 33 damage. Not the best game for him, but he played a good anchor role, managed to help move the team around. Ferris with 417 damage, very, very much involved. But I do like this Hackatory Diffex 1-2 combo. Seems to be working very, very well for them. Today, Diff's playing. Maybe tomorrow Hackatory becomes the #1 man. But that's the second man of the match.
I just want Ferris to get it one time for the glider. Is that too much to ask for?
Did you see, I mean, the way that they used that, they scouted out over the water. They had a really good spot. Now, granted, that was a interesting circle that kind of kept moving towards the south, worked very well for Navi's favor. But again, the use of that glider because the downside of their position is there's no high ground awareness, right? Where they started sort of by the coast, everything you do in the next movement is going to be straight uphill. But they didn't have to worry about it because that glider gave them full understanding of where everybody was around them. And I love that we're seeing a team that's willing to sort of try new things. How often do we get to see gliders used for scouting and competitive play prior to this?
Yeah, I love it. And you can see total kills tied up as the neck-and-neck race between Twisted Minds and E-Arena just hot on the heels of each other. Twisted Minds also going to be heading damage pretty significantly over E-Arena.
Absolutely. That, I think, is the big one for me. The fact that they have managed to close that gap in kills. Really, the big differential is what we talked about earlier. E-Arena able to get 3 chicken dinners to Twisted Minds none. And I think that hopefully tomorrow Twisted Minds can figure that out to get this very, very close. Match leaderboard, 16 points for Navi, 16 points for VP. And I think VP is going to be moving into a good threat position moving forward into tomorrow.
Yeah, they're still going to have a jump that they're going to have to do once we see the leaderboard here in a second. But also TSM, big game for them. Petrichor Road still just consistently in that 5, 6, 7, 8 range. Bleed yet again. But my attention gets drawn to Legacy. How much did this affect their positioning? And yeah, now moving up into 10th.
Moving up into 10th, not bad. And remember, there is PGS points for PGC on the line at every step of the way, as well as money, so every point counts. 122 for E-Arena at the end of the day. Twisted Minds not far behind with 115. VP back into the hunt at 92. And Genji and FaZe, who have had what I would call grinders days, have managed to get themselves back into contention. They're going to have to come out strong first thing tomorrow to get up to first, but they will be in that fight for third.
We've got a lot of opportunities for these squads, specifically whenever we're looking at the top 5 to have some big opportunities. If we can see FaZe, Genji, any of these squads we know can have a massive Sunday. I mean, it's called FaZe Sunday for a reason.
I didn't even thought about that yet. Yeah, it is very possible. FaZe has shown some really good signs of brilliance. Will they continue tomorrow? I'm excited to see exactly what happens. And we're going to see it on Miramar first with the big finale on the most famous map in PUBG history.
Getting some Erangel to finish it out. So mildly shocked.
What are you excited about for tomorrow?
Miramar, always.
Always.
But also neck and neck race moving into the tail end of this one. And between two squads that have just been unrelenting. Well, I would say two squads have been unrelenting. Twisted Minds has been unrelenting, but for these last 3 maps, E-Arena's kind of dropped the ball.
Well, this has been PGS 4, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO. We'd like to thank the official tournament gaming chair Ondaseat for their great support to PGS 4. And of course, the Zowie 2546X gaming monitor, the choice of PUBG professionals everywhere. It has been a fascinating day. It started as this sort of 2-horse race, and I wondered, can anyone else get into it? We call it, it is the day to move. The teams in the middle did put up. We saw some good moves there. Do you think anyone can catch up and make it a 3-horse race tomorrow?
There is the opportunity. I mean, third place.
Come on, who does it?
Third
Who
place
does
is only
it?
15. I'll say it. Yeah, there is the world where we can see it. But honestly, with the way FaZe has been playing these later stages, I have an expectation that they'll make a run tomorrow.
Okay, FaZe. I think VP makes a run tomorrow.
I mean, that's an easy one.
Maybe it's a 4. Maybe it's a 4
It's an easy one.
race.
I think that VP could do it, but I have faith in the way that FaZe has been playing these in-games.
Maybe server. Maybe. No. What the heck happened to Cerberus, man? That hurts me. It hurts me. They did so well, but it is one of those situations where we're going to have another potentially new PGS champion, and I'm very, very excited about that. It's going to be an awesome day. Guys, let's head over to the stage. We're going to talk to Luke Rux from VP and catch up with Lydia. Stick around. Okay. Interesting. So I will say that they need one more second to get ready for that interview. So I'm going to ask you final thoughts for the day. What do you think?
Final thoughts for the day. E-Arena, your consistency. Where'd it go? Also, Navi. More. I want more from Na'Vi. I want more gliders. I want more information. I want cool stuff.
Awesome. I want cool stuff like interviews with Lydia.
Yes!
Let's do it. Let's go talk to VP and hear their plan for tomorrow. Now!
Crazy from World of Pro here. Your performance today was excellent and you secured a chicken dinner. You are now closely following the leading teams on the leaderboard. How do you feel right now?
We're feeling pretty good, pretty confident. It was a nice game day. Like everything we wanted to do was happening, but of course we had some mistakes, but you can't live without them. But I guess for the next day, we're just gonna continue it.
It's fine, but you guys did a very good job today. Well, after missing the PGS 3 finals, your performance in the PGS 4 finals has been impressive and you've scored a lot of the ranking points. Could you share with us your strategies for this final?
I feel like in the PGS 3 it was just a crucial mistake from us. We just want to show on the PGS 4 that PGS 3 just was an unlucky moment or something. We prepared pretty much. We stayed on the bootcamp in China and played until the PGS 4, so we're all on the same page. And right now in the finals, we're enjoying the game and we're staying on the same page. So that's how we're having such a good games, I guess.
Yeah, we can see you guys did a lot of preparation for PGS 4. Well, you've been in Shanghai for 3 weeks now, and we've heard you ordered a lot of local takeout. What's your favorite Chinese food?
I feel like we always go out on the dinner with the team because
Yes.
it's like a team spirit. And I feel like we actually like the hot pot. The Chinese.
Oh, the hot pot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
We all enjoy it.
Spicy hot pot?
Yeah, but Luca doesn't enjoy the spicy one, but sometimes he tries.
Okay, good to know. Thank you, and smash it for tomorrow's final.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please take a rest. Now let's welcome So Sad from Na'Vi. Welcome. Please come to the stage. Hello, hello, hello. Well, congratulations to chicken dinners. Well, your performance on the first day of the finals wasn't outstanding, but today was a breakout day. You personally secured the many kills today. Who do you think was the best performer in your team today?
Я гадаю, що в нас не було конкретно когось, хто дуже добре перформив. Ми команда просто дуже добре відіграли і всі стараємося, робимо свій максимум.
I can't mention the best player in our team. We just play together as a team. We make a result together, and we're not he cannot mention that we have the best player in the game, so we together made it.
Yeah, it's all the teamwork. Well, you moved up from 5th place on the leaderboard to 6th place. It looks like you still have a chance to aim for a better ranking. What is your goal for tomorrow, the final day?
Просто будемо грати свою гру, трішки розігралися і будемо набирати поінти, все.
We had a great warm-up, so our goal is just to play our game to gain more ranking points, and we will make it.
Yeah, go for the trophy. Well, you are one of the teams that arrived at the venue earliest for training every day. Do you think extra practice boosts your confidence in the competition?
Взагалі, чим більше ти граєш в PUBG, тим ти краще відчуваєш гру і зрозуміло, що більше перформансу можеш надати взагалі на будь-якому турнірі. Тому ми граємо дуже багато і тут стараємося використовувати весь час.
More we play, more we gain. So more we are training, we will gain more. So that's why we are coming earlier, we coming to train, and we gaining results thanks to it. More trainings, more results.
I like the mindset and fighting for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes day 2 of the final stage here at the PGS4 held in Shanghai, China. Tomorrow will be the last day of the PGS4 final stage. Join us at the same time, 6 p.m. Chinese Standard Time, as we witness the crowning of the PGS4 champion. I'm Lydia, and from all of us here at the PGS4, thanks for watching and see you tomorrow.